back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. I hope you all had a wonderful Memorial Day weekend, but we're going to talk about that freedom and reining it in terms of the prison system. The question this evening is the death penalty is well, not even a question, it's a statement. The death penalty is a deterrent for crime. I have Reyes. Right? Did you spell that differently? Reyes? Oh, you're
Hope you're
muted.
muted.
It's okay.
It's so that way people can say it appropriately. So
Oh, thank you. So
phonetically correct.
I have Marte Reyes, Rachel Wilson, the Soy Pill, and Ryan the Radical Coder all here to bring this wonderful debate to you. Shout out to everyone. And Marte, would you like to begin with your opening statement, please?
Yes. So my opponents here are going to argue that it is not a deterrent. So we all acknowledge that I'm on the pro side with Rachel Wilson here. Michigan abolished capital punishment in 1858. Look at the crime rate in Michigan now. Let's say I commit a crime where an individual was unalived, and then I went on to run. My face is blasted on news media outlets everywhere. The basic knowledge of a punishment for anything is baked into these laws that we have. If I shoplift, I know that there will be retribution. If I kidnap, also retribution. If I kill, the same. We can look at a deterrent of eye for an eye as a deterrent. Jesus Christ was put to the cross. In fact, this was seen as one of the worst
I'm gonna have
ways
so
to
much
perish,
fun with this guy, guys.
not
Oh
only
my
in ways of
God.
agony, but also as a display for the public. This was such a deterrent that they used it as the last stop of a government throwing the kitchen sink at the foundation of a religion to attempt stopping it. The death penalty is a very specific deterrent in one way as well too, and many, which me and Rachel will lay down. Ted Bundy is no longer graping and taking out children anymore. States like Michigan, which has not had the death penalty since 1858, has one of the highest murder rates. One of the problems we have is you have people in prison who also delete other people in prison. Senator Feinstein, I'll tell you a story, tells a story about her time on parole board, where she had a woman on the stand, not for murder, but for robbery, in fact. She asked, "Why did you use a gun that wasn't loaded?" The defendant said, "Because I know the death penalty is on the list for California, and I didn't want to do that." We have many cases of robbery in which people used items to rob, which do not cause death and lead to the death penalty or capital punishment. We've seen this in movies, and examples real life where studios borrow this idea from. So if I can be guaranteed by my opponents
Guys, I think
that
Rachel's
somebody can be
nervous.
locked
We
up
gotta
for
play
life
into
with
this.
absolutely no possibility of release or parole, but I also need an agreement that life without parole does not constitute a violation of the Eighth Amendment. Maybe you can reconcile this for me. Also, can you prove it's not cruel and unusual punishment? Killers in prison, like I was saying before, kill more in prison
I'll think about it,
than they
Pies.
do when released. You'll have to argue for the release of killers and release of rapists to prevent more killing of staff and inmates behind bars via capital punishment. I need you to go ahead and reconcile this and pick one of those directions as well, too. I'll concede my time.
Thank you, Marte. Rachel, to you.
Hey, everybody. Nice to be here. Hello, Sarah. Hello, panel. Hi, chat. So when we're talking about the death penalty, when we get into like statistics and data, which normally I love, it's not cut and dry. It's not as simple as it can be with other topics, right? Because there's so many factors. It's kind of like a what causes crime debate where both sides can present all kinds of data, but there's so many factors that you can't just nail it down to one thing. So what we have to kind of do is dig a little deeper into it and look at the whole picture, right? So you could take a big wide historical lens where throughout all of human history, many cultures, probably most, have had some form of the death penalty for most of their existence, at least for some of their existence. Might be a reason for that, but let's just say they're all wrong. They were all just silly. It was just a really misguided thing that all of humanity did for all of history. We can look at places around the world right now, and if you look at the United States versus somewhere like Singapore, it's going to be completely different
And they should
how
bring up
the death
Singapore.
penalty works. Why? Because the American justice system is this super slow moving, really inefficient machine, right? When we try someone for a serious crime, and we put the death penalty on the table here, you have to have a massive preponderance of evidence. That person might get more than one trial if anything goes wrong. They have many chances to appeal the decision. It's long, it's expensive, it's a really difficult thing to do. And a lot of times people sit on death row for a decade or more before they ever get executed, if they do at all, versus somewhere like Singapore, where the justice system there has an extremely high rate of convictions, arrests. It's very efficient. It's justice is pretty swift, and it's pretty certain there. And they have something called a really, really low corruption perception index, which means the general public there does not see their government as being overly corrupt. People have a lot of faith in their system there. So, in a country like Singapore, the death penalty has been an amazing deterrent. They have practically no drug trafficking anymore because they have the death penalty for major drug traffickers. And so, what happens is drug traffickers go, this is a really risky market for us. The stakes are super high. There's other places that are better that we can go. We're just going to go there. So, in a place like Singapore, great deterrent, has one of the lowest rates of violent crime in the whole world, one of the lowest murder rates in the whole world. Similar situation in Japan, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Omar, places where the justice system is swift and there's pretty good certainty that there will be punishment. It's a great deterrent. In places like the United States or Scandinavian countries where we err on the side of like the rights of the accused and it's this giant, slow moving, sluggish machine, it's not as effective. And there's a lot of variables that go into that. However, I would say, what does all this mean? All this means is that, yes, the death penalty is and can be a very effective deterrent, but it needs the right conditions. It's not going to be effective in all places, in all circumstances. So we'll just have to kind of get into some of the minutia. I'm sure that Soypil and Ryan are going to have a ton of data and stuff to talk about with us too. So that's my opening.
Thank you, Rachel. Soy pill to you.
Yeah, can you hear me again? I'm muted.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I'm very sympathetic to killing people. I've not had crimes. I've had crimes committed against me where I'm like, look, I think this person should die. I think that I have seen people do things to me that I think deserve killing. So I'm not going to come out here and make some soy argument that killing people is barbaric. I think there are irredeemable people that probably deserve death, but I'm against the death penalty simply on the grounds of practicality. The first is that innocents are inevitably going to be wrapped up on this. I think 1 in 8 people on death row get exonerated only because of the super strenuous legal process. 2, because it's costly, and that super strenuous legal process, which we do to make sure we're killing the right person, which doesn't even always work out, but even when we do this, it's incredibly, incredibly expensive. It is more costly to have all of these judges and trials and appeals than it is to just keep someone in prison for the rest of their life. You can say that we should get rid of these appeals. That's kind of how it is in Singapore or the Philippines, but then you have to see that even more innocents are going to get wrapped up in this. Finally, 3, this doesn't seem to be a good deterrent for crime. In America, at the very least, countries with the death penalty, or counties with the death penalty, still have a higher rate of violent crime than those without it. And intuitively, if everyone knows that by getting arrested, they're going to go to jail and die, they will fight to the death with cops during these arrests. I don't want that. And I will see this. This is obvious. I mean, if this was the actual problem of the debate, like, can it deter anyone? Very much so. Of course, the death penalty can deter people. If you look at Singapore, when you start doing these very draconian laws and you say, well, actually, if you just smoke a little marijuana, we're going to kill you. Yeah, fewer people are probably going to smoke marijuana in that case. However, this is a much more draconian thing, and it's a much lower bar of who we can kill. A lot more innocent people are killed. I value freedom. I value liberty. I don't trust the state to determine whether or not I get to live or die based on some arbitrary drug criteria like that. And I just don't think that's the world we want to live in. So I'm against the death penalty, not because I don't think people deserve to die, but it just doesn't seem like a practical thing to do and maintain all of our freedoms. But I'm looking forward to hearing, from the people who don't necessarily want to look at all the stats. And Marte, we can talk about the Michigan crime rate too.
Thank you, Soy pill. Ryan, to you.
Right. So the question tonight is simple. Does the death penalty deter crime? Not whether people deserve punishment, not whether some crimes are horrific, just does this policy work? And based on the best data we have, it doesn't seem to. The National Research Council reviewed decades of studies and found no credible evidence that the death penalty reduces homicide. FBI data shows death penalty states consistently have higher murder rates. And when police chiefs were surveyed, less than 1% said that it helps reduce violent crime. Some say it's just used in high crime states, but when states repealed the death penalty, murder rates did not go up. If it worked, we'd see the difference, and we simply don't. Meanwhile, over half of murders in the US go unsolved, so if you think you won't get caught, the punishment doesn't really matter. And many of the worst crimes, mass shootings, family killings, are committed in irrational, desperate, even suicidal states. They're not calculating their sentencing outcomes. So what are we doing? We're spending millions per case, coercing plea deals, and executing innocent people. Since 1976, there have been 1,550 executions and at least 200 exonerations from death row. That's one innocent for every 8 executions. Cameron Todd Willingham, Carlos de Luna, Troy Davis, these people were executed despite serious doubts or evidence of their innocence. Even if you want to believe this policy deters, there's no proof at the moment. And what we do have proof is that it kills the wrong people. And we know what works: solving more crimes, funding real defense, investing in prevention. This policy does not deter crime, and it doesn't protect people, and it doesn't belong in a system that calls itself just.
Thank you so much, Ryan. And as a kind reminder to the viewers, audience, and future panelists, we will go through our debate, and then we will read and respond to your super chats and closing statements. And then, of course, as always, we will go into open panel dumpster fire. So get ready to hop on later and voice your opinions as well. Outside of that, I leave the floor open to you.
All right, well, let's dig into some of this. So, Ryan did exactly what I told Marte when we were chatting earlier that I thought he would do. I could have practically said his opening for him. I know you, Ryan. Um, the
Well, you know
problem
that I was
is
going to
that
research it, right?
She had to get
well,
ahead
I
of
knew
that.
you were going to do surface level research on the United States only, and that's why my opening was tailored to kind of respond to what I knew you were going to say, which is like, sure, in the United States, where we have 50 different states that all have different laws, and have, you can have a state like Michigan, like Marte was referencing, where terrible high rates of violent crime and homicide, but only in one city. And the entire rest of the state is nothing like that one city, right? So the United States is a pretty complex, huge place. So we have to look at more data. We have to look at longer sets of data. We have to look at extenuating circumstances and the conditions under which the death penalty is being implemented. So, why do we see that? When we look at the lowest rates of crime around the world, some of the top countries that have the lowest crime, the big ones. Now you can look at like Luxembourg or these tiny countries that have like 400 people in them. They're going to be the lowest crime rates overall. You'd probably statistically want to take those and throw them out because they're an anomaly. But if you look at like the next 2 biggest countries that have the lowest rates of murder and violent crime, it would be Singapore and Japan, which both have the death penalty. Then you look at a place like the Philippines, which is highly corrupt, very, very poor. And the death penalty there, not as effective. Why? Because there's so much corruption, because the police there are so corrupt that oftentimes they're the ones dealing the drugs and like helping the murderers and things. So under a system like that, or a system like the United States, yeah, you're probably going to have a hard time proving that the death penalty does much in the way of deterrence. But in a system that's a little swifter, where there's higher trust and there's more integrity in the system itself, people get arrested more quickly, they get convicted at a higher rate. It seems to work great. So I don't know that you just saying the United States isn't a good case, or it doesn't seem to work here under the current conditions, is an argument for whether or not the death penalty is effective overall.
That's a good point, Rachel. Can I read you something from Amnesty International here? This is called Singapore, the Death Penalty, a Hidden Toll of Executions. I don't know if you came across this. It says, despite the use of the death penalty and high execution rates, drug addiction continues to be a problem, particularly among the poorly educated, impoverished, unemployed, and young people from broken homes. According to the website of the Singapore Central Narcotics Bureau, a total of 3,393 drug abusers were arrested in 2002. The number of new drug abusers increased by 16% compared to figures for 2001. The CNB announced that they had seized X amount of kilograms of heroin, X amount of kilograms of cannabis during 2002, and reported a significant increase in the use of methamphetamine. This is despite the fact that the scope of the death penalty was increased in 1998 to introduce a mandatory death sentence for importing, exporting, or trafficking in more than 250 grams of the drug. So it seems, especially in cases where addiction is a problem, people who already think they're going to die from it, it's not deterring them insofar as, let's be clear. if we wanted to say that every crime was punishable by death, it would be very hard pressed for me or Ryan to admit, like, yeah, of course people are going to maybe hesitate now about stealing a candy bar from 7-Eleven if they think they're going to die as a result of that. But if we look at what actually happens when you practically implement this, especially in the country that you use as an example, this just doesn't seem to be working to the degree that we want. And when it is working, when it's like, hey, we have fewer crime overall, we can look at the crime rate. Well, guess what? We also kill a bunch of innocent people to get that result. And I guess my question to you would be, one, like, how many innocent people need to die before you're okay with the crime rate being that low? But two, also, what do you have to say about the fact that the drug rate is just going up regardless, because addiction is a sickness that people get, pulled into. It's not like they don't want to quit, but they do it anyway, knowing that they might die as a result.
Well, I'd have a lot to say to all of that. So, um, you saying that drug use is going up doesn't necessarily tell me much. Again, we need more context than that. We need to know, like, are the drug use rates there higher than other places? Are they lower than other places? They might still be really, really low, even though they're going up, right?
Right. But
So,
and I'm conceding, Rachel. Obviously,
mhm.
I think drug use in general, if you said, if you touch a gram of weed, I will kill you, some people would otherwise, who are not going to do it, are going to not do it. So that's why Sarah, I actually do have a kind of an issue with the prompt of, is it a deterrent for crime, period? Yeah, I think if you death penalty every single crime, of course, it's like impossible to argue against because people don't want to die, right? The
Well,
question is this effective? And this does not seem to
I
be
actually,
effective.
yeah, I don't love the prompt either, to be fair. And it's not, if I had like my druthers, I would have changed it a little bit. I would have tweaked it a little bit to make it easier for both sides to really get into this. But I mean, no system is going to be perfect. Every system is going to have wrongful convictions. And you could say, well, then, and I used to argue this when I was a young, goofy libertarian. I'd say, well, if one innocent person is being killed, I don't trust the state, blah, blah, blah. However, as I've gotten older and wiser, it's like, okay, there's going to be some people who are going to be wrongfully convicted in any system. And I don't know that, like, locking someone up for the rest of their life in prison is necessarily better. They're both quite terrible. It's a bad situation either way. And
Well,
I wouldn't be, and I'm not, just to be clear, advocating that we should just be killing people for a gram of weed. I think it should be like only the most heinous and most violent crimes where we just can't risk this person, like Kenneth McDuff, who was a serial killer in the 70s, somehow got paroled and got out and continued his killing spree. Ted Bundy escaped, right? And continued to kill people. Like, there's some people that we just can't take the risk. And like Marte said in his opening, continue to kill and injure people and cause problems even when they're in prison. So, um, like
Can,
the whole
can I
idea that,
address your point? The idea
sorry.
of like which one
sure,
is worse. I
sure,
mean, if you're not dead, you have the opportunity to appeal your case and potentially prove you're innocent. And death is forever. I mean, unless you believe in an
sure.
afterlife. But like then that's the whole reason why. Hey, it's better for us to lock them up long term because maybe if they are innocent, they will actually eventually get exonerated. But if they're
sorry,
dead, they
Bill.
can never do that.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Hit me.
So
Well,
this was
before
in
you do,
your
do you
opening
mind if I
statement.
respond to
Oh
one
yeah,
other thing
can we
that
give
was
Ryan
said,
real
or
quick? Yeah.
a couple of quick
Yeah,
things?
go ahead.
So, I know Rachel says, in her younger years, she thought maybe, oh, one innocent death might be, too much, and now she's grown older and wiser. I might be I might be a little sympathetic to that. The idea that only one innocent death might be, at times worth. There are casualties in war, right? But we're not talking about one innocent death. We're talking about a rate of about 12%. We're talking about 1 in 8 exonerations. And second of all, to defend the prompt itself, I think even in the case in the, and I'm maybe pushing on Soy a little bit here, but even in the countries where we do see the death penalty being used swiftly and capital punishment being used for maybe much lower level crimes, it's not necessarily you still have to demonstrate that it's the death penalty itself and not just a harsh action on crime that's actually deterring crime. Because if you're telling someone that you're going to kill them for a gram of weed or you're going to lock them in jail for the rest of their life for a gram of weed, I think both of those are likely to deter crime. So you have
Ryan, I
to,
got a question
again,
for
the
you
burden.
now.
Sorry, I'm finishing. I'm waiting to plan. I promise.
Yeah.
The burden is, of course, on you guys to demonstrate that it is the death penalty specifically, even in those cases, that is the thing that's deterring crime.
Go ahead,
I
Marty.
hear
I want to
you.
let Marte jump
So,
in.
so I have a question. I need you to go ahead and reconcile this. Soy Pill went ahead and made this statement in his opening statement. So, can you prove that an innocent person was ever put to death?
I think so. Yeah, you can show that there's evidence that comes out post death where, like, they would have otherwise exonerated them and they get fried. Yeah.
Right. Can
Yeah,
you name any
I named
cases?
some of them. Yeah, Cameron
Okay,
Todd
you've
Willingham,
named
Carlos
cases.
DeLuna, Troy Davis. These are all people who were exonerated post.
Yeah, I have
post death.
there's some in this amnesty page
Okay,
that for
well,
the drug crimes too. Yeah.
well, that leads me to my next point as far as deterrence, right? This is why we're here on this topic. So if we go ahead and take the death penalty out of one of the things that happens inevitably out of capital punishment is death penalty. We can all agree on that. So a lot of people, they'll argue and say, well, the death penalty is used as a deterrent to argue against release. When somebody is going to be put to death, somebody may say he narrowly avoided the death penalty, right? Giving a deterrent to possible release. If we then take the death penalty away, that's just one more roadblock taken away between a proven killer at times and release to the public. If you take away the death penalty, what will you replace this with?
Life in prison without parole.
Great. So now you're contending with a whole nother can of worms. They're killing more apt to kill people in prison and staff and everybody else. And then you have release.
Right. So, well, hold
You're
on.
still
They're
having a
not getting
problem with
released. If
murder.
they're on trial, if they would otherwise be on death row, almost definitely they would be in life in prison without parole. Now, if you want to talk about the dangerous prisons and the conditions that it create and the fact that we like fuck with our inmates and say, hey, here's the yard and we're not going to do all these checks and we don't really care if you kill each other. Yeah, I think this is fucked up and I don't think that we need the death
That's
penalty.
assumption.
Hold on, well, let me finish. I don't think we need the death penalty to fix the conditions that would otherwise fuck with the people inside, the inmates, the guards and all that. I think there's ways to reform that don't involve just killing people that are killers. But again, this is we're going to keep going back and forth on, well, you have to contend, well, you have to contend. You have to contend with the fact that it is more costly to kill them, that if you don't want to go through this like process of appeals and have them have their own lawyers, which they almost all never, they're the least likely to have their own lawyers, so the state has to pay for that. It's cost us more money. Like what, how do you contend with that? Like
I
whether
don't see that.
you don't
So
see that?
you're talking about mitigating cost, right? In
That's
prison.
that's part of it, yeah. But also the
So
fact that like I think we can
I'm
reform prison
also-
without getting rid of the death penalty.
We'll meet on that regard as far as mitigating costs, right? We can talk about costs all day, right? Funerals cost money, right? Having to go ahead and increase security, protect from people that will kill inside cost money because you have to rehire new staff if they die, you know, all these other things. Now you have liabilities increasing too. So there's also costs on that end too.
Yeah.
So
But
you're
the
gonna
costs
keep
are more
beating
on the
up
death
wall when
penalty
it comes
one.
to that.
Yep.
What's that?
But like you can analyze these costs if you break it down and see which costs more. It costs more to go through the arduous appeals process to make sure the people that deserve death than it does to just keep them alive forever in prison.
So
Do you
that
think we should
actually
reduce that appeals
that
process,
promotes
Marte?
my argument as expediting the death penalty. I think that
Right.
I can
Right. That
agree with
is
you
the
that-
logical answer, Marte, which is we should get rid of some of these processes, which that is a completely
I
logical
agree, we
argument.
should do that.
However, then
Yeah.
you have to contend with the fact that you're going to be killing more innocent people who do not get as much process to prove their innocence, right?
And the rate is already 12.5%.
So that it still doesn't answer my question with what to replace it with, because you have to replace it with something. I don't think that we can just go ahead and wipe it off the map and just say life in prison all across the board. If you've had somebody that, matter of fact, I'll go ahead and give you an example. So we can all say that home invasions happen all the time, right? Things happen. We have castle doctrine. You have to protect your life. We have stand your ground in Florida happens, right?
Yep.
So I need you to go ahead and follow this trail of logic. If I stand my ground and protect loved ones, or if somebody is in my home and I walk in and they're raping a minor, things like this can happen. What would you do? Would you say that this is a form of death penalty in immediacy, right? Because what happens is that, would you also agree that the court hands us this right through legislation, through the judicial system, gives us this, voters go ahead and permit this happening through votes,
Right.
so that way this can become a law, so we can go ahead and immediately enact a death penalty at home.
Yeah, no, we see where
Would
you're
you
going.
say
Marte,
that's
the
same
difference
thing?
is if you kill someone in the process of committing a crime, you are stopping them from committing a crime. Once they're in jail, they're not raping your daughter anymore. So you aren't stopping them by killing them. All you're doing is potentially preventing them from being reintegrated into society or just removing them from life completely. And the question is that worth it? Not saying they don't deserve it, by the way. Is that worth it? First of all, it's not worth the cost. It's not worth the fact that we're, potentially killing 1 in 8 people every time we do this. And it's just like not clearly working, as the crime rates aren't going lower because of it. But you're right. Yes. Killing someone in the moment to stop them from committing a crime, I'm all for that. Someone breaks in your house, you don't know why they're there, you want to blow them away, 100%. But that's not the death penalty. That is stopping the crime in
So
the
my question
middle of
is,
the crime.
how is it not the death penalty when we, by extension, by proxy, are given this right through rule of law that's been voted down to our homes that we can go ahead and enact by ourselves, right? How is this any different from a jury that day deliberating? And I'll give you an example of this.
Wait, can I answer right there? You don't have to give the example. I think let me give an example of why it wouldn't be, right? Let's say someone broke into your home and you don't know why they're there and you blew them away. That's completely legal, right? Because it's like this person could be trying to hurt me, whatever, right? But the reason it's not the death penalty is because let's say they did that and they stole your TV or whatever, or even hey, let's say they like raped your daughter, right? And then they're running out of the building and they're a block away and you snipe them. That's not legal. You can't actually do that, and that would be punishing them for that.
That's not actually my hypothetical or anything.
No, that's my hypothetical. What I'm telling you is you would be killing them for the crime they committed, and I might think they deserve death for it.
That's what the situation. I'm talking
about
a situation.
I'm giving a hypothetical. I'm not assuming anything about your situation.
Right. Okay, great. What I'm saying is, though, we can have a jury in our own home, and that jury could be a wife deliberating with me. And I'm just saying, like, let's say, no pun intended, I have a soy husband here in this one corner, and then I have a wife, right? They're deliberating, and this guy, of course, you don't want to be with this husband anyways, that says, I don't know, babe, what do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? Should we kill him? I think it was a crowbar in his hand. I don't know. What do you think? And they deliberate. This guy's a total pussy, right? He and his wife are interchangeable widgets. They have both say.
Adrian, that's a good point. I'm going to bring it up.
That can be that's the form of a jury that happens in America almost every day to some degree, right? We can all say this. There's no difference between this happening on a jury and a jury happening with people deliberating behind closed doors. Now, this is the
thing. There's a big difference, actually. I think there's a pretty major difference in that one is part of a legal structure and one is like in an immediate moment of high energy and high.
I'm going to tie this in real quick. Somebody breaks into the house and they tell you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. They're running towards you with a knife and they have clear intention, and you go ahead and blow them away in the chest. This is plain as day. Your wife is also like the jury in the home, which I've portrayed in this household. She's able to give a testimony, maybe not proof, but evidence, right, of a testimony that's submitted in court. Same thing as a jury. How is that? I need you to tell me what the difference is other than just time.
You're stopping the crime versus the person's not doing the crime anymore, right? It's not the reason that we say that you can blow some away is not because we necessarily say that someone breaking into your house deserves death, because sometimes they don't, right? I don't think necessarily like, look, I want to kill someone who comes in and tries to steal my Xbox, but I don't, if you ask me just in a hypothetical, it's if someone who stole an Xbox,
crime
wait, hold on, let me finish, please. Is like, I don't think that stealing an Xbox is punishable, should be punishable by death. However, if someone broke into my house to do that and I don't know what they're doing and I blew them away, I think they deserve death for putting me in a situation where I'm at fear for my life and my family, right? But once we know why they're there, once we have that evidence, and once they are not a risk to society because they're in custody, we can't just kill them right away. We have to say, okay, what did you do? Did what you do deserve death? And then we can go on to the death penalty. But that's the difference here, is their immediate moment of you stopping a potential harm to yourself or your family, or a situation where we now are not at harm and we have to decide what to do with this person based on their crime. Do you see that there's a distinction here?
And here's why I'm not hearing the difference, because I think that deliberation happens, like we could just say spur of the moment, right? Deliberation happens spur of the moment behind courtrooms anyways. Have you ever seen 12 Angry Men? This film could have been like 2 minutes long if they came to a verdict. So it's like all we're talking about is semantics and time.
Well, the point of that movie was that they should deliberate to make sure that that kid was innocent and not just choose something and kill him, right?
Just like a wife coming to me and says, what should we do? Because I think it was a crowbar. No, I don't think it wasn't. Deliberation happens. Let's say this guy takes a while to get in the home. He has to get through 13 locks. Whatever, so that's the thing, though. Deliberation happens on one end, deliberation happens on the other. They have to come to an agreement, i.e. death penalty. So if we look at it from one end of the spectrum and the other end of the spectrum, you can say, yes, it's a delayed reaction, but how is it any different when the court says, death? We assume death, right? Then your wife and you coming to agreement saying we assume death at that moment too.
Marte, you proved your own point. You proved your own. You countered your own point, which is in the spur of the moment, we don't have 12 angry men deliberating whether or not this person is innocent breaking into our house. We have no idea why they're there.
Well, hold on. We don't. 12 angry men.
No. This is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying we have no idea why they're there, and that's why we are allowed to kill them, and why I think it should be okay when someone is in your house and putting you at danger. Yeah, blow them the fuck away. But once we know that they're not a danger and we can deliberate behind closed doors and say, all right, let's figure out what this person did. Maybe they weren't trying to kill me. Maybe they were just trying to steal my Xbox. We can't just immediately decide, oh, well, let's kill them in this like short, spur of the moment thing, because that is what our court process is figuring out what this person did and what they deserve. That's why it's completely different.
So
And
breaking
can I add,
breaking
real
entry
quick,
is
before
always spur of the moment.
Marte, you
Sometimes
just
it
said a
takes a
whole
while.
bunch of stuff.
Sometimes people
I've been
stop
very quiet.
locations.
Yeah,
things like
go
that.
ahead. Go ahead and let
Go ahead,
Ryan add in to respond to
Yeah.
what you said.
I think the fundamental difference is that we're talking about like due process, the thing that happens after the fact. And if you are the person who defended yourself in your home, then you are also going to want due process. You're going to want to ensure that you are legally established to have done the right thing in that scenario. We don't want, and if you are someone who maybe like invited someone into your home and then shot them in cold blood, we want to find that out, right? We want to, and again, this is going to be going through due process. So in the big difference is we're talking about due process. It's not, we're not talking about the moment of immediacy, and we don't have to talk about like abolishing the castle doctrine or self-defense laws. We're not making that case at all. What you have to show is that this is actually deterring crime. It has nothing to do with us defending castle doctrine, which again both of us clearly believe in. So it's kind of a non sequitur
on your end. So on your end, the problem with that you're going to have to contend with is the problematic point of why the capital punishment is ineffective in America. And Rachel's right as far as other countries. This proves, so you would never argue like a minority can make rules for majority. That's basically what her argument is. So if we go down to what we're talking about, I think that what you're arguing for is a more lengthier process, more money spent through this judicial system to go ahead and finding out people delaying things and saying, all right, I'm going to go ahead and put it off till later, countless injunctions happening in court, things like this. And I agree that everybody should have due process, but there's a microcosm of due process that happens when a husband is arguing with his wife and deliberating too, as well. I think that there's a form of this if we look at it. And of course, I'm going to be pedantic here. We're in the middle of a debate. So all I'm saying though is due process is a matter of speculation and how you see things. Now we talk about, there's judicial due process where there's like paperwork, things like this, but absent this, there's no difference. You could say, well, this happened 20 minutes ago where this happened now. That's the only difference.
Well, Marte, here's the difference. Let's say I invited you to dinner at my house and me and my wife were like, hey, let's fucking kill this guy. And we just blow you the fuck away. And then I say, hey, he had a gun. All right. And like that due process is very different from a bunch of investigators coming in, people making their case for and against, investigating whether or not you had a gun and going through the entire process to figure out, hey, is this guy just a fucking murderer who killed this guy in cold blood? Or did Marte actually run at him with a gun and try to kill him? Like, I think that's kind of scary that you're not really seeing how effective due process in the judicial system keeps innocent people from going to jail when they shouldn't.
It happens in a microcosm of houses when there's a break-in.
Of course it does, but I would much rather my jury be a judge and people and like a legal process than two people deciding in their fucking spur of the moment in their bedroom.
They're analogous, but they're not the same.
And I do have a question for you, Marte. I mean, you say like, okay, if we get rid of the death penalty, there isn't a deterrent, but what about the fact that, like you said, these violent criminals now who aren't dead are going to be stabbing people in prison? Is that not a deterrent for other people to not go to jail so they won't get stabbed by the people that didn't get killed on death row?
Well, the thing is, you're trying to eliminate the death penalty in this argument by saying it's ineffective. We'll go ahead and wipe it off the map. I'm not saying that that's the absolute claim that you're making, but what I'm saying is that's the side you're arguing, right? So you have to go ahead and replace it with some functional equivalent or something that's a deterrent, because you've heard of people in cases where they said, well, he narrowly avoided death, right? Well, it's a good thing that was there, because what are the steps to release? That's one step towards release from us.
Could you elaborate? Are these people that were on death row and then get released out of prison? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, this is anybody that's in there for just murder, right? This is all across the board. What you're doing is you're eliminating a roadblock towards release, and I'm against that. That's another deterrent too, because people can also use that for cases, and they'll say, well, you know what? We want him to spend the rest of his life in prison, but thankfully we have the death penalty to say, at least you got this, right? Absent any of this, now we have parole. Now you have pedos that are out there doing things, and you could make an argument for like rehabilitation, but show me the cases where those guys get rehabilitated. Because I did bring up the case where somebody is raping a minor in your house, right? If something like this is happening, you would agree with me that you'd stop them at the moment. This would be like, full life termination, right? In order to stop that, because another
Right.
life is
But
scarred,
that's the
such and
key
such.
point right there, Marte, is I do just kill them to stop it. And by the way, if this was my kid, obviously I'd want the death penalty just emotionally, right? But the question is that as what we as a society
Oh, is it
determined
just
should be happening?
emotional?
Well, I don't know about logically whether or not like how this plays out if we start killing all these people. Like if we just kill, this is a completely different argument. Like if we put the death penalty on specific crimes, like which ones are going to be deterred by making the death penalty, and how many innocent people are we locking up? Because
So,
I could
so
say
it's
again,
only
this goes back
emotional that
to
you're going to go ahead and do this. That's it. That's your only argument, is that it's emotional
the
at this spur of
difference
the moment.
between this
You're
is
going to stop
I
this.
emotionally I saw a video of a guy stealing my bike and I wanted to mutilate this man with my hands, right? But I don't think the punishment for like stealing a bike should be murder, because I don't think a society where we just kill everyone for committing even the slightest of crimes, because stealing a bike, it's bad, but it's not as bad as murdering. I don't
Wait,
think
hold
that
on. You're
leaves us with a
saying now
better
it's not
society.
emotional.
No, I'm saying I'm emotional insofar as I can
You're arguing for
understand.
it not being emotionally led.
Yeah, I am arguing that our legal system shouldn't be based on how I feel when someone commits a crime against me, especially if it's just like stealing. Even though I want to kill them, I don't think we should kill people who steal just because they stole. I think a society is better because those people do sometimes, are able to be rehabilitated. Now, that's why I say if you've got like a Ted Bundy or some of these examples you bring up where it's like, yeah, this is like a serial rapist, I understand and think that probably these people should die and deserve death. The question is it practical and does it deter crime? Like, and this is something we haven't contended with at all, which is if you look right now, the death penalty is very rare in America, and yet the violent crime rate has been steadily declining for a very long time. And so it seems like without the death penalty, we're going in a very good direction. Why do we need it then? Is there some like counter positive you can show where like obviously this is what has proved that it works in America when in the counties that we do implement it, there's higher rates of violent crime?
All right, so I'm gonna contend with this point, but I'm gonna go ahead and move it on to something else, because I can concede that America. We can look at your stats and numbers and things like this. So
Not our
Ryan, I do
stats,
want to.
but these
I
stats.
want to. What's that?
I'm
You
happy
said
to
what?
jump back in too. Sorry, I had to take a very urgent phone call, but let me just interject
Go ahead,
one
Rachel.
thing. Do you guys remember how bad crime was in New York in the 70s and early 80s, and then Rudy Giuliani got elected, and at that time New York did have the death penalty, and Giuliani was super tough on crime. He basically got rid of the mob and lowered violent crime in New York at like the likes of which we haven't seen in this country in a long time. So we are bound to the prompt, which is, does the death penalty deter crime? And I would say historically, there's lots of cases where you can say yes. Another one would be post Revolution France.
Wait,
There was tons
Rachel, I
of
don't mean to
chaos.
interrupt, but can
Yeah,
you
let's
tell
stay on
me
that one.
what years was he
Mhm.
mayor? Was it 1994 to 2001? Okay, thank you. So go ahead. Sorry, I
Also,
didn't mean to.
do you have evidence
Yeah.
that it was specifically the death penalty that was deterring crime, or were there other factors that played into that?
Well,
'Cause I'm sure
as
there's
I said in my
writing about
opening,
this, right?
there's as I said in my opening, there's always going to be other factors. You can't separate the death penalty from the other factors, and that's why I framed it as it does depend on the situation. So if it's in a situation like New York under Rudy Giuliani, where everybody kind of knew there's swift justice and it's going to come down hard, and they're very serious, right? He had a very tough on crime attitude. He had a very public campaign that he was going to clean up the streets. He's going to get rid of the mob. He's going to get rid of these violent criminals. And there's a death penalty there, and people see that, yes, you're going to get arrested. You're going to go straight to trial. You're probably going to get convicted. Yes, it's very effective in those cases. So
So
another one,
Rachel,
like
if
a
you look at the
historical one,
actual crime rate in New York from about 1990 to 2005, so the death penalty came back in I want to say 1994, but during Rudy Giuliani's like tenureship,
mhm.
it was on a sharp decline all the way up until 1994. It continued to sharply decline as Rudy Giuliani got into mayorship, and then in 2004 they got rid of it, and it still declined. So the idea that you can somehow attribute this to the death penalty and say the death penalty is the reason why crime goes down, I just don't see that.
I'm
No,
saying
no,
the
that
death
makes sense.
penalty. I'm saying
Hold
the
on.
death
Rachel
penalty
was
combined with
interrupted. I
these.
want to hand it back to her. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I'm saying that the death penalty combined with these other factors is extremely effective. And we can see it in other, it would be something if it was just one isolated case. You'd say, I don't know how you could correlate that. But like another really popular example, like I said, post Revolution France, total chaos, craziness in the streets. They start guillotining people, and suddenly everybody starts behaving better. Vlad the Impaler, started implementing death penalties and putting people's heads on stakes around the town, and everybody stopped stealing and murdering because it's like, oh shit. The same thing with post World War II Japan. Very, very tough penalties, swift justice, and the death penalty there too. So it has to be under certain circumstances, but yes, it can be for sure a very effective deterrent. It just isn't a good deterrent when you're kind of waffling about on it and it takes 30 years for you to get executed and you get 7 different appeals. Then no, of course it's
Okay.
not going to be a deterrent.
Okay, so
So
I don't even necessarily disagree with some of the examples you put in the end there. So I guess my question to you is two-part. One is, what is the least bad crime that you think should be punishable by death? Because I'm arguing that in the state that we're currently have the death penalty, or at least the way it's kind of argued in the Overton window in America, is for like the most horrible serial murderers, right? So if you're saying we should be more like Singapore and we should start killing drug offenders, I want to hear that, if that is what you think. And then we have to contend with how many innocent people are you okay with if we're going to get rid of all these restrictions dying, insofar as this death penalty is going to reduce the crime rate if we start putting it on these very not so heinous crimes, non-violent drug offenders. What are you, how many innocents are you okay with dying to make this crime rate lower? Which I do, again, we've conceded. If you start saying that every crime is punishable by death, crime will go down, obviously, because people are going to be like, I don't want to fucking steal candy, I'm going to die. But the question is, are you okay with that, killing people who may or may not have stolen candy? And are you okay with killing innocent people who get accused of stealing candy? Like, that's where we then have to have the debate.
Yeah, I get your question, and I could answer your question, but it would have absolutely no bearing on my position or my argument whatsoever. So, like, me saying what things I think should be, what we ought punished by death, what the smallest crime should be, has no bearing on whether or not I'm correct about my position and whether I'm correct about the prompt, right? So, I mean, I could tell you what I think, but my personal opinion on the lowest common denominator of what should be punishable by death has no bearing on my argument, and it has no
It's more
bearing
about
on
what are you
your
advocating
argument back
for.
to me.
Well, my argument
I'm
back to
not
you,
advocating for anything, so
well,
I'm
okay,
gonna
well, Rachel,
debate
let
throw
me
you. I'm
clarify,
gonna
right?
debate throw you
No, I
here.
got
You
you. I
can't
got
get
you.
me with
No,
that.
I
You
got
can't
you. I
get me
got
with
you.
that.
You learned it from Andrew. I got you. But the problem is that I'm not contending
Pretty
that
smart lady.
obviously that the debate is not, hey, if we said that we would kill anyone for any crime, would crime go down? That's like so obvious, it's abhorrent. That's like not what we want to talk about here. What we're talking about is what do we ought to do, or at the very least, what is actually practical. The reason we are against the death penalty is because the practical ways in which the American society is trying to implement it is too costly. It kills innocent people, or 1 in 8 people are exonerated who would otherwise have died for no reason, and it just doesn't seem to deter crime here. So are you advocating then for the death penalty to deter crime in the way that Singapore does, in the way that the Philippines does? I think you were against that one. Like, what are you actually positively enforcing? Because if your only argument is if we killed everyone for any crime, then crime would go down, the answer is obviously yes, and then we can move on to a more interesting conversation.
Well, I didn't make that claim. I didn't say
we are conceding that, just to be clear. Like,
Yeah,
obviously
I
that's
made
true.
no
I'm
claim.
not actually.
You're not conceding.
quite
Okay, you don't think
conceding
crime would
it.
go down if we killed everyone for every crime? Come on, Ryan.
Well, I think that if we, I think it, I'm not. I think it would go down if we also said that like any crime at all will be would be
fair enough.
responded to with
Life in prison. True.
without parole.
We can move on to that as well.
Have similar effects, and I think that given the prompt, the obligation would be on Rachel and Marte to make the case that the death penalty specifically would have a higher impact than just life in parole or life without parole.
Fair enough. Yeah, I said maybe I'm sitting too much strongly, Ryan. Okay.
Sure. So I did actually make that argument. My argument was that under the correct circumstances, the death penalty is extremely effective as a deterrent. But if you do it under a system like ours, that's very slow moving, nobody takes it very seriously because it's like, I could get the death penalty, but I'll get like 20 years and 7 appeals. So who really, like, criminals don't care much about that.
Right.
If justice is swift and certain, yes, they do care. They care a lot about that. And it's not on me to like expound on what I think should be punished by death. We could we get into that? Sure. But that would be very stupid of me because that would open me up to all kinds of attacks that I don't need to open myself up to and to actually win the debate.
Bunch of losing
So
points.
it's
Yeah,
actually
because it's
actually on you guys. It's actually on you guys to prove that the death penalty is not a deterrent. Yes, we took the affirmative, but we don't have to give you any more than just to say, yes, it's effective. And the soy pill already agreed with us. So maybe Ryan, Ryan.
Well, hold on. To be clear, Rachel, I specifically countered your example of Singapore with stats that showed it's not working. And then you said, well, it's multifaceted, but then it is incumbent on you to show.
No, you said that use of drug rates is going up. That has nothing to do with whether the death penalty is an effective deterrent.
When the death penalty was implemented, the use of drug rates went up and not down.
Well,
so
to clarify,
either it doesn't work.
I believe when she made the claim on the Singapore example, it had to do with drug trafficking, not necessarily drug
trafficking
use.
is increased as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen that actually. The
Is that
data
not what
I
I
was
read?
looking at said it's one of the lowest in the world.
Well, I might have
So
missed,
to
but
say,
lowest in the wait,
again,
Rachel,
to say
Rachel,
it's
lowest in the
increasing,
world is different from going up from when you implemented the death penalty, which is why you have to prove that the death penalty is a deterrent and not, hey, if we have a lower crime rate here, for example, Japan has very, very rare death penalties and they have very rare crime and they have a very cohesive society that just doesn't commit a crime like in general. So you have to prove
sure,
the
let's
death
take a look
penalty
here.
is the thing that is deterring people and not the fact that it is a society that is already not committing crime.
And
So that's the
additionally, it
thing.
seems
I
like every
agree. I
time,
think that
real
we
quick,
should clean up
really
the
quick thing.
system.
Sorry. Additionally, the other factor that you keep bringing up every time you talk about the effectiveness of the death penalty in these societies is you talk about the swiftness and the certainty, which these,
Yeah.
like having swift and certain decisions, this does seem to deter crime, but those don't have to be the death penalty. So again, it's swift and certain punishment is different than capital punishment necessarily.
Yeah,
So again, it's on
you're
you
right
to
about
make the
that.
case that that specifically is the thing causing
You're
a
right about
decrease in crime.
that, but what I'm saying is that of countries that do incorporate capital punishment, if they have a system where the perceived rate of corruption is low and the justice system moves quickly and with what they perceive as certainty, it's extremely effective. We're talking about the countries in the world that have the lowest rates of extremely violent crime, especially murder. Murder is usually the thing you get capital punishment for. And if you look at Japan, Japan's another great one. United Arab Emirates, another great one where if you people know there that if you get caught, that's it for you. And there's not 7 appeals and there's not 20 years and you can hire a team of lawyers to lawyer your way out of it. It doesn't work that way there. It's extremely effective. How do we know this? Because the rates of the crimes that are punishable by capital punishment in those countries are some of the lowest in the world.
But Rachel,
And
you have
simply
to
to
show
say
that's because of the death penalty. Don't you understand that's what you have to prove?
yeah, and what you guys have to prove is that it's not. So I can just throw it right back at you. You can
Right.
try
So
to
when
put
we
me on
can
the
bring up
defense, but
examples where this
can
clearly it
you
gets
prove that it
implemented
has
and it
nothing to do with that?
no that
Because
you,
I'm
can
telling
I
you,
can I prove God doesn't exist? Of course not. You have to prove the affirmative case of the death penalty is deterring these people from committing these crimes. If you can't
That's
do
actually
but
quite more simple than
guys,
that. Ryan, I'm going to ask you a question. So, if in Qatar, I went ahead and implemented capital punishment for sodomy, right? Do you think there would be more sodomy or less sodomy?
Well, again, I think it's about the swift punishment. So I would say that whether or not you do the death penalty
Regardless,
or
do
life
you,
in
do you
prison for
think there would be
sodomy,
more
I
or
think
less?
both of those would have less.
Okay, great. I just had to ask that. So, if the KKK was running around the South back then, do you think there would be more blacks or less blacks running around at night?
There's probably going to
dear
be less, but
Jesus.
Thank you.
got him.
And I think maybe if I can offer some clarification, I believe it would be Soy and Ryan's job to cut holes into the affirmative position. So it is for Marte and Rachel to defend the stance, and then Soy and Ryan, it is your job to kind of break into that. So
yeah.
we're
Right.
So
So
we're
let's
that's
start
in.
with Japan.
right. So Sarah, that's why I brought up the whole like, hey,
Mhm.
drug rate is increasing in this country. So even when they know for a fact, when I do this drug, if I get caught with this drug, they're gonna fucking kill me. They still do it, and the reason that's not deterring them, even if it was life in prison or like you killing them, both of these things are horrible, horrible deterrents. They still do it because despite the horrible punishment that will result in it, they still are addicted. They have some sort of sickness, and they so people who kill people already know like they're fucked after if they get caught. It's not a matter of, oh, I'm going to die or not. It's, hey, I'm going to have a horrible, horrible comeuppance for this. And the question is, all right, so if you are in a country where you are giving people the death penalty for this crime and it's going up, then clearly it's not working as intended as you're saying, hey, this is a deterrent, this is making people stop. It's just not. So you would
So
have to
I'm
I
show
also
me
looking
that
want
it
at
to
the data,
was.
but wait a second, because I'm looking at the data and you're misrepresenting it. You're acting as though all crimes are punishable by death. This law was
Well, I'm not saying
enacted to
that.
stop This law was enacted in Singapore to stop opium trafficking specifically. And in the 4 years after they implemented it, opium trafficking dropped by 66%. There was a 15 to 19% point reduction in the likelihood of traffickers bringing in more than 500 grams of cannabis, suggesting a deterrent effect. And now, even like again, even if you say, oh, it's gone up a little bit, the use of drugs there has gone up a little bit. We're talking about
20%,
the
yeah.
crime punishable by death, which is drug trafficking. And again, one of
Well,
the
I might
lowest
be
in the
wrong on this,
world.
Rachel. Is
They saw,
possession and usage not punishable by death in Singapore?
I don't believe it's usage. It has to be over a certain amount. It targets drug traffickers. We would have to get into like
I'll look that up. Ryan,
Um,
take over me because I could be
yeah.
wrong, and
Yeah,
I
I
will
wanted to
concede
poke.
that that might not be the case.
Yeah, I wanted to
The
poke at
number
the
of drug
Japan example.
abusers arrested has halved since the 90s despite population growth, which the government attributes to its tough policy. So, like,
Okay, wait. Rachel, just to be clear, the
mhm.
death penalty is for 15. Oh, so I don't know. I'm assuming you don't do drugs, but 500 grams of cannabis. That's half a kilo of cannabis, which is not that much, unfortunately.
That's kind
Although
of a lot.
it
You're
depends.
selling it. You're
If you're
probably
selling it
not
or you're
using.
hoarding it or you're growing it, right? So this is like anyone in this country. Yeah, if you have a gram, it might not just be killing someone who's like smoking a doobie, but this is like we are killing people for 30 grams of coke. Like that's not an insane amount of coke. So okay, I will concede though, this is not just you did a line, you're going to die. However, the
Right.
drug use is going up, and the drugs are coming from somewhere.
So I have a study here, and
Wait,
I
sorry,
mean,
I
I
was going to
could
bring up the Japan thing before we go into that. I like
go
because
ahead.
you mentioned Japan as an example of death penalty, but my understanding is that Japan only like very rarely uses death penalty. It's like only 2 to 3 executions a year, and they're done in
Yep.
secret, sometimes years or decades after sentencing. And there's actually no evidence tying Japan's crime decline to executions either.
Well, that's again another situation where in Japan there's another thing is like the social tolerance for this and the stigma. And part of the reason I think the death penalty is so effective in these types of societies is because it puts a massive stigma on this kind of crime. It's like very not tolerated. They don't do what we do here, which is like, oh, he was raised in poor socioeconomic conditions, so he couldn't help it. He just had to kill people. Blah, 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 blah. We just need to rehab them because rehab rates of violent offenders is extremely low. We've been trying to rehab violent offenders forever in this country. It's been a miserable failure. Everybody knows that. And countries like Japan or Qatar or Omar or the UAE don't fuck around with that shit, right? So socially, there's a massive intolerance and they're fine with the government prosecuting it. So you probably don't have to kill a lot of people. This is one of the beautiful things about it. If it's a good enough deterrent, you probably don't have to use it that often.
So you think there's, I mean, would they not be using capital punishment probably for most violent criminals? If there's only 2 to 3, I assume there's more than 2 to 3 violent murders in Japan per year. But if there's only
Japan
2 to 3,
has
there must be a very high
it's got
bar.
the second lowest murder rate of any large populous country in the world. It's
Yeah, but
extremely
that's not what
stigmatized
I
to do
asked,
that
right?
here.
They
Yeah, so
also
I'm
have
saying they probably
but do
don't
you think?
need to.
Wait, I agree
You
with you,
can look
Rachel.
up
It
the
is,
number of
isn't it
murders.
more the social stigma though than the like? Do you think the death penalty necessarily is informing the social stigma to that degree, or can you show that that's the case? Because
I
when
think
I was in Japan, the social
yes.
stigma of cohesion of like, hey, everyone clean
Mhm.
up after yourself. Hey, don't do crime. Hey, don't
Yep.
walk around with your shirt off. Hey, don't eat while you're walking. Like this is a very widespread cultural thing, and none of those crimes are punishable by death. And I would assume that I mean I can't prove this, but it's pretty obviously logically follows that also infringing on the rights of your fellow man by killing them is pretty frowned upon, not because you're going to die, but because they're just a very cohesive society that wants to treat each other like part of a collective.
Yeah.
You'd have to show that
And that seems
this
to
death
deter
penalty is the
crime.
reason why so few people are committing these crimes, which I just don't see this borne out in the data at all.
Well, this is why in my opening statement, I'm just going to keep repeating this on a loop, I guess. It's all a holistic thing, right? A society that takes crime seriously has the death penalty because they're saying, look, this is how serious we are. You do this kind of stuff, off with your head. We're going to hang you from the rafters. That's it for you. It's the chair, it's
But
the
it's like
gas
Ryan
chamber,
said, they
whatever you
kill
want to
like two
do.
people a year, right? And they still have a lot. They
Yeah, and
probably
I'm
have more
saying
violent murders than they do death penalties,
it's
right?
probably the best proof that it's an effective deterrent to have a society where we do institute the death penalty, but we don't have to use it very often because all of you motherfuckers know that you need to stay in line and that this type of behavior is not tolerated. Whereas if you look at more tolerant societies like the United States and Northern Europe, places where the emphasis is on rights rather than duties, and everybody can kind of get away with murder and you can do all kinds of stuff and you're going to get multiple appeals and you're going to get 20 years sitting on death row and getting, your rights are going to be protected. The downside to that, you can say, well, it's because rights, rights.
Yeah,
Um,
rights,
you can
pesky
say,
rights.
Yeah,
yeah,
you,
I
you think
mean,
people should have less of them? Yeah.
I'm not
So
saying
I have
people
a
should have less of them, but
Well, you kind of are.
I am saying that rights without responsibilities and duties attached are extremely bad. It's a bad thing to do to give people only rights and no responsibilities, no duties. And as Soyapil just said, lack of social cohesion, right? Look at the United States. We have riots every damn summer because some idiot,
Yeah.
screws up he gets pulled over and starts acting like a fool and gets shot because he's threatening cops. And we tolerate people burning down all of our cities. Why? That's stupid. You would never have that in these countries. And it's more indicative of the overall attitude of just, we don't tolerate this kind of upheaval and chaos. And so I think that's why I'm making the argument that it's a holistic thing. It's part and parcel. If you have the death penalty as part of a high trust society that doesn't tolerate nonsense and where justice is swift and certain, it's going to be a very effective deterrent. Now, Ryan, do you have anything to counter that claim?
Ryan, think about it for 10 seconds. I just want to point it out that we do have riots in Singapore. There was the 2013 Little India riot. This absolutely happens in these countries with these very strict and social cohesion things. And it's not just because we have rights with no responsibilities. It's because sometimes people get very upset with the state of things. And this is just going to happen in lots of societies. It's
Well,
kind of a
can you give
silly
me
thing
the
to say.
context of that riot? Can you tell me what that was about?
It's not like I didn't
Yeah,
just
I'd like to
look
hear.
it up. I totally understood this before. No, yeah, there's a fatal accident that occurred at the junction of a race course and Hampshire Road in Little India, Singapore, causing angry mobs of migrant laborers, probably from Malaysia, to attack the bus involved in emergency vehicles, but had arrived at the situation. 300 migrant laborers were involved in the riot, which lasted for over 2 hours, and 64 people were injured.
Oh,
62.
2 hours. Look at that. They squash a riot
Sounds
there
pretty
in 2
isolated.
hours instead of letting it go for months, letting it go for the whole damn summer
Oh,
and
you're
letting
talking about
people
the
So
George
I want to
Floyd
push back
stuff?
on the
towards
Like
summer
break
riot
down the
stuff
law
real
and
quick.
everything else.
Because you did
Yes.
say every summer. So we've had
You
very
asked the
few
question
George
of
Floyd riots
me,
since
right?
2020, but go ahead, Ryan.
I think
Yeah, I
we
just
have
wanted to
them
mention, like,
in
this is a
in
common
parts of the
tactic
country
that the
every
right
summer.
uses to talk about BLM quote unquote riots. What they're actually talking about is the largest civil rights protests in American history that led to a massive police reforms, and they want to downplay it because they don't want you to protest. They don't want you to go out and protest, police violence, because they know it's effective
Ryan,
and they
are
want
you
to
really
deter
going to
people from
sit here
doing
and
that.
try to
But
defend Black
besides the
Lives
point,
Matter?
Oh, this
sorry,
is
you can
crazy.
go in a minute.
Wild
But besides
take.
that, I wanted to bring up, countries like Norway, who abolished the death penalty in 1979, and they have an extremely low homicide rate. Iceland abolished it almost 100 years ago in 1928, and they have an even lower. It's one of the safest countries in the
Oh, wait,
world.
wait, wait. Okay,
Denmark,
let's stop there because you're
sure,
shotgunning a bunch of shit. Iceland, um, social cohesion, yes, massive amounts of social cohesion. First of all, a small population,
agreed.
ethnically
Yeah.
homogenous,
Isn't this an
pretty
argument in our favor, though, Rachel?
interesting.
It's that
No,
if
it's
you
an
have the social
interesting.
cohesion and no death penalty, it seems to be the very low rate of crime. If anything, this shows that
Simply
Well,
it's
because of
not a
that.
because
deterrent; it's
what
the social
let's
cohesion.
The
go
comprehensive
wait a
social
minute. Wait a
cohesion.
minute.
Yeah,
Let's go back to
holistic.
my opening. Iceland has a very small population of ethnically homogenous. It's very interesting. You guys could use this in your defense if you wanted to, but I'll crush it for you here. Even though they're mostly secular, they're not a very religious society whatsoever, and they have a lot of egalitarianism. It's very isolated. There's not a bunch of migrants coming in. There's not a bunch of multiculturalism. There's not a bunch of leftism. And again, the emphasis is on duty and social cohesion. Yeah, you probably don't need a death penalty there.
So why don't you argue for that instead of the death penalty? It seems to be working pretty well there, right?
Well, I haven't argued for the death penalty. I've just argued that it can be extremely effective in the right conditions. That's
Deterrent,
my
yes.
whole.
And
If
but
you
most of
guys
those
would ever
conditions,
just absorb my opening statement,
No,
my
we
opening
understand.
statement was,
We
yeah,
understand,
I
hey,
understand
the
what
Rachel.
you're
death
We're
saying.
not
penalty
saying
absolutely can be a
the
deterrent.
problem is
Yes.
every example that you've brought up has unfortunately been unable to prove that the death penalty is the reason that this is specifically happening. And when you look at these other countries that do not have the death penalty and achieve similar outcomes, it seems to be because of that social cohesion that you said is a good
Only,
thing and agree
but
with.
again,
So what we're
So
saying
maybe I
is,
it's
can
the
maybe I can
conditions.
ask the question then if we because I think it's state to state, right? In currently in America, it depends on the
Mhm.
state, but if we like maybe enforced federally and like overrid everything and said, you know what, for this crime and on, we're going to enforce the death penalty. If you do X, Y, or Z, death penalty, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If we did that, do you think that would deter future crimes from happening going forward?
Yes, only if we made it so that you don't get 7 appeals, you don't get 2 mistrial you don't get all these mistrials, you don't get 20 years to sit there, you don't have, this slow moving thing where you're gonna sit in jail for 3
25-year
years before
process,
you even
right?
go to trial. If it
Yeah.
was the situation where we said, "Okay, these are heinous crimes, you're gonna get trial within 6 months, and you're not going to get an appeal unless there's an extreme circumstance," like other countries do, yes, I definitely think that would work. Can these guys prove that it is not the threat of the death penalty? Can you prove it's not that?
So before we try to do that, do you acknowledge that, like, under what you just prescribed, there would be an increase in innocent people being killed, and it's already about like almost 13%. Do you acknowledge that it would go up under what you just described?
It may go up. I don't know that you could say it absolutely would go up. It may go up.
Well,
I think it's
wait,
fair.
Rachel, come on. Like, if
But
it's
we can argue
already
that
with
this is
the
deterrent
process
too.
that you're bemoaning, which is like this 25 ridiculous process with all these appeals. Don't get me wrong. I think that's ridiculous too. But if we have the death penalty, unfortunately, we have to make absolutely sure that we are killing these people on like good grounds. If we get rid of that, and right now it's 1 in 8 people are exonerated, you can't imagine that at least a few more people would not get exonerated if we don't have the process to check whether or not they're being innocent.
Well, look,
It's already 1 in 8.
I don't like the US justice system at all. I think there's a ton of
Well,
problems with it.
hold
I
on.
think
That's a pivot,
everyone
though. Rachel, do you think that
no, it's
more
not a
people
pivot
would
because
die
you're
innocently?
what the prompt is whether or not the death penalty is
Right. You
an
keep
effective
retreating to
deterrent, and you
this
keep saying, but it could be bad because innocent
because
people could
no,
be killed.
right. Because
That is
Rachel, if all
completely
we're gonna do
aside
here is
from
just say, look, if you do
Hey, keeps
anything,
interrupting me.
fucking sorry,
I can't
Rachel,
answer your
well,
question if
because we're
you're
gonna
gonna
go in
interrupt me.
circles. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I just want to cut to the chase here. Look, like we said, I'm gonna keep saying, and look, you could have the deterrent be life in prison, or you could have it be death. I think Ryan's argument is that one of those is not very marginally different from the other. But all I'm saying is, if you said every crime was punishable by death, of course, people are going to commit less crimes if they think that stealing a candy bar will get them killed. However,
So it's an
if that's
effective deterrent.
Yes.
and that effective is the key word there, because effective meaning, oh, crime goes down, sure, but that's why
Mhm.
I need you to positively inform why you want to live in this society where more innocent people are being killed to get this lower rate of crime. Is that worth it to you? Because if you don't want to defend that because you know it's a harder position to defend, I understand, like, that is a valid debate tactic. But the problem is, if you're saying, hey, the death penalty is a deterrent, I can take that to the logical conclusion. It's like, yeah, we should just kill everyone for every fucking crime. And then is that the world you want to live in, where suddenly we're just killing fucking everyone, and I can accuse you of something and you get very little
Hey.
due process and you die?
Well, if you're talking about this,
already
we can talk about less people being killed as well too, because those people are not killing. So I went ahead and sent a Stanford law review over to Sarah, and what it shows is that a study by Joanna Shepard, based on the data from all states, right, finds that each death sentence deters 4.5 murders, and that execution deters 3 additional murders. Her study also investigates that the contested
Sarah, can you
question
post that in
whether
the private chat?
execution deters crime by passion,
It
murders,
says
Wait, Mark,
by
correct.
innate,
Mark,
everybody
yeah,
else.
Metro, can you throw that in the private chat so we can do it too? But and maybe
I've-
repeat it.
I've-
You said it a little fast. Can you say it again?
So a study by Joanne. Hold on, let me.
Or maybe if I have it in front of me, too.
I'm
can you do
gonna I'm gonna send, because it's a picture. I'm gonna send them to you guys directly.
Yeah, it was a PDF, so I couldn't, like, it wouldn't let me send a link, right?
What's it called again? You said it's a Stanford study?
Yeah, so this is it's a Stanford law review. It's called "Is Capital Punishment Morally Required?" This is kind of like something that's been famously done. I'm going to go ahead and read it off. A study by Joanna Shepard, based on data from all states, finds that each death sentence deters
Got it for you, Ryan.
4.5 murders, and an execution deters 3 additional murders. Her study also investigates the contested question whether execution deters crimes of passion, and murders by inmates. So we can also see this as well too. So it does deter by this study as well too. So we can also look at this as a deterrent by this Stanford study. So I think that what also just to go ahead and bounce off of what Rachel was talking about, this not only stops at one person, but would you also agree with me that if I have a worldview and I'm arguing for that in this debate, and I never change your mind, but the 10,000 people watching this debate, it changes their mind, would that be a deterrent? And that's what she's talking about. I think that overall, in the premise, what you're arguing for is like, oh, this is one innocent life, or that you're arguing for that, but this person continuously killing in most cases. This is, you could say, crimes of passion, things like that, or even people that are rapists. Are they able to be rehabilitated? Would this stop them? Do you want those people to be released in society or kill more in prison? This is something that we have not have an answer for ever since the beginning of this debate. Even in my opening statement, I still don't have an answer for this.
Can I
need an answer
ask?
for
Well,
that.
Can I kind of
Go ahead.
prompt a thought process within that? Because we're saying, is it a deterrent for crime? We already have sentencing and laws out there right now that would presumably deter crime to begin with, even at life in prison, or things of that nature. So if we already have laws in place to deter crime, would we could we conclude that those are working, or are people still, committing crimes and so on and so forth, with the chance or hope that they don't get caught or things of that nature?
Well, I would like them to answer Marte's question first, but
Yep.
the thing about that is that a lot of people who are violent criminals don't give a fuck about being in prison. They love prison. They can run their crime networks from prison. Prison is not a deterrent for them. Death might be, because you can't keep doing your crime, and you can't,
Might
be
be.
a crime boss or whatever from, the beyond. So,
Mhm.
Well, might be
but I
doesn't
would
feel
like
very
to hear them
strong.
answer Marte's question that he asked at the end there if he
I
Yeah,
wants
so
to
that
I
was
was
the
answer
I
part
was
I
reading,
prompted.
so I didn't get the
My
exact
initial
question,
statement, I don't have an answer for that. So
but
she's
my
right.
understanding is this is, or from what I can tell, this is one of the studies that's been critiqued by the National Research Council in regards to this question, and that they've said repeatedly, no study to date has adequately controlled for variables that affect both capital punishment and crime rates, and they don't like that. This is a paper that's been critiqued extensively. Again, at best, there's no conclusive evidence that this is that it deters. And even that paper, I was kind of skimming through the conclusion. It suggests there may be deterrent, and it should be like further investigated, but that's certainly not a causal link. That's kind of a let's do more research, which I'm not opposed to, as death
Well,
penalty still
and
exists.
Ryan,
So
let me
So you
jump in
don't
on
have
that
any
too.
reputations, what you just said
Hold
for
on.
that.
First of all, he did say this is a very questioned as to whether or not the methods of these studies is actually like effectively showing what they're claiming to show. But regardless, like let me cede you this point. If this study showed, like without a doubt, like this was each capital punishment resulted in 3 innocent lives saved. I think obviously that's a good thing. Like, how the fuck do you argue against that? The problem is if it can also show me, because we can talk about, like we said, obviously, if you make the harshest punishment for any crime, death, it's probably going to reduce at least to some degree. In the same way, when you make abortion illegal, some leftists might argue, oh, like, people will still get back alley abortions, which is true, but abortion rates do go down. It's going to deter it at least a little bit. By the way, they're not punishing abortion by death there. It's just, hey, we made it a crime. Like, deterrent is the punishment, right? Now, the severity, we can argue, is the severity of death so much worse than the severity of life in prison that it's doing this, and it seems like that's not borne out. However, if this is true, let's just say every single time you kill a guy, you're saving 3 to 5 innocent people, and that's an obvious utilitarian argument there. You have to then show that you're not also killing 1 in 8 innocent people every single time, which is why we kept pushing back on that. And you'd have to show that this is not going to cost the state more. Now, if you don't give a shit about the cost, sure, like we're killing the people, we're saving the innocent lives, great. Now, how are we making it so the innocent people don't get killed? Because for every innocent person, 3 innocent people we save by killing 1, 1 in 8 people is going to die innocently, right? And then if you reduce the time, this long drawn out process, now that number's going to go up, just obviously. So that's why we could push it back
basically
there.
just conceded the whole debate, but now we're talking about just semantics of how bad. That's all we're doing, is getting into the weeds of like how
yeah,
bad,
yeah.
is it a deterrent or less of a deterrent? And so the whole
That's why
prompt
he wants that's why he's going,
given.
"Well, what's the least crime that you think we should punish by death?" He wants to change the
Because that's
debate
such
because he's
the
already
if
Yeah,
conceded,
the
that's
like,
where we're
that's
at
why
right now.
again I actually didn't read the prompt go until I got in here, and if it's literally can you deter people by saying I'll kill you is so fucking obvious that it's a ridiculous premise
It's
in the
not my
first
fault you
place.
don't do your homework.
well,
Well,
can I
here's the
say
thing. Here's the thing.
I
This
think
was
that
go ahead, Ryan.
yeah. I mean, I think that soy is getting us closer to a more interesting conversation for sure. But I still think that the life in prison without parole, like you guys, the obligation is always going to fall on you guys to demonstrate that there's a significant difference between crime deterrence of life in prison without parole and the death penalty specifically. That is on you guys to make that case. And you have
Right, because
absolutely not made that
Ryan,
case
because the
even
debate could
close.
just as easily be if I take away your fucking cookies for a crime, is it going to make the less people do the crime? And the answer is obviously yes too. The question is, should
but
we do
Ryan,
the death
Don't
penalty?
fucking
Not
touch my cookies.
could you fucking kill? If you threaten to kill someone, will at least some portion of the people you're threatening to kill not do the thing because you're threatening to kill them? It's so fucking obvious. It's like
I'll give you an
it's literally
example. Let's say I have a
self-evident.
Nintendo at home. It's a PS5,
Marte
whatever you
already
want to
gave
call the
you a
system.
first of all,
Go
Marte
ahead.
already gave you a study that did demonstrate that, and I already gave you worldwide data that when we're talking about the more populous countries and not countries like Monaco that have 300 people in them, the countries that have capital punishment do have the lowest rates of serious crime in the world. And I did contextualize that by saying it's part of a broader system that
Mhm.
works, and that the reason it doesn't work everywhere is because if you're not serious about it, it's not a good deterrent, which is another blatantly obvious thing, right? If you have
Right.
the death penalty, but like nobody really uses it and they give you 20 years and 7 appeals, well, yeah, of course it's not going to be a deterrent. But in places where they're serious about it, it is a very good deterrent. We have provided evidence. What you haven't provided is evidence that to the contrary of that.
Well,
We've
wait, hold
done
on.
nothing
First of
but
Well,
all, we
provide
have
Yeah,
by
there's
showing
nowhere.
that there are
Congress has
places where there's the
conceded
death
multiple
penalty
times.
for there's a death penalty for crimes and it doesn't necessarily deter them, like we showed in Singapore with the drug use. And we showed also that there are countries that
You
don't have the
didn't.
death.
That fell flat on its face when we got into it, soy
No,
pill.
we
You
showed if
you
you have
agreed
some
with me.
threshold, yeah, if you are using a very small amount, that's not deterring people, but the drug usage is going up overall. The drugs are coming from somewhere, and these people
Because
should
that's
otherwise be
not
punishable by
punishable
death.
by death. What's punishable by death is
Is
the
the,
trafficking, and that has
up to
decreased
500 grams of weed.
66%.
Is it
Yeah, that's
has the drug
trafficking.
trafficking completely decreased?
It's decreased 66% within the first 4 years of them implementing capital punishment for drug trafficking,
Okay,
yes, and it's
and I
one
do
of the
concede
lowest
that
in the
point.
world.
That's the
That
debate.
clearly is a deterrent at that point. Now, but look, if you look at these other countries like Iceland, Austria, Ireland, New Zealand, and you look at their violent crime rate, and it says, okay, these people do not have the death penalty in these cases. You have to show that the death penalty is at some point the reason why deterrence is working in these other countries with similar or even worse crime indexes. Like,
Wait,
if you
hold on.
can't
That
establish
makes no
that,
sense. If I don't have a
Yeah.
punishment because there's nothing to punish, why would I need the death penalty? So that's like it's irrelevant. So it's like
Well,
what
there's
you're
violent
talking
crime
about is
everywhere.
like
wait,
if
what?
I so that makes no sense. You're talking about like countries where there's no little to no crime, we're not going to have a death penalty. Thus, why have a deterrent if there's nothing to deter? That's basically what you're saying right now.
Well,
So
we're
like
talking
I
about
think that
there's some
you
amount
brought
of
up
violent crime everywhere, and there's
right, and
some
you brought
level
up
of
Singapore
deterrence.
and
Like they
Japan,
stipulate
which
that.
already
we've
had very
never
low
met
rates
the,
of crime.
murder or anything like that that's substantial that we integrate in China or Singapore, anything that Rachel's talked about. Like that's not been mentioned. So if you don't
What
have
about
this
Canada?
specific thing to deter, why have the thing there? Like that's almost a damn near non sequitur.
Well, no, again, because you bring up countries that already had very low rates of violent crime, and then say the death penalty is the reason for this, right?
Well, no. What she's saying is that if that what you're saying is that if there's no crime that's punishable by death, right? Why have this there, right? Why have the deterrent there if it's non-existent? This is very simple shit. So all I'm saying is that what you're arguing for is like, let's have this thing. Why isn't it there when the shit isn't even happening to
Right.
punish?
And that brings us to the more interesting conversation, which is if
Yeah.
you do implement the death penalty
A
for
different
these
debate.
things,
Let's
if you
do
do
a
implement,
different debate
Yeah,
since I
does
just
it
lost this one.
actually deter
Yeah.
the crime? And it's like, again, Rachel, if the conversation is, hey, if I threaten everyone with death, will they not do it? Obviously. And if that's the debate, then I don't understand why you thought that we were going to come in here and say, yeah, every single person, if you point a gun at their head
Ryan
and
did.
say, well, Ryan's saying, and which is the
I
much
didn't
more
necessarily
interesting
say that either.
conversation, because this is the dichotomy that you guys are kind of forced into is
Oh, it's more
either you
interesting.
do,
So let's
the
switch
death
to a
penalty,
different prompt that I
miss
haven't
your,
lost or
hey, look,
conceded
I
to yet
know
because
that
it's
you're
more
not allowed to interrupt
interesting.
your husband at home, so you're trying to get it all here, but please let me finish, okay? Look, so you either have you're saying that it's the death
Oh,
penalty
so
or not the
funny.
death penalty, right? What Ryan is saying is that there's all these other punishments that we can do that clearly reduce the crime rate. We can look at the crime rates drop from around the world. We looked at your New York example and we can see, hey, when the death penalty wasn't there, it's still plummeted. When the death penalty wasn't there before, it was still going down. So all of these other things are clearly deterrents that clearly work and are clearly effective, and we have a
Okay,
reduced crime rate
so
across
do
the
you,
world. So if you're just saying, hey, if I had nothing or the death penalty, would the death penalty work as a deterrent? Obviously, that's such a boring fucking conversation. We're saying, is it worth
well, you
implementing the
agreed to
fucking
it.
death
Okay,
penalty?
you little prattle machine, you little prattle machine. Do you want to just concede this debate then and switch to a different
Rachel,
debate?
I will say this so clearly, and you can clip this. If you're saying, do you want to concede that if you had said, hey, there is no punishment for this crime or we'll kill you, that obviously just saying we'll kill you will make them do
That's
it
a
less?
false dichotomy.
Fucking
That's
obviously.
a
I would
false
concede that one
dichotomy.
too.
We're sticking to the prompt. It's not our fault that you literally said,
Won't
I
concede
didn't see
that.
the prompt until I got in here, and when I got in here, I just conceded to the debate.
Can,
Okay,
if,
well
is
then
the
we
is
won
the
the
debate
debate.
that
Can I read
if you
something?
threaten to
We're
murder
literally
people,
both not even on the same side in
Let's
this.
pull it back.
Ryan's the
Well,
only
we
one
kind
that
of
brought
are.
anything of a fight, and that's not even a fight. Go ahead.
So I want to quote something from the paper that Marte brought up. It said, like, this is from the conclusion. It says, if the recent evidence of deterrence is ultimately shown to be correct. So they're even like hedging their bets. They're like unsure. And again, more recent studies have repeatedly shown there is no conclusive effect. So I think that you're not making the strongest case by providing this paper specifically.
You're still dancing around the subject as far as they're saying the pro that's saying it's shown to have a deterrent, and then later on you're going ahead and recanting all that was specifically stated in that article that I sent you. That's what I'm saying, is that you're saying, well, they're hedging their bets. Can you show me they're hedging their bets? How?
Well, they're
Where in
saying
the
if
article
the
does it say
recent
that?
evidence of deterrence is ultimately shown to be correct. So they're not saying that it is correct. They're saying this recent evidence, and again, more recent studies have demonstrated over and over there is no conclusive evidence. So it seems like this from 2005 or 2006, right? So if more recent studies are saying that, hey, since this paper was published, that that evidence has not held up, and again, like when we talk about the amount of people who are quote unquote saved by the death penalty, it looks at like a national average, which is very, very abstracted and doesn't really tell us the full picture based on a lot of the things that Rachel brought up in the opening, right? That we have to look at more specific stuff.
I heard this diatribe, but you still have no refutation, I hear. So just speculation.
The refutation is that this doesn't demonstrate what you're claiming to.
Oh, so a paper that outright states in the beginning, and then you're saying, well, it's speculative at the end.
Read me what it outright states that you're saying.
Counter.
Can you read me from the paper what you're specifically claiming it like how it specifically supports your point?
Okay, in the beginning it says it basically states from 1997 to 1999, it shows that each death sentence deters 4.5 murders, and that an execution deters 3 additional murders. Her study also investigates the contested question. When we go down the line of all this other stuff, there's nothing that refutes that.
It sounds like you're reading an article about the paper, not the paper.
This is the paper.
Sometimes there's
well, I mean,
usually like an abstract.
They're discussing the paper. I mean, we can talk about all this, but when you open this up, the is capital punishment morally required, this is the review. So, I mean, of course it's a review, but you would have to offer refutation to that initial statement of saying the deter, right? How does it not deter?
Not necessarily.
Right?
I think that if the paper itself doesn't support it, then I definitely don't have to. But which is why I asked you to quote the paper itself. Like I quoted the actual paper at the very bottom. I was just saying how, like, if this evidence does end up being true, which again, it seems like what they're saying is that there's reasonable doubt. Like in the conclusion, the first thing they say is that like they outline a lot of the claims that Soy and I have made throughout this, and they say, well, there may be reasonable doubt to this, but they aren't saying that it's been certainly decided that there is a deterrent. So I just don't think this supports you as strongly as you think it does.
Can I try something, Sarah, real quick?
We're getting in the weeds already because they've already conceded. Like they already
Rachel,
conceded.
I have a very important question to this. I have a very
deterrent.
well, hold on, just me. Ryan hasn't completely, but let me ask you something, Rachel. You have a kid, right?
What?
You have a kid, right? I'm not trying to make this personal, but this is just like a hypothetical. You have a child. Okay.
I'm gonna use the little coders room real quick.
Pick one of them, right? Okay. Say this child walked up to you when they were still a child, right? I know they're all grown now, and they said, "Mommy, I want to go to the movies. Can I have $5?" Would you give them $5 to go to the movies? Or like, "Hey, Mommy, I want to." Maybe it's even more righteous. Can I have $5 to put in the collection plate? Right? Would you give them $5?
Sure.
Okay. Now, if they took one of Andrew's guns and pointed at your head, his 357 Magnum, and say, "Mommy, give me fucking $5 or I'll blow your head off," would they give you $5? Or would you give them $5? What? Would you give them $5 if they said, "Mommy, I'm going to blow your fucking head off if you don't give me $5?
Well, no, I would just rip the gun out of their hand and.
No, they're standing across the room. You're not close enough. They're about to blow your head off.
I don't know what
this is trying to demonstrate, Rachel, is
I'll just concede it. Sure. What's your point?
The point is that there are ways to do this, to deter crime that we're doing across the country because the death penalty is not so common. That is making crime go down. And the death penalty, while definitely obviously going to deter crime if you did it for even the most extreme situations, like we said, like thievery, it doesn't like make the argument so interesting as to should we do it? Like I'm asking you to make the positive, like, can we do the death penalty? Not obviously, if the delineation is between nothing and the death penalty, or even like half of a life sentence and the death penalty, that the death penalty is probably going to make people question it a little more. The question is, should we even be having the death penalty? The reason I came in here with my intro and said it's more costly, it's going to get innocent people killed, and it doesn't really seem to deter crime in the places that we've implemented it, is because what's the point of just saying, yeah, okay, people who are scared of death won't do the specific thing if the otherwise punishment is practically nothing? Like, that's why it's not an interesting conversation. Just be like, yeah, hey, obviously my child, if they threaten me with a gun, I'd give them $5.
We've been through this like 5 times, Soy Pill. I understand you don't like the prompt, you wanna change it to a different prompt, you wanna have a more interesting conversation because you've abandoned the original one, but it's up to Sarah what she wants to do here because if you've conceded, but Ryan hasn't, right? Like, where do we go here? What do we
Ryan,
do
will
here?
you
Because
double down with me
I'm
and
not going
say
to I'm not
that death is
listen, I'm not
Actually, I
gonna
bad?
give
have
you
an
what you want.
idea. If we'd like
Well,
to, and Ryan and I will hand it right back to you, but I want to throw an option out for all of you because I do feel like we're kind of coming to a standstill. And my apologies, it was a bad prompt. It was handed to me, and I didn't even think twice about it. So,
that's
Well,
on
if
you too.
everyone agreed to it, Sarah, that's not your fault.
Yeah.
true. I will still take all of the blame right here. I'm the lady of the panel that has to take the blame. So I will take it. It was on me. I should have thought twice about it. So here's what I want to offer to the four of you. And Ryan, you will have your opportunity to add in prior to. But if we would like to, we can shut down this debate. We can close statements, go read a few super chats, and then open the panel. And now we can go into an open dialogue without anybody backtracking on their original statements or messing with the prompt. And we can have more of an interesting conversation if you so choose. Or we can continue down this path. I'm happy to do so. And we can try to finagle more blood from that tulip. It's up to
Let's
you.
do that. I
Um,
can concede that Ryan can share half the L with Soy Pill if he wants to
Hell
because
yeah.
he's
Let's
actually got a dog
communism show
in
the
the fight
L.
or trying to.
Ryan,
very
did
sweet
you
of you.
So
realize that we
yeah, let's do the
conceded
closing
that if you hold
statements.
a
I'm
gun
good.
to someone's head, they will not want to do the thing that you otherwise threaten
Well,
them not to do?
well,
If
this
I
yeah, this
threaten
steers me
all of
into
you
what I
with
was going to
the
say
We're
anyway.
still in the weeds right
penalty,
now.
I am
go ahead.
open to Sarah's proposal, but I wanted to say it in this context. Like, we're not arguing that like stand your ground laws or castle doctrine laws don't deter crime, right? And so those are things where crime is being met with potential violence, and I think that that does deter people from engaging in crime. But that's not the death penalty. That's not capital punishment. And I think that the obligation again falls on you guys to prove that
You'd
that
have a
death
hard time
penalty
proving that it's not an
specifically.
extension of capital punishment
I don't
by
think I have to prove
law
that. They're,
and
they're just fundamentally
by
different
proxy.
policies.
Yeah,
I
Okay.
don't have to
just
prove anything about that.
semantics.
They just
And
are.
Rachel, I believe you were the final one. Do you agree to close down and go into open panel?
Yep, I'm just checking to see if there's anything else I gotta do. I did have to take that personal call. My dad's in a nursing home and there's like a little bit of an issue with him and they
Mhm.
need my permission for stuff. So I can stay, but I may have to step away for a quick minute,
Yep,
to
Yeah, do what
that's
you got
fine.
to do.
Totally okay. Okay, so here's what we'll do if everybody's on board, correct? Okay. So Ryan, if you want to kick us off with your closing statement and we'll go from there.
Do you mind if I don't go first, or is that kind of
I can go
set in
first
stone
if you
already?
want me to.
Okay,
Go
I'd
ahead,
appreciate it.
Soy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I came in here, and this is on me. I'm sorry, chat and everyone watching. I thought we were going to be arguing a pro or affirmative stance for the death penalty. I think that the opposing side has done a very poor job of proving that the death penalty deters crime in the way that they say they do. But if we're going to have the most boring argument ever, which is, hey, if someone has no punishment or is going to be killed for the thing that they did, they were, at some degree, some people are going to be less likely to do it. Yeah, of course. This is a ridiculously, obviously, so boring thing to concede that I don't understand why anyone would try to claim victory over it, because the interesting conversation is, what do we actually fucking do in society, and not, hey, if I put a gun to your head, will you be less likely to do the thing I tell you not to do? Yeah, no shit. The question is, hey, how do we implement the death penalty? The way that we've implemented the death penalty in America seems to not be working. It's more costly, it kills innocent people, and it doesn't seem to deter crime. In the places where they have done it, and I have conceded this, that as per Rachel's source, the trafficking in the Philippines or the Singapore has gone down after the death penalty, and I would never argue against that. That seems like a stat that is just true. The question is that a good thing? How many innocent people are being killed and locked up for it? I don't think that's good. I think that we should do everything in our power to make sure that innocent people don't go to jail. And while I think that maybe one innocent person going to jail for 500,000 criminals is, actually maybe an okay trade-off, 1 in 8 is fucking insane, and which is obviously more in Singapore, is way worse. So no, I don't think we should do the death penalty, not because I don't think anyone deserves death. There's plenty of people I want to fucking murder, and I just think that it's just not effective. So that's my argument. That's what I came here to argue. But yeah, we can have the boring conversation too.
Beautiful. Ryan, are you ready?
Yeah, I think so. So even if we entertain the idea that the death penalty might deter someone, the evidence just isn't there to show it works better than the alternatives we already have, like life without parole. What we do know is this: certainty deters more than severity. People are less likely to kill if they believe they'll get caught, not if the punishment is harsher down the line. And in the real world, the death penalty doesn't just fail to deter, it drains resources, delays justice, and executes the innocent. We've named them tonight. Cameron Todd Willingham, Carlos de Luna, Troy Davis. These are people who should still be alive. And let's be honest, if the other side wants to make the system more effective, what that really means is making it faster, harsher, and less careful. And they've said this, or at least Rachel has said this very clearly, that she would prefer that, which only guarantees that more innocent people will be killed, which seems to be a sacrifice she's willing to make. So if the policy doesn't clearly prevent violence and it risks taking innocent lives to preserve the illusion that it does, it just has no place in a just system. There's simply a better way: solve more crimes, fund real defense, invest in prevention. The death penalty does not protect us, it just gambles with lives.
Thank you, Ryan. Rachel, to you.
All right. So what Ryan just said, he was kind of onto something, but then he totally shit the bed with that. So yes, the point is to make it swifter, more efficient, and more certain. And those are the factors that do enhance the effectiveness of having a death penalty in place. However, as I said, the problems with the American justice system and these like more libertarian leftist leaning justice systems, why the death penalty is not as effective in those cases, has more to do with the inefficiency of the system and the political correctness that prosecutors have to deal with. So it's not baked in, and this would be a whole separate debate, but it is not baked in that you would necessarily have to have more innocent people getting, wrongfully executed under a more efficient system. You could simply have a system that is not so bogged down with political correctness and social justice that prosecutors basically have their hands tied, and you get like riots anytime a criminal gets convicted of something and gets given the death penalty, and you have protesters everywhere. You could simply make it so that you didn't have all of that political baggage with the convicting these criminals, and you could theoretically
Oh,
and
geez, Curtis.
practically improve the efficiency of the system, make the death penalty more effective, and just like they have in Japan, Japan doesn't have a bunch of people being wrongfully executed. They only have to do it two or three times a year because their system is so much more efficient. There's social cohesion. They do not tolerate protests and riots and political correctness and all of this garbage that we deal with in the United States. You don't have George Floyd riots every time a criminal in Japan gets arrested and executed, right? And they don't have endless appeals and all this nonsense that we have here. And it works, right? So if you could have a system where you have more social cohesion, you have less corruption in the system, you don't have all this garbage political correctness going on, you could have a more efficient system where the death penalty is so effective that you barely have to use it. And I think we did a good job of demonstrating that this could be the case and that it's historically been the case, and that even the soy pill kind of just conceded to the prompt there, and I think we won. So big dub for me and Marte. Everybody go follow Marte. He's going to be the next best thing on the debate panel. So you go follow him on Instagram and YouTube and everywhere else that he is. Twitter X.
Thank you, Rachel.
I guess
And
this is the
Marte,
Wilson
to you.
tactic, just declare
It's
victory.
funny. So I'm going to go ahead and just circle all back to this debate, for example. Soy pill, if you knew you're going to take a fat ass L in this debate, would that have deterred you from doing this debate and actually doing homework? I would say yes, that might have done that. So you wouldn't say this whole thing is boring, right? So that in a sense is an example that I'm going to use for this. If we knew that we were going to take an L before we did a debate, we probably would have said, no, we're not going to do this because it's boring. I'm going to get life in prison with
Little does he
4
know
people on a panel
that's
I'm
an
just gonna
argument in
have to
our
suffer
favor.
through
Where
litigation through.
obviously
You went ahead and accepted this.
not
but
killing me
I would
would
argue to say that
also
if we
deter
knew we
me.
were going to take this L, you did do homework and you just said, you know what, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to avoid doing this because that is just a fat deterrent that I'm going to have to eat.
Yeah, isn't that
That's
crazy?
an
No one had to
example
threaten to kill
here
me.
I'm showing you Yeah, hold on. I'm still going. So that's a deterrent in itself that I'm presenting you. By admission, you went ahead and said, no, I didn't even really do research, didn't do anything. This is like the example of us not knowing that there's death at the other end of this. We're walking in doing this, and you have just a free society of just boring outcomes and things that happen, right? By allowance, right? Absent a death penalty, what you do is you have more allowance of things happening. What you've also demonstrated that is if there's death for stealing candy bars and you've never reconciled this, if there's going to be a decrease of death or increase, right? You've actually went ahead and conceded the whole point and said that, you know what, if there's death all across the board, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and throw my hands up and say, yes, there's going to be less death, right? This is something you've said throughout the debate. Going back to this, and you've agreed on this, you conceded the debate in the beginning. If you knew that this whole debate was going to be boring, yet you still signed up for this debate, and I don't know why you would do that. This is showing that if I went ahead and said, hey, Soy Pill, I'm going to go ahead and tell you how boring this debate is, you don't want to do this, we would argue that that's a deterrent. But absent this deterrent of you knowing you're going to take this L, you went ahead and did this. That demonstrates the fact that you're walking into something because there was no deterrent present to do, because you didn't do homework or did anything.
If I knew
this,
I would
right?
have
You just
died
walked
after this
into it.
debate, I wouldn't have come.
So
He's
you
not
see
wrong. But I also wouldn't have
Thank you,
come if I knew it was
Marte.
this
And
boring.
again, I find that
This
the
boring.
fail is on me. Most of the time, I read through the prompts very well and give it some thought. But
Sarah,
this
please
time I
don't,
just
Sarah. It's not your fault. First of all, it's my fault for not reading the prompt. But second of all, it's also my fault because I thought there's no way we could possibly be so stupid as to hide behind the most obvious fucking question in the world, which is if someone threatens to kill you, will you not do the thing? But
yeah.
I guess that's what
I
we're doing to
thought in my
declare
mind,
victory. I forgot to declare victory in
Well,
my closing, Sarah.
yeah. While we're declaring victory, I think I've successfully defeated all three of my fellow panelists tonight. And simply Rachel and Marte and Soy have all failed to demonstrate that the death penalty specifically deters crime any more than life in prison without parole or any other swift.
Ryan, if I told you you'd die after this debate, would you have come?
I think in my mind, though, I was
Perhaps.
thinking the
Whoa.
prompt would have gone further as well. So
It's our fault for thinking
yeah.
past the words and reading
It's
between the
okay.
lines, Sarah.
I
It's
think
really we're so dumb.
I will take the L for the evening. You can all take your W's.
You mean if
Firm
you would have
audience-
had a deterrent, you wouldn't have done this, Soy?
No, see, if actually you proved my point, which is if you didn't have to threaten to kill me to get me not to come because I thought it would be so boring, that would also deter me.
Well, no, that would be you not doing your research or doing due diligence. That's what that is. Not me threatening to kill you.
No, the point
What
is
if you were
that
told you'd
death
be
was
locked
not
up
a
forever?
necessary deterrent in this case to get me to not show up.
That's on you
Okay.
still. So.
Fair
So
enough.
if you want to see the winner against all three panelists more, you should come check out Radical Coder, youtube.com/Radical Coder. Absolute W's all across the board. Sorry, Rachel. I mean,
No, whoever
wife,
declares
sorry, Marte,
victory
sorry,
last
Mr.
wins,
Bill.
all right? And I'm lastly declaring the W, all right? So
Well, I'll take the L. You can all take the W's, and it works out just fine there. All
Hey,
right. So
guys.
yes.
Sarah, I have good news. Well, first of all, I think it's funny that Ryan thought it was going to insult me if he calls me Andrew's wife. Like, that's
no, that was
awesome.
me.
I love
I
being
did
Andrew's
that.
wife.
I'm calling
Yes,
Andrew
I
Wilson's
am
wife.
Mrs. Andrew Wilson. You can just call me Mrs. Andrew Wilson, Andrew's wife, the Crucible's wife, whatever you want to. That's fine. It's like I love
I don't
that.
think it's
I don't take it
insulting,
as an insult.
Rachel. I think it's playing into your ideology. Obviously, you like it. That's why I do it. I think it's interesting and kind of funny. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That's so kind of you.
Yeah.
But Sarah, Andrew has told me to notify everyone that he has awoken from his slumber and he wishes to drink and join the panel and
Hell
give
yeah.
Soy Pill the interesting conversation that he's craving.
Good. Yes, I
Ooh.
can't wait to have a really interesting conversation with Andrew. It's gonna be
Mr.
so
Wilson, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. I did just drop it. You're welcome to join, or your wife has the link as well if she's willing to share it with you. Also, to anyone else who would like to join the panel, the link is now pinned. You're welcome to start scuttling backstage while we read through super chats. Now is the time to do so. It does fill up back there, so hurry. All
Can I say
right.
really quick, Sarah? I just
Yeah,
hit
absolutely.
666 subs, which is the mark of the beast. So I think that's absolutely beautiful for this moment in time. But I would love to get that much higher. So please
Wait,
send all the
gonna-
followers over.
I'm gonna go.
Wait, are you
unsub
opening the
just-
panel right now? Can I use the restroom? Is that a thing?
Yeah, you. No, I'm not bringing the panel on yet. We're gonna read through super chat. So if you got to pee, you got to
Okay,
tinkle.
just in
go
case.
tinkle.
Save the ones for me.
Do you need mommy's permission? Okay, we'll read a few of these. And the backstage is already filling up. All right. Firm audits with the big five says first. I agree with Mrs. Wilson. Come on, everyone, and donate. Thank you, Firm. I appreciate that. The J Man with the Big Ten. Shout out to Marte and Rachel. Christ is risen. Kick these soy boy betas to the curb. Also, my first son will be born on Wednesday. Glory to God. You guys rule. Congratulations, J
Congrats,
Man.
J-Man.
Yes. Glory to
Tomatoes in
God.
the chat.
Congrats, J-Man.
May Christ
He's
keep you.
doing his part.
That's beautiful. I love that. I love baby
Me too.
conversations. Mike Ball with a big five. Good evening, Sarah and family. And hello to you, Mike Ball. And shout out to my mods. Thank you for cleaning out the trash earlier. I appreciate you kindly. That is very important to us. I can never say this person's name. I don't know. With the big 20, happy Memorial Day. And yes, shout out to the panelists, especially. That was one thing I had to check with all of them to make sure that none of us have lives or actually wanted to go to a beach or do something fun this weekend. So thank you to all four of you for being so willing to join on a holiday weekend.
W losers.
That Brad with the Big Ten. Cheers to Rachel. A 10 if there is one. That's quite a
Oh, thank you,
compliment.
Brad. But we've established multiple times that I'm a 5. So thank
I
you
thought
so
you were a
much. So I
Jesus
six.
appreciate you.
Christ.
I thought we put it at a
She
6. I
said a
thought it was
nummy.
a 6.
That's
I'm just an average looking lady. What's wrong with that? Why does everybody think that's
Rachel.
insulting?
I
I'm
can't
just
believe
a
I'm saying
normal
this.
looking lady.
You deserve so much more than the things you put on yourself and the things your husband's put on you.
No, okay, we have to have this conversation, Soy Pill, because he hasn't put anything on me. He rates me higher than I rate myself. He
Okay, that's fair.
says all the time. He says all the time that I'm smarter than he is. I completely disagree.
Me too.
I don't like this idea that we have to fluff up all
Don't do
women
that.
and pretend that we're all 10s. We're not all 10s. I am
I didn't say all women's are
44.
10.
I'm a Midwestern mom, okay? I am not winning beauty pageants. I am not Sarah did not invite me because I am hot to look at, okay? I'm here because I have stuff to say
Wait,
and
what does Andrew rate you?
things to argue. Huh?
What does Andrew say?
I think you
Does
might
he
be
say
smarter
you're a
than Andrew.
10?
No.
Andrew doesn't give you a 10.
Mm-mm.
Oh man.
If he did, I would tell him he's ridiculous and I would just be like, "Stop lying." I don't want him to lie to me and be like, "Oh my god, you're a 10." I'm
Do you
not a
think there's a
10,
person who
clearly.
objectively thinks that you're or subjectively thinks you're a 10? Like obviously this could happen.
He told me I'm a 10
Sarah,
on the
can we
wife
find
scale.
someone in your audience that thinks Rachel's a 10? Other
All
than that,
right.
Brad.
Physically, I'm not
To
a
the
10, but he
chat.
gives me a
If
10
you,
on the
all
wife
right,
scale, okay?
everyone drop your ratings for Rachel. Whatever you think, it better be a 6 and above because I think she's very beautiful. So drop your numbers in the chat and we'll
Ooh.
get a consensus on what we think. There you go.
Listen, he gave me a 10 on the wife scale, which is super important to me. That's what I want to be a good wife. I want to be a good mom. I have a best-selling book. People seem to think I'm kind of smart. That's more than enough for me. I do not need the world to tell me I'm the most pretty and the most smartest and I'm super special. I'm just more realistic than that. So I don't need all the
That's fair.
smoke blown up my ass, you know?
That's fair. Well, and I think also who it's coming from is what is meaningful as well. Like to me, if some random person on the street telling you you're hot or beautiful or whatever is kind of like doesn't really mean much. But coming from your spouse or significant other, and the things that are important to me, that makes more sense. So
I think
Yeah.
generally telling people average is an insult is leading to some decay
Yeah.
and delusion in society, and that's preposterous. Just telling people that you're average, that's the most insulting thing you could do. Well, what would be an average if average is an insult? So we're
Right.
definitely making 10 the average. This is also more ridiculous. So you have to develop some kind of standard that's consistent. And when you make standard like the standard of average insulting, now you have delusion everywhere where Rachel can't even say, you know what, I'm just a 6 and I'm fine with that. Now people are telling her she should be insulted for just something that's average.
Wait,
I think I'm
Marte,
average. I'm a
I
pro
super
athlete.
agree with everything you're saying right now, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd ever say that. But the problem is I would want to marry someone who thinks I'm a 10, even if they're delusional. God damn it, I'm going to marry someone who thinks I'm a 10, right?
But you don't want
Uh,
somebody
Real.
lying to you every single day.
No. They're not
gonna
lying.
say-
Either I am a
Yeah,
10 in their
I
eyes,
think it's a 10.
or at the very
Yeah,
least,
for
they're so
sure.
delusional that no matter how ugly I ever am, they think I'm a 10. That's what I want, right? They're just constantly like,
I'm
yeah, damn.
changing the debate prompt. It's official. Is Rachel Wilson a 10, or is it justified to say that Rachel is a 10?
But hold on, I don't think any of us agree with that. No offense, Rachel.
No, I'm not. See, that's the thing. I'm not offended. I did not. I actually count myself very lucky because I didn't grow up in the digital age. Look, guys, I'm gonna be 44 or 45 in 2 months. Okay. First of all, when I was 19, I was probably a 7. Okay. I was probably a 7
Yeah,
back
isn't
then. But
Andrew's
I'm
metric you're the most hot when you're 20 or something?
I'd say like most of us peak somewhere between 18 and 27, right? I would say. But I had my first baby at 20 and then I had 4 more. So it's like, I mean, that changes you, right? So like at 19, I was probably at my peak. I was probably
Sorry,
like a
Kumo.
7, maybe a 7.5 on a really good day. I was pretty fit and I looked pretty good. But the life changes and things change and I'm 45 years old and for me to run around saying I'm a 10 is just ridiculous. It's just not reality whatsoever. And luckily,
Does Andrew
I
say you're
developed
as beautiful as you are as the day you met, though?
well, he says he loves me more than when he met me and that he thinks I'm
Stop. Wait.
cool
So
and
stop
fun
there.
and
Stop there.
awesome.
I just want to imagine happiness. Okay, we can. That's all I need to know.
Well, you can imagine
Self-gratification over
happiness
here by
because we're
Soy Girl.
super happy. Like we just took a little vacation together and Andrew came back and was talking about how great of a time we had. We get along. We're super best friends. We love each other. The
I believe that for
chemistry's
sure.
always
Yeah.
been there. It's never, there's never been a problem with that. But
Okay.
neither of us are going to sit here and gaslight each other and be like, you're a 10. No, you're a 10. It's like, we're both kind of average-ish. I think he's very attractive.
If he told you to
But,
tell
like-
him he's a 10, would you do it?
Huh?
If he told you, if he instructed you to tell him that he's a 10, would you do it?
Would you submit?
No, I would.
Would you submit
I'd
to the
probably
will
make
of the
fun of him.
husband?
I'd probably be like, really? You want me to tell you you're a 10? Okay. Like, do you need therapy?
very
Like, what's
observant.
going on with you?
This
I would
sounds,
be like,
this
me I'm
sounds a little
beautiful.
intransigent. This sounds a little
It's so
rebellious.
out of
Very feminist
character.
of you,
All
Rachel.
right,
Yeah, this
leave
is
the
very
lady
independent.
alone. This is not. We've entertained
He
this, and
rates
I love the
himself a
fact that we're
4.
all.
I'm ready for the
sometimes.
panel to open up. It's just this is the conversation.
I'm
you know?
getting there. I'm getting there. Cleaner with the big 5 says Rachel had the burden of proof as the affirmative until Soy literally conceded the prompt. Any further refutation, Soy and Ryan will have to prove.
Well, can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Since I never conceded the prompt, I repeatedly affirmed that the burden of proof remained on them, and they absolutely never even came close to overcoming that. So
That's fair. Vordum with the big 10. So, Ryan, are you suggesting that 2020 protests were just that? You mean the fiery but mostly peaceful destruction that cost 2 billion? They stopped tracking this number during that time also.
So I'm absolutely not denying that there was violence. What I am saying is that it was, again, the largest civil rights protest in American history, and that the protests specifically did result in police reforms, and that people who paint them as just riots, they are intentionally doing so because they understand. Well, some of them understand it, some of them are just stupid. But I assume Rachel's intelligent enough to understand that the protest probably worked, and that's why she's the kind of person who will just blanket them as fiery riots and whatever, because she doesn't want to see those police reforms.
Oh yeah, listen, when toddlers throw temper tantrums, more often than not, the parents give in. Didn't say that the riots didn't work. Sure, they worked. Doesn't mean that we should have a society that tolerates that kind of garbage.
Should we
She
kill
did
the
it right there. She flipped it
protesters?
again.
Fair enough. Robert with the big 5, the leftist Soy just conceded the entire debate, admitting that crimes which have death penalty attached will see lower crime output rates.
Well, first of all, I've conceded not that in general this always happens. I gave specific examples that counties in America where we do this, it actually doesn't have a lower rate. However, I do concede that the very basic, obvious question, which is in a vacuum, if you say, hey, otherwise we're increasing this deterrent or this punishment to death, yeah, of course people are going to do something less if you kill them. The question is more interesting and actually much more relevant is, how do we do that? Should we do that? And does it actually fucking work? And the answer is it doesn't really seem to in the way that we want to. That's why it's like, hey, if you want to look at the country like Singapore and say we should be more like that and say, all right, how many innocents are you willing to kill? That's the more like, is that worth it to you? Because it's not worth it to me. That's why I don't want to do it. But if you're just saying, hey, the crime went down in this specific area, yeah, maybe sometimes that does work.
And can I just add one quick thing to that? Also, that I agree with most of that, but also that's why like things like castle doctrine and self-defense laws are effective at deterring crime more than just like capital punishment specifically.
If you agree
Are
they're
you pro
different
gun
things,
rights,
Ryan.
Ryan?
What was
Ryan,
that,
are
Rachel?
you? How do you feel about gun rights?
I like guns.
Great.
I'm pro gun rights.
So,
We
like,
all
are
love
you
guns
pro
here.
Second Amendment, or do you want to like limit it a lot? Are you like, oh, the school shootings?
I I mean, we're going way off topic here. I'm generally in favor of laws that make it harder for certain people to get guns, but I'm never in favor, or almost never in favor of like actually like taking guns away from people. And most restrictions, I'm not necessarily in favor of. Reasonable gun control potentially. You'd have to be more specific. But
Surprisingly based. Surprisingly based. I wasn't expecting that. Soy Pill, you're gonna be so shocked to learn that Rachel is a firearms instructor.
No, you told us about it when you said that women were bad at
Oh,
firearms
there
in
was
your
a
super
super
chat,
chat.
actually.
That's
Yeah.
right.
No, I knew that.
That's
Oh,
right. Powder
I thought that
dust.
you thought I was some sort of like,
Trad
scared
wife who
little.
can't leave the house or
Yeah,
whatever. No, I'm sure Andrew let you be a firearms instructor.
he did.
Pow-
Thank Andrew for that.
Yeah.
thanks,
Powder
Andrew.
Dusty with the Big Ten. A prison is a deterrent. Nobody likes prison, but the degree of dislike varies greatly by facility and sentence.
Yeah.
True.
That's like a kind of to Ryan's point, which I'll say, Ryan, I apologize because I didn't fight as hard in this area. I think there's a very strong argument to show that, like, yeah, life in prison is a pretty big fucking deal. Some people don't care, and that's true. You can give examples of people that just say, well, whatever, I can run my, mafia business outside of here. But most people don't want to go to crime for prison. It's a very, really good deterrent. And if you did that, the same reason I say, hey, if you would kill everyone for every crime, if you said, hey, you get life in prison for every single crime, if you get life in prison for speeding, you're going to see it go down. Whether or not we should do that is the interesting conversation. Not obviously
Sure.
would people speed less if you got life in prison for going 66 in a 65 zone.
Yeah, don't let it happen again, motherfucker.
Vordum says with a Big Ten to the anti death penalty group, if convicted child SA predators have high recidivism rates with no possibility of rehabilitation, what should be done? Also, was Rittenhouse justified or a murderer?
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I think people like that probably like should be killed. Makes sense. You'd have to show me that it's not going to cost more, that it's not going to wrap up innocence, and therefore I think that yeah, these people should just be in prison for life because if they have these high recidivism rates, we should never let them back out. They're going to abuse more people. I just don't know if it's better for society if we kill them because now we're also killing people who might have been falsely accused, and the people who are falsely accused and don't die can potentially prove their innocence.
Well,
And
now you've
Rittenhouse
prison
was,
rate.
sorry.
Now you've increased prison rate
No,
because
no. Child sexual assault. Oh, excuse me. Unless there's a baby in this child or some child in this prison, I think they're not going to be abusing other people.
if they have a proclivity to do this to children, do you think they would do this to adults just the same?
Only ones that look like hot children.
I think a rape is a rape.
Well, sure, okay, but to answer your question in good faith, yeah, if they're like raping people in prison, I don't think that necessarily means, okay, well, because these people are serial rapists, no matter where we put them, we should definitely kill them, because even though I might agree it would be better if they were removed from society, I don't like the downstream effects of what this does when it's going to cost the taxpayer more and when it's going to get innocent people who aren't serial rapists killed. But if it's so cut and dry, it's like, look, if I agree with you guys, if we're in this like vacuum where we can know 100% without a doubt, without the due process, we're like removed from the reality of real life, and we just know for a fact this person is bad. We have the scales of Egyptian gods, and we can just know they're bad. Should we kill them? They have no chance of rehabilitation. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. Also, yeah, Rittenhouse was 100% self-defense. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Sorry, can I add to that as well?
Go ahead.
I think I would agree with most of what Soy said there. But as for the Rittenhouse thing, I also agree. He had due process, and it was ruled to be self-defense, and which is why I think it's really sad to see that he has demanded that like Carmelo Anthony should have life in prison like well before his trial. I think it was a very disgusting thing to see from Kyle Rittenhouse, someone who was assumed guilty in the court of public opinion and should empathize with Carmelo, but instead he's been calling for him to have life in prison before his trial, which is really disgusting behavior.
To your point, Ryan, I would be very upset if Kyle Rittenhouse was murdered because he killed two people, when it turns out by having this extenuous, expensive process, we were able to prove his innocence. That would really actually upset me, because I think it was the most cut and dry thing of, hey, this guy was running away and he killed people, and yet everyone said, oh, he's a murderer, he fired into a crowd of protesters, he tried to kill black people. Like, all of this lies came out, and that's why the world that you kind of are pushing towards with this death penalty stuff does result in stuff, people like that getting killed, which I don't want. I think he should be let off for that.
All right. And Powder Dusty with a big 10. It's not Sarah's fault. It's Ryan's. Do better, Ryan. Yes, Ryan. We're all going to
I will
now
not be
pin this all
apologizing.
I
on
agree
you.
with Powder Dusty.
I think Ryan did amazing tonight. I'm so proud of him.
Just Gerald with the big 10. Gerald appreciates big brain panel. Gerald is learning. Gerald, big dumb, but one day, small smart.
Are you
And
training
We
AIs?
love Just
There's
Gerald.
super chats?
Learning is radical.
I love just Gerald. He's funny. Powder Dusty in with last and final one for
I
now,
told
and I'll
you.
get through the rest
We'd
later.
find one.
10s for Rachel. And actually, I will say there was even some 11s and 12s in there, Rachel, just for the record,
Wow.
just so you know it. All right.
You know why? It's because they're incorporating my winning personality. They think that I'm so cool and so funny, and they're like, she's a 10 because she's so
Yeah.
cool and funny.
Wait,
There you go.
wait, Andrew says
Not
you're a
good
10 wife. Are you implying if you were a worse wife, you would also be like a 4?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm a
That's
great
awesome.
wife. I'm a great wife. I was up at like 6 a.m. this morning, which is like the middle of the night for me, making this man a snack because he was hungry. So I think I'm a pretty good wife. Yeah.
That's love. I'd at that point, I'd be like, nah, it's 6 a.m. I'm sleeping. It's
I gotta
actually
say,
more
you know-
dangerous to wake me up. If you want a snack, that would be your death penalty to ever wake me up.
I gotta say, I think Rachel and Andrew are neither of them are like hard on the eyes, but both of them have political opinions that make them less attractive. You know.
Well, thanks, Ryan.
Shots fired.
Yeah,
All
Captain
right.
Obvious.
The
Tell
panel
somebody we
is
don't know.
waiting patiently backstage. We're going to go ahead and kick it off and have some fun. Hang tight.
Well, that was a boring debate. I thought we were going to talk about the death penalty and whether or not it's good. We're just fucking talking about, well, if I kill you, would you not do it? Yeah, no shit. Hope you guys are having fun, though. Oh, Mooncake's still here. Hey, buddy. Ooh, Ryan and Soy are 10s. You missed the stupidity of the Sarah panels that I am here for. But man, this just made me want to work on my video more. I'm glad you guys had a good time.
Theme, but okay.
All right. Got the whole panel. All right. Rally round guests,
Boy.
ladies and gentlemen, everyone. And I still have a few hanging backstage as well as people drop off panel or get booted from panel. We will, continue to rotate
that
them
was
in
Snoop
and
Dogg.
out. I will establish some rules for the evening. You cannot boot off Mrs. Wilson, Mr. Marte, Mr. Soypill, or Mr. Ryan. I will also add in another veto for Andrew since he is also dual streaming and is a kind friend of the channel. Anyone else, shots can be fired. You can boot, do all you want.
He shaved.
Otherwise,
He
I
looks
leave
like
the floor
30
open
years
if
younger.
somebody wants to start with a question.
Cool. Hey, can we start by asking how much is a panel kick?
It's per minute. So starts at $5, 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
100 is a full boot for the night.
Oh, 100? Okay, I'll send 200 to you right now. Kick, soy pill, and radical coder.
You can't.
Yes!
Nice try.
Okay, 300. I'll send you 300 right now. Kick them both.
It's their show, though. They're here for the show.
Bitter.
This is not the
You know,
Andrew
you
Wilson
just
show,
you just
Andrew.
destroyed.
Andrew-
You could have made $300 fucking
Sarah,
dollars.
I'll
in
send
1
you
minute.
$100 to
Terrible.
kick
This is why
Andrew
women
right
shouldn't
now.
have fucking businesses, dude. Look at how they run their fucking
How embarrassed are
businesses.
you?
But I would
That didn't even
lose.
work.
I would lose more panelists in the future for future.
I'm
open
sorry, Brian.
panels.
Ryan? Did I say something absolutely fucking hilarious that obviously lightened the mood for everybody, and now you're seething about it because that's what you do?
Seem a little upset, dude. Look,
I
Sarah's
don't
just
know.
Sarah. He's
I
not
don't know,
used to
he's-
a woman
he's-
saying
he's
no.
a little
right?
seething. No, I mean, could you ever look
I'm
upset with
freaking
that
out,
stupid
dude.
propeller hat? I don't know.
Do you think
I
I
don't
wear
know.
this to look
Yeah,
cool?
we're seething.
I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you guys objectively got your asses stomped in that debate. Why did you take the
Watch
debate
this.
without reading
Watch
the
this.
prompt
Look at this.
anyway?
Look at that.
Oh wow, gee, you got me with that one. You opened an already open jar. Ooh, bro, you got me with that.
It's a twisty one, even.
Yeah.
It is a
Twist
twisty
ball.
one.
Yeah. When I'll just have to remember that when I'm moving into my new mansion, all about how you open that jar. You're fucking awesome.
Did you
So,
shave? Did you shave? Did you shave
just,
like I guess like
but
a sort
just-
of
but, hey,
baptism
hang on,
thing?
but
Like
just-
you're recreating
but-
yourself.
hang on, just real quick. I'm honestly curious. Why the fuck did you guys accept this debate? Why did you do that?
Oh, I honestly thought it was going to be a conversation about pro or anti-death penalty. I didn't think we'd be talking about, hey, if I threaten you with death, will you not do a thing? Because it's so obvious. It would be like, I couldn't believe someone would genuinely think that was the idea of the debate, but I guess it is. So
Yeah, and I took it because all the research I did seems to affirm my position that there's no evidence that it is an effective deterrent for crime, and I think that's been shown over and over, and no one made a case that it was, or no, not a convincing one at least. So maybe Andrew's here to do that
Gamer.
to back them up. But
I just don't understand. Like it was obvious that they demonstrated it's a deterrent over and over again. You guys conceded that. It's just bizarre to me that you even took
can
it.
you walk us through how exactly?
Because as Soy Pill stated, if you're gonna die by doing thing, you don't do the thing. Therefore, it deters the thing. Pretty easy, Ryan. Can you follow that
That's-
logic?
That follows for like castle doctrine and
That follows for
self-defense,
like
but-
everything.
but-
Are you okay, Brian? Let's just walk it through logically.
Well,
Would you be more or
yeah.
less likely to do a thing if you were gonna fucking die?
I think I'd be equally less likely to do it if I was going to die or be locked in prison for the rest of my life.
Oh, really? So you think that if it was the case that you'll have a lightning bolt hit you in 20 years, or you'll have a lightning bolt hit you right this second, that you would be just as likely to do the thing as not do the thing?
So the lightning bolt's going to hit me, and I'm going to be locked in a cell for the rest of my
No,
life.
the lightning
That's
bolt
20
hits
years?
you either way. No, it has nothing to do with a cell. It's just a
die
lightning
today
bolt.
or die in 20 years.
Yeah,
is what
die
it's
today
saying.
or die in 20 years. What you're saying that you would equally, both choices would be equally fucking appealing to you, Ryan? Really?
Life in prison and dying.
That's not what I asked you, Ryan. What I asked you is
I
that
know
if
it's
you
not,
could
but that's
get
because
hit,
you're avoiding
if
the
you
actual
could get
problem,
hit
right?
with a lightning bolt right now, or get hit with a lightning bolt in 20 years, which thing would you choose?
Andrew, I think
So
I guess
I
what.
get to live outside. I get to live my life otherwise, and I would. Take
No,
the
you're in
lightning bolt
prison.
20 years
That's the
from now.
point, Ryan, of the hypothetical. But
Yeah,
Andrew,
I
to
know,
his
but
point,
he doesn't
but
seem to want
to his
that
point,
part.
if you look at the societies that don't have the insta kill you, they still have very low rates of crime, and then that's when Rachel brought in the cohesion argument, which is a completely different thing. But like the death penalty seems to not be necessary to have these lower rates of crime, the decline of crime over time. So
Like which culture are you talking about?
like any of the ones I mentioned, like Canada, like Norway, like Ireland, like
So you're saying that that Canadian crime doesn't decrease due to the fact that there's a death penalty?
well, Canada I don't think has a death penalty since what 70 something 76.
Sure,
right?
sure. But if
But
the
they
crime,
still have decreasing crime.
yeah. Well, they also have a, if I remember correctly, the crime has been decreasing basically everywhere in the West.
Yeah.
Right. Like basically everywhere it's been decreasing.
Right.
What we would have to do is evaluate whether or not it's decreasing more because there's a death penalty or not. And that seems to be
That may be
that seems to
difficult.
be the trend that we would be following, and it would appear the evidence on our side there. Now, me, what's really funny about
Figure that.
this, I'm not even a death penalty advocate, right? Never have been.
Really?
Never. Yeah, never. I mean, I'm a Christian. I want to reform people. I think it's better
Never
to
did.
lock them in a fucking cell for 30 years and try to reform them, right? That's
Same.
that's my
too.
ethical purview. But
Baked, Andrew.
as the church has stated, there's going to be nations where they implement the death penalty. They're not going to go against it because there are people who are not reformable, and a bullet between the eyes seems to take care of that problem.
In fact, there's some people that are so depraved that allowing them to live and continue to descend further into the depravity and commit more and more sin is actually like worse for their soul according to the church. So
Ooh.
we
Yeah.
try to
Mm.
reform people, but there's a line there.
I'm a pro reformers too, and I honestly do agree that there are people that are so depraved that, like, again, I would argue probably deserve to die. The question is, does this materially help, and does this make society better? And that's what I came here to talk about. It
You
seems
know
like
what?
no.
You know what? Let me ask you this, though, Soy.
Yeah.
You know who? Not Jeffrey Dahmer. Who was the other fucking Ted
Bundy.
Yeah, yeah. He was pulled over by a cop. I was reading a book where they got the cop's account, and the cop let him go because he was charismatic and this and that. And he went on the next week. He broke into a little co-ed house and he beat 4 of them to death. Right. And they said, "What's your biggest regret in life?" He said that when I pulled that car over, I didn't pull out my sidearm and shoot this guy. while he was in the driver's side, right? And I'm pretty sure that is like got to be the worst, most torturous thing that's ever happened to a human.
Absolutely.
To note that they had the power to just end this right then and there. And I would basically hold myself responsible like the cop did, even though I would agree he didn't actually do anything wrong, right?
Right. You would feel guilt the rest of your life. 100%.
Of course.
But at the same
and that's
time,
totally reasonable. But
something
what I'm
that
just
would-
asking,
go
this, like, isn't it the case though that you would prefer to have men like that who would, like, if they could have the foresight that you're just a really bad guy, you know what I mean, and you just got dropped? Is that really going to make for a worse society? Is that really going to be bad for society?
Wait, just
ultimately?
like had the
That's
cop just gotten a
yeah.
vibe, like any cop that gets a bad vibe just kills people. Like
No. But if
Do that
you're in a
sometimes.
society where you can see the depravity of a person based on the patterns of behavior, like Ted Bundy, for instance, right? If they had just taken him outside and shot him in the head, would society really be worse off for that?
I
Yes,
think no,
for
it
committing
wouldn't.
this
If they
crime.
I don't
just,
think
just
it
killed
would.
him. But here's
'Cause you'd have a
here's
lot
the
of Ted
problem.
Bundys as
Wait, hold
cops.
on, Powder. Let me answer. The problem
ahead.
is if we had captured Ted Bundy and we had known and seen this pattern of crime and said, all right, you're going to prison the rest of your life and you can never hurt a human being again. I think it would have the exact
Yeah,
same
they put him in
positive
prison.
effect.
They were going to put him in prison for the rest of his life. He opened up a window, he escaped, and he killed 4 more co-eds.
All right, well, we should have better prison windows. I
Yeah,
guess.
well,
Not-
I mean, this
doesn't
is
necessarily mean.
Well,
you know,
but
like-
this is my point, right? It's like that's what they were going to do. It didn't fucking deter him. He went out and killed more people, dude.
He never
Yeah,
made
with
it
the
to
death
prison.
penalty, I guess probably wouldn't have deterred him either. He would have just
Well,
fucking
even
gotten there and
absent
killed
The
him.
death
Yeah,
penalty
would've
would have
stopped him.
deterred him because he would have been fucking dead.
Well, no, that wouldn't have
Right?
deterred
He
him.
would have
That's
been
not a
dead.
deterrent, though, right? That's a
take
punishment, and we're
years.
killing him, we're taking him out, right? So, in the same way that if this had been an effective life imprisonment, that wouldn't have deterred him. It would have just prevented him from harming any more people, right? And also, like,
Which was the goal? That's the goal, right?
exactly right. And I think that you can lock people up for the rest of their life and probably stop them from ever hurting anyone again.
Except they escape and kill people.
In certain
about
cases, they do,
torture?
and I think that's
Yeah.
an
Or
argument
they
for
murder
making
more
sure people
as
don't escape.
happen to inmates
Yeah, they
in
kill
prison.
people. Yeah, they kill people in prisons. They grape the prison guards because
Isn't
you
that
guys
a
want to have
deterrent?
co-ed prisons, right?
Is that a
Leftists want to
deterrent?
have co-ed
Wait,
prisons.
I don't want that. I don't want.
Yeah, you do. You don't care
No.
if there's female prison guards. You don't give a shit.
No, I truly do. You don't have to project that onto me.
Yeah,
I
come
truly
on,
don't
you
think that would
do.
work.
So you don't think women should be allowed to work in prisons?
Not in prisons where the people that are in the prison are going to be stronger than them on average to the point
Oh,
where
fucking!
they wouldn't
well,
be
I
effective
mean,
prisoners.
fucking
It's
base.
ridiculous. Yeah.
So you're not for this gender equality shit. Love it.
If that's gender equality, I guess not. But I think that they should have the opportunity to have those jobs if they don't qualify.
Well, then what
which
the fuck are you
none of these-
talking about? They
I'm
want
saying
the
that if
opportunity
women-
to have those
yeah.
jobs, but I don't want them in those jobs.
Exactly,
Okay,
right.
genius,
If they can't
genius, big
perform
brain
the,
take
if they
there,
can't
bro.
perform the jobs, I don't think they should fucking do it. And most women can't, unfortunately, wrestle a fucking grown man prisoner to the ground. So yeah, they shouldn't be prison guards in men prison. That's
Yeah, so
very
I mean,
obvious.
why even give them the opportunity to? It's just a terrible fucking idea.
If one of them can, they should be able to do it. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you see what I mean? It's like you talk out of both sides of your mouth. You're like, no, they
Well,
shouldn't be able to
come
do
on.
it
What's
unless they can
logically
do it, and then they
inconsistent?
should be able
If
to.
one of them, look, not a single woman has become a Navy SEAL, right? But if somehow she was able to pass all those things, do I think she should be able to? Yeah. Why would I?
Why?
prevent
It's still
her
a
from-
terrible idea. Like even in the prison guard example, let's say she could.
Okay,
Who
actually,
cares?
no. Hold on. There's an argument against co-ed units and how it actually does diminish the.
Yeah,
effectiveness of
exactly.
it.
Same
but,
thing.
Okay, but sure, but like.
But
if
hang
it-
on, but it's
if
same
it's like
thing in prisons.
firefighters,
It's
if
still going to be a
prisons like-
terrible idea. And it's not only that; they always lower the fucking standards, dude. They always have to lower the
But that's
standards.
the
for
thing.
these
If they
fucking
do have to
people.
lower the standards, I don't agree with it. That's my
Yeah,
opinion.
but even if they didn't, it still would be a terrible idea to have female prison guards in men prison. It still would be. A
I
terrible
think there's
really
also a
is
good
bad
argument to there
idea.
to how it's going to make them want to rape more. So there's a fair argument there too. As well.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, when I look at this, right, it seems to me like you guys kind of talk out of both sides of your mouth. You understand it's super effective. You get that the death penalty is super effective. Your issue is just in being able to cleanly implement it,
Right.
as though. But it is ultimately a deterrent. I don't even think that is what's in question. It's just what the efficacy of
think it
the
is.
deterrent is.
In a
right?
vacuum, it's a deterrent. Relatively, it's not a deterrent.
I don't think anybody's demonstrated that it's a deterrent.
I mean,
Okay. Well,
Just life
Brian.
in
Well,
prison.
Well, I think
Ryan-
that
I'd rather
Ryan,
get
Ryan
death
let's
than
steal man.
life.
I think their best argument
Oh my
was
God, that's so
because I didn't know
terrible.
this. The
We have
trafficking
demonstrated
rate
that
in
it's a
Singapore
deterrent.
post
You've
and
even
pre the
conceded
death
this,
penalty. No?
Soipo.
Yeah, that one. I think that is a very
was
steel man.
one of the debate
Obviously,
Well,
that seemed to work at least to some degree.
Can I ask a question to the panel? Would we want to live in a society necessarily where we're always walking on eggshells per se?
Yeah, well-
If everything's to an extreme deterrent as such.
Well, Ryan, let me just ask you this, okay? You're
What's
a
up,
crook.
man?
You've got three
I
houses.
am not.
You got 3 houses to break into, right?
Wait, Andrew, is he a
One-
gay crook?
Yeah, he's a crook. So anyway, he has got 3 different houses to break into, right? The first one, has a woman who lives by herself. The second one, it's a husband and a wife. The third one's a husband and a wife, and they both have guns. So you, like most crooks, you case the joint. You realize, this is a situation. All three houses. Which one would you be the most likely to break into?
So it sounds like you're again conflating. I have said over and over that I think castle
Answer the
doctrine and
question.
Can you
self-defense laws-
answer? Can you answer the question though?
I'll get to it. Why don't you calm down, both of you? I've said over and over that I don't. I
don't care about the speech, Ryan. Can you just answer the fucking question, bro?
Okay. Well, I will. If I,
Hold
you don't have to care
on.
about the speech.
Go ahead,
I'm one of the.
If you can answer the question, then give the
there's-
qualifier, Ryan. That's the right way to do it.
I don't have to do it that way. I'm
Oh
not
my
gonna
God,
pitch,
you're
so I
such
can
a
do it,
dude. You're
whatever
such a
direction.
woman
Wait,
about
Ryan,
this shit.
let
Just
me
answer the
save you
fucking
from
How
this.
about just
Andrew,
return
Andrew,
basic-
obviously,
All right,
obviously,
all right.
It wouldn't have taken this long if you would have just let me answer it, like
Go
instead of
ahead
interrupting 5
and
times. You fucking
answer.
Good Lord.
But what I was saying is that I've said over and over that I support castle doctrine laws, I support self-defense laws, and so I think I would be more deterred from going into the house that is likely to shoot me, right?
Why?
Because I'm gonna get killed instantly.
Right. So then, would that be akin to, like, I don't know, a penalty of death?
Well, no, because that's not how the death penalty works.
Well,
Especially
no,
when
it is
people get right.
listen, is that a penalty that has happened to you for your actions that results in your fucking death?
Page.
Yeah, you're just equivocating
but-
between.
No, that's not
Andrew,
equivocation.
Andrew, the reason, no, Andrew,
it
you're
is.
not wrong.
No,
but
it's not equivocation.
Ryan, would you
Ryan,
rather
wait,
die immediately or
I
get
need to,
tortured for the rest of your life?
Wait. No, it's like, yeah, exactly. It's like, would you
I'd
rather
die
go on a
immediately,
walk or
probably.
jump out of a plane without a parachute? It's like, oh, well, obviously you don't want to do one of these things. This thing is worse. It's like, yeah, but the problem is you have to show me that it is better if every single person does this, if every single person is threatened by death.
Why would
or
I have to
whatever
show
the
you it's
crime.
better that everybody does it?
The point is, are you able to show that the death penalty is such an effective deterrent that we should be implementing
You
it?
just
Or-
did. It's just like logically
No.
follows that if you're afraid to die, right, when you take X action, in this case the crime, which is breaking into somebody's house,
Right.
that the penalty of death is clearly the deterrent here.
Right. So, Andrew, let's break it to like the absurd example of like if you stole a candy bar and the punishable will die death, would fewer people steal candy bars? Obviously,
Yes.
right? You would agree. Yeah. Obviously, this is obvious. The question is, in a society, if we started to implement this, what happens, right?
Let me
Is-
tell you,
are
I have the
innocent
perfect
people
society to
going
point
be like murdered because it's like, hey, that guy
Yeah,
stole my
actually,
Reese's
hang on.
cup?
I have the
Is that
perfect
better?
society that I can point to.
Sure.
Have you ever heard of Vlad the Impaler? Yeah.
Rachel,
So
Rachel,
Vlad,
Rachel.
I just want to point out that there was a very famous letter. I was actually pulling it up during the debate. I remembered it kind of briefly in the back of my head, but I pulled it up. And it was a letter which was going back, I believe it was to a Roman Catholic church from an observer who was there, he was walking down the road and he noticed that there was gold all over the place right out in the open. Now, at this time, when you got peasants all over the place, having gold out in the open was like, you never saw that anywhere, ever, unless there was guards all over the place and shit like that. And he said, how's this possible? How do you have such a society where you can have just gold all over the streets? And he said, basically, come here. And they walked him out, and they showed him an entire field full of people who had been fucking impaled. And they impaled him through the ass, and it went all the way through the ass and up through the chest. And guess what? Nobody stole fucking nothing, ever. They didn't steal shit. Now, he said that at least from his perspective, he said that he thought that the society there was actually fairly well adjusted. People were pretty nice to each other, this type of thing. He was just shocked and stunned that you could have gold in the street. It's like, from my view, that doesn't seem that shocking or stunning. Yeah, if you're going to fucking get impaled for stealing shit, you're not going to fucking steal shit. So if you say, what about the death penalty for a Snickers bar? Well, if you're in a person's place of business and you're stealing from them, you're stealing their livelihood, and they blow your fucking head off, I don't give a fuck. Like, I literally don't give a fuck. In fact, I guarantee you that's going to lead overall to less crime.
No,
And,
I agree. If everyone got shot
Yeah.
for stealing a Snickers bar, crime would go down. My question is, first of all, I don't think the punishment for stealing a Snickers bar should
Oh,
be
come
death,
on,
'cause I
dude. What
think
about all
people-
these flash robberies? You can
Well,
make the
hold on.
same
Wait,
argument,
hold on,
right?
Wait. Like, I know people who were like very good people that when they were 12 were like, damn, I want a Snickers bar, I don't have money, and they stole. And that's bad, right? I don't like that. I don't think they should be gunned down in the store, right? And I think that you would agree that these people can at the very least become better people, and I don't want to like be killing every single person
Yeah.
who steals
So
a
this
Snickers
would be
bar.
the same thing if like a 10-year-old breaks into your house, right? You make the contention of agency, and I think that that's fine. Right? I would even be willing to do that. But if you take a look at what happened in California with flash mobs, I was talking to a gun store owner when I was in California. Now, this is anecdotal, but it follows. Okay. I said, why is it that Santa Barbara, California, of all places, most of the people I'm talking to sound like they're way more conservative than liberal? And he was like, actually, in the recent votes, we saw this come up. And here's what happened. Store owners were just sick of having to fucking lock everything up. They were sick of having to lock up fucking everything because these flash mobs would come in, clean them out.
Yep.
They weren't even allowed to do a thing about it.
Yeah,
now, let me
fucking
ask you
sucks.
this. Is it preferable to have the society where flash mobs can come in and clean your entire business out? Or is it preferable to have a society where they try to do that, you open fire, a couple of them die, and it never fucking happens again?
So in that dichotomy, obviously the second one. However, the reason that's happening now is because of the stupid California laws that say, hey, you can't even pursue someone unless they steal up to X amount of money, which is ridiculous, and I think it's stupid. And the easy answer is,
So
hey,
what's the threshold we put a person's life at if it's not 50 cents?
Well, we don't
$10,
we don't have to
$200.
we don't have to threaten them with death to have these things go away. The reason they spiked during that time was because they got rid of those restrictions and cops weren't pursuing them. And as soon as cops start enforcing the law,
Well, I mean, I actually answered my question. It should,
right?
if somebody steals $1,000 TV from your business, should you be able to open fire?
If they're in the process of it, I could see a very good argument for it.
Okay, so
I
then,
don't know if I would
then the
kill
only
someone for
difference
stealing a
between
TV,
my view
but-
of the Snickers bar and your view of the TV is that you think a person's life is worth $1,000 and I think it's worth 50 cents.
Well, let me
so what?
Andrew,
like, so
someone,
fucking what then?
Well, if Andrew,
So
if
what?
someone broke into my house and I don't know what they're going to steal, and I don't really have a lot of things worth money, they could steal like a 10-cent cat toy. I'd probably blow them away just because I'm scared for my fucking life. I'm like, get the fuck out of my house. You've violated my sanctity. And I said early in this debate, someone stole my bike. I watched it on video. That's, that bike, it was the bike tire even, probably worth $15. I wanted to fucking murder that guy, right?
Yeah,
However,
but why
I don't
is it-
want to
why-
live in a society where we kill people for
But
these
bro,
things. I
here's
think
the
it would be better
thing.
if
Yeah,
those
yeah.
people
I mean,
could
you
be
kind of
informed.
do. Like, if a person breaks into your house and he's going to steal things, and you don't actually feel like your life is threatened, he's
Yeah.
just in there cleaning your shit out. He's going to steal your life savings. Maybe you have it in a jar on top of your
Right,
fridge.
right. Even if
So
it wasn't
what?
my fight, I'd probably
Yeah,
blow him away just
yeah,
on
of
the principle,
course,
right?
of
'Cause I don't
course.
know what
And
the
how
fuck
is
he's
that
gonna do.
going to make for a worse society?
That in
Why
and
stop
of
there? Why
itself,
not
killing
get in
people
front
who
of it
break into your
and
house,
just
I don't
snap
think
them all
I would
first?
disagree that might actually make people better. However, if you can't, you would have to prove that your life was in danger in our current legal system. And I think, unfortunately, there could be some cases, and this might lead to an increase of this, where if you could just kill someone for whatever reason, you could now kill innocent people by saying, oh, actually, he was just in my house and I didn't invite him in, which is why you're not allowed to invite someone in and then blow
Yeah,
them
but what
away,
about the
right?
fact? What about the fact that honestly, since most of this stuff is based around that I felt like my life was in danger, right? Come on, like in stand your ground states, they're fucking killing people over property getting stolen, and
Yeah.
then they say I felt like my life was in danger when it wasn't. It's an ultimate cop out. You could just
It is a
remove that.
trial.
You could just remove that whole stage of it and be like, look, you're trying to jack somebody's shit, and you got your ass shot off. And people would be like, "That's right. Don't fucking steal shit. You won't
Yeah.
get your ass shot off." It sounds like a way better,
There's
way
a
better
spectrum for
society
me, but
to
I don't
There's gonna be-
disagree.
you have
If
to have a
someone's breaking your
trial
house,
to
I'm
determine
very
that's actually
sympathetic
what
to
happened.
blowing them the fuck away, Andrew. If you want me to
Well,
say that,
yeah,
100%. Like,
that's
I would
good
probably blow these people away too. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. There we go.
Point.
And allow
Death
me
penalty.
to interrupt for just a moment, gentlemen, if you don't mind. Vordon with the Big Ten says soy pill due process is innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent. You
Did I
dope.
say something to the contrary of that?
Say that? I don't remember.
I don't. I think maybe with the example earlier of if they're in your house and so on and so forth. This was right before closing statements. So I think it maybe I don't know, due process.
Well, if in that specific scenario, again, if it's like even though I think the punishment for stealing out of my house shouldn't be death in and of itself, if I catch you in the act of it and I'm like, hey motherfucker, like you're in my space, I don't know what the fuck you're here to do, I don't give a shit what you're trying to do, I'm going to kill you. I think that's very different from I'm not there, he gets away with it somehow, and then they catch him later and he has my fucking iPhone or whatever. I don't
Yeah,
think we
well,
should
if they
just kill
chop
him
their
for that.
fucking hands off, you think they'd ever steal again?
No, probably not.
Yeah,
However,
no, probably not.
However, I don't want to live in a
What
world
would
where
happen
people who
if they
get accused of this.
I do. You
and
know
don't
what
get
though? I
proven
kind of
should get
do.
their
I
hands
want to
cut
live
off.
in a society where I know you're a fucking thief because I could just look at you and see that you don't have one of your fucking hands.
Right, but
and be
Andrew,
like,
what if they're-
well,
what if they weren't
you're
a thief?
probably not
Sounds like
very
you-
trustworthy, are you?
Andrew,
Or I would think
hang on.
if they were like
Sounds like
50,
you
I
wanna
would
live in
think
a
now
society
maybe.
where if you're accused of being a thief, that you would lose your hands. That sounds a lot more like the society you're arguing for. Just being accused. of
No.
it.
You could be tried, convicted, and then have your fucking hand cut off. And then after your fucking hand is cut off, we can just be like, hey, look, now you're marked for all of society. We know. We're like, don't do business with that guy. You know why? Because he's a convicted thief, and we know this because he got his fucking hand cut off.
And what about
Alternatively,
12-year-old thieves that could
Well,
otherwise become better people, right? Like,
they would
do you
become
want them
better
to-
people.
Well, yeah, but
I
like
would
the
feel
problem
bad
is
for
they're going to
those
be
who are
stigmatized the rest of their
actual
life and won't be able to
amputees.
participate in the same way you or I would, and they're now completely debilitated. Like, I think that someone who steals doesn't deserve to have the rest of their life ruined for it. I think they should be punished.
All right, how about a
absolutely.
couple of fingers?
I think
You'll
the
be
way
all
that
right.
we,
You'll
I
be
think
all
the
right
way
with a
that we
couple
do
of fingers.
misdemeanors
Creating-
right now for thievery is actually pretty good, except for in California.
No, it's not good,
Except
dude.
for
It's
hold
not
on,
good.
let me concede. In California, it is fucking bullshit the way they let people get away with it. I actually really am upset today. I went to go buy some fucking skincare bullshit, and they had to fucking press a button and wait for some
Yeah,
slow
and
ass
it was
fucking
all
CVS.
locked up, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly. And
Now,
that
let me tell you
sucks.
something.
And I think we should punish them
one
more.
fucking soy jack like you, if you just opened up a business and then when they came in and they tried to flash mob you out, if you just fucking opened up, you know what I mean, and just did away with these fucks, you know how much you would actually save people in anguish and heartache and everything else.
I'm aware.
Because one guy wouldn't put up with it. In fact, there used to be a guy who was there. I think he did watches, and I think he's killed like six different people during six different. I don't remember what's this guy's name. Chat can remind me, but they'd come in to rob him, right? He'd blow their ass away, and then 2 years later, another one come in to rob him, blow their fucking ass away, right? And he was totally unapologetic about it. He'd go on the news and they'd be like, "So what?
Was from India that beat the shit out of the guy that was trying to steal from him.
Those two guys with the brooms, is that what you're talking about?
That is exactly what we need to do.
Well, that's
That would
actually an
bring
interesting
commerce
point.
to a screeching
And I know
halt
it- by
if
the way, I
that-
know
if they could
exactly-
just shoot whoever they wanted in their store.
I know exactly how much a finger is worth. A finger is worth $10,000, and here's how I know that: because the industry standard in every factory you work in, if you lose a fucking finger, they give you $10,000. Right?
Exactly.
That seems to be the agreed upon price. So it's like,
Okay, so if they steal
fucker,
up to $10,000,
you stole it up to
take the
$10,000. We're cutting one of your fucking fingers off. That seems totally reasonable to me.
See, that's more reasonable than killing someone for taking a Snickers bar, though. So
the pinky is worth 10 grand. The thumb is worth 25.
Yeah, the thumb is worth 25. That's true. You do need
Holy
your thumb to
shit.
do manual
What's
labor.
this one worth? I want to ask the soy pill, how many steps in your skincare regimen, sir?
how many steps? Oh man, they're very bad. I just got into it. I need to date a beautiful skinned woman because right now I like put some lotion on my face. Maybe sometimes I'll do like a hydrating thing. It's nothing. It's one or two
Okay,
steps. It's
well,
awful. If you have one, Rachel, I'll take it.
Andrew washes his face with the same bar soap he probably washes his balls with, and look at that face. Look at that adorable
Yeah,
chin.
but Rachel, and then Rachel, and then you kiss him after that, and then you kiss him. So really, who's taking the L here?
Right now.
You know?
Look at him, he's
Rob-
gorgeous. No
Rob,
skincare regimen,
should
no
I
multi-step
put you-
skincare regimen, and look
there.
at him. He's
I'll
beautiful.
put you two next to each other. Sorry, Marte. I'm going to put you down to the bottom so she can admire
need
her
to-
husband.
You need to grow some hair back. The clean shaven is freaking me out. You
I do
always
agree.
have-
I do agree.
always have the same facial hair.
Make the
and-
beard great again.
Brings out
Wrongful
his
rage
youthful
in with the
exuberance.
Big Ten.
No, no,
says,
no. There was a great
Vlad-
hang on. There was a great joke there. Before you read that super chat,
Go
the
ahead.
joke that I made was because I couldn't open that jar. My beard woke me up and said it was moving away. Okay, it said it's done. It said it was done with me. It's packed its fucking bags up and it fucking left until there is redemption for me when I'm in a debate and I don't have to open a fucking greasy jar. So that was the
Thank you,
that was
Vietran,
the,
for becoming a basic being.
The parallel there is that the beard packed itself. It's packed its bags and it left.
The
So-
olive hand.
Goodness.
Real quick,
Uh,
before you
He
read,
had a
and
really
for
oily
the-
hand.
I think
For
Gotta
the
write a country
record,
song about it.
for the record, backstage, I still have Duck, I have George, I have Herbert, also known as Wi-Fi Gospel. I have Joe Cool, and I have Hornet, Avoided Hornet, hanging out backstage in that order. If you want to bring them back up, you have to boot somebody in order to do so. Wrongful Rage in with the Big Ten says Vlad impaled his own countrymen around his castle. When the Turks saw it, they retreated.
True.
Yep, and I want to say this, which is like I'm sympathetic to this argument as someone who has had crimes committed against me, and I'm in California. I see a lot of bullshit. All right, when people do things I don't want, even when people don't put the fucking shopping cart back, I'm like, these people need to be
What
shamed
crimes
and
have you
ostracized.
had?
Hold on, wait, Daniel, let me finish, and I'll let you respond because I actually do like hearing from you. But yeah, like these crimes fucking piss me off, and there is a hypothetical world where if we just killed everyone who like did any sort of transgression against me, it would be a better place for at least me if theoretically no innocent people got hurt in this. And the problem is inevitably you're going to get it wrong sometimes, and I think that one, the crime shouldn't be so punishable by death when it's something so light like stealing a Snickers bar, because I do think those people can be better people. But two, you're never going to get this right 100% of the time, and sometimes someone picks up a Snickers bar and they walk past the cash register to get the gum, and you fucking blow their head off, and it's like, yeah, I don't want to live in a world where we kill people for that either. However, I think with some of the examples, Andrew, that you're bringing up, like guy in my fucking house like ruffling through my fucking jewelry store, yeah, blow them the fuck away. They're very obvious examples, and there's very like, hey, I don't know examples, and that's why I'm happy the justice system says let's make sure that we're punishing people the right way, even though they get it wrong. I'd rather them get it wrong a little bit than people get it wrong so often that we're killing 1 in 8 people.
But hang on,
ridiculous.
There's one concession there that I kind of need you to make,
sure,
which is that, knowing how it is in California when you got to push a button next to a fucking, next to a thing, right?
If I could kill a criminal and they would open it immediately, I would do that.
Yeah, if it is the case that I can show you like that is not the case in Midwestern states, because you have the right.
I'm aware.
Yeah, you have the right to defend your business.
Well,
I don't know. You have the right to do that.
That's the reason, right? Because it didn't used to be this way in California. They didn't have that right. However, they did go after people for these little misdemeanor things, and then they stopped. And that's when
it's been like that in California since I was a kid.
No, it really.
Yeah, under Gray. Listen, this shit started under Gray Davis, dude. When I was a kid,
I believe that it's happened before, but like as someone who's lived here my whole life, and I'm seeing it escalate specifically in 2020 and onward, like it absolutely is as bad as it is. Because
I grew
of
up
the way
in
they
Northern
stopped punishing
California.
people.
I grew up in Northern California.
What's
I was
the
there. I was there for years.
Well, I'm in the Bay Area, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was in the Bay Area
I'm sorry,
too.
Andrew. The Bay Area gets the most crime. All right, we are the highest crime.
Yeah,
okay?
and listen, it was like that. Not only there, it was like that in Southern California as well. Especially
in the
around
90s.
especially around the Morongo Valley, right? The thing is like, look, it has been this way for a long time, because in the Midwestern areas where people are armed, they have guns, shotguns in their gas stations, things like that. You don't fuck around because you get your ass shot off. And guess what? When I walk in there to get my fucking skincare shit, I don't got to push a fucking button. I walk in and I say,
give me
I'll
one
take
bar
that,
of soap for
and
my balls
You know what
and
else
face,
is crazy?
ma'am.
Like if I go in to get liquor, I just get the liquor. Isn't that wild? Nothing is locked up. Everything is right out on fucking display. It's fantastic. That's a way better society, dude. Way better society. And you know what? The shopkeepers are way more likely to be friendly to you. Right? Everything seems to be, pretty kosher there, because they think in their head, if you fuck around in here, I'm going to blow your fucking skull off. And it's like, well, that kind of makes sense, right?
I mean, that'd be a good way to
start. So
this is not research, but I need to address this, because like the rate of larceny theft does seem to be higher in places like Texas and Vermont and Kansas, which I assume you can blow these people away, right? Like.
Wait,
in
what?
these states, I don't know. Like, in states like Kansas, Texas, like these are places with the top 10 highest larceny per 100,000.
Yeah, but only in the major metropolitan areas, and usually it's in the high crime minority communities, especially in Kansas. Kansas is really big in the. Oh, you just went to the wrong side of the tracks. I remember one time I was in Kansas. I went through on a bus ride, and I was walking from the bus station across the street, right? To I don't remember, it was like to a little restaurant or something. This fucking piece of shit car came flying up, stops next to me. 2 undercover cops like, do not cross the street, sir. I was like, are you fucking serious? He said, do not cross the street, sir. He's like, order food, whatever it is you need to do, stay in that fucking bus depot. I was like, okay, man, no problem.
But in the cities, do they still have the you can blow people away in your store for stealing, or do they not have that rule?
Well, no, that's the problem, right? Most of these cities are run by progressives, and they actually make examples of people, because what happens is leftist lynch mobs get together, and they're like, my God, you killed this poor guy who stabbed the dude in the chest 50 times. I can't fucking believe that you did that. Oh, my God. And then they start fucking rioting and causing all sorts of problems. So it's like, no, you can be made an example of by these leftist DAs, these leftist district attorneys inside these major metropolitan areas. It happens constantly. But what's really funny, you go 50 miles outside the major city, and what happens? You can buy whatever the fuck you want. Nothing's locked up. It's a fucking free for. You don't even have to lock your fucking doors. Why? Because it's like a trap, right? You come in here, it's like a roach motel. You come in, you don't fucking leave. That's how it fucking works, right? You come in, you don't leave. It's like, how is that not preferable, dude?
Like I said, in certain cases for thievery, I'm totally sympathetic to blowing people away. I just don't think you should blow everyone away, because I think there are plenty of people who steal very small, insignificant things that should be punished, that should be encouraged to stop. However, I don't think they deserve to die for it. I'm sorry. I'd rather live in a world we're not killing for it.
If we add up, even let's say, even if it's just a candy bar, right? But everyone around the world goes and steals a candy bar,
Mhm.
like that one little insignificant thing adds up very quickly to where then like it seems silly,
No.
But if
but
we
it
killed all of
adds
those
up.
people, that adds up more.
But
Yeah.
if we
Yeah,
killed
it's a
the
lot more
first
Look,
death.
10,
if the
if we
trolley
killed the first
problem was
10,
one innocent little
Being
12-year-old
if
the
boy
we killed,
dynamic,
and
hold
10
on,
million candy bars, I'd pick the boy to not die,
if we
okay?
killed the first 10 after they did it, then there probably
Well,
won't be
it's
any more after that.
the problem is that here's what the lawyers will argue. They'll be like, if you just the same way that I did with you, if it's $10,000 or 50 cents, why is this a difference on a person's life? And this is what they'll argue in court. You know what I mean? So what happens is you take away people's ability to defend themselves and their businesses, and that's the problem. That's why if you go into a major metropolitan area, right, you walk in and it's fucking everything's behind glass. You can't touch anything, nothing. You will literally
Andrew,
30
it's
miles west, and now you can do whatever you
But
want.
it's not just because of the death, right? Because in California, you'll see this. What they stopped, or that they implemented this law, which I think is bullshit, is that the people, the security guards there, or the employees aren't allowed to stop them. And that's sometimes actually because of the private institution that says you're going to cost us more, like liability in a lawsuit than we will from the like 10 cents worth of shit. And wait, hold on, let me finish. I think that's fucking stupid. I think
Well,
those people,
that's because of the laws in California
right,
again, though.
Right, again, and yeah, hold on. I'm giving you ground to the Republican
Yeah.
argument here. I think you should be able to beat the shit out of shoplifters, right? I think you should be able to physically stop them. But that's such a far cry away from murdering them on site that I think that also is a deterrent, because people also are like, wait a minute, I don't want that fucking 400-pound security guard next to the metal detector to beat the fuck out of me. And I think he should be able to if you're walking out with a bunch of shit you stole. And if they get it wrong, they're still alive. So
do you know
that's
why?
I
Hang
prefer
on,
it.
Soy Pill. Do you
Before
know why
can I
it
say one
was?
thing? I've been
Sorry.
very quiet for a
Hang
while.
on, we're almost done, and then I'll cede the floor, Ryan. I
Stop
promise.
the shoplifter.
But yeah, let me just say this one thing, and then I'll cede the floor.
If somebody stops a shoplifter,
Wait,
in
David,
state,
Daniel, hang on.
Yeah, just one thing. I'll cede the floor. So, do you know why it is, Soy Pill, that it used to be in Western towns that bank robberies would brazenly happen in broad fucking daylight? Why that was the case? Why like the James Younger gang and guys like this and Bonnie and Clyde would be able to get out with just so much fucking money? It's because all of that money is insured, right? It was all insured. And the reason it was insured is because banks went to the government and said, we're not going to loan you any more fucking money unless you insure this if it gets stolen, right? We want you to pay for our losses. And the government was like, well, fine, I guess we'll fucking do that, right? Well, the side effect is that the banks instituted a policy where it was like for their employees, if somebody comes in and robs you, who gives a shit? It ain't our fucking money. Don't do anything, right? So these guys were brazenly able to just rob them fucking blind. And so here's what happened. An interesting thing happened, right? Private banks, which began to open out west, right, who couldn't get any of that insurance money from the government. When these fucking gangs would come in, guess what they instructed their security guards to do?
Shoot them.
Blow their fucking asses away. And guess what happened? All of these fucking criminal gangs that were running around, right, started getting their fucking asses shot off, and bank robberies started to go out by the wayside, right? Same thing you'll see when the FBI started going after Bonnie and Clyde and things like this. You started to see a shift in policy for defense, which used to be retreat first, fight later. Then it became stand your ground. Every place stand your ground's put in place, every place where people are allowed to defend their property seems to be a much better fucking place.
Right. So
Okay,
Andrew,
this leads
again,
perfectly into what I was going to
wait,
say, and then I want to let Daniel.
Andrew, again,
respond
look,
here.
it's like, yeah, obviously, if they the option is do absolutely nothing because your stuff is insured, or blow them the fuck away, that's going to reduce the crime, definitely. The problem is
Yes.
if you do this for shoplifting, and I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but you walk through the metal detector and it beeps because it's like, ah, fuck, like this thing didn't get scanned properly, and then the security guard whips out his gun and blows your fucking head off. Like, I don't want to live in that world. I don't want to live in a world where the mistakes cause people to die. I just want to live in a world where the crime goes down. I think there's plenty of ways to do that don't involve blowing them away.
promise I'm gonna let
But
you
I
go,
will
Daniel.
say,
I just wanna say-
obviously, if the
Hold on,
punishment for
hold
all
on,
these crimes
hold
is death,
on.
yeah, the crime's going to go down. This is just like apparent. You're not wrong.
Okay, I'm saying one
what if
paragraph
the
and then I'm done. And then
security
Daniel, it's
guard-
all yours. I promise. I promise.
Go
it's
ahead,
yours.
Ryan.
Ryan, hold
I-
on, Ryan.
Wrote down everything.
Hold on,
Hold
Daniel. He's one of the main panelists. It's his floor.
All
So
right.
I just
Go
wanted
ahead,
to defend
Brian.
because earlier I accused Andrew of equivocating, and I just wanted to defend this. So I wanted to get my thoughts together, and I did. So using castle doctrine or self-defense laws to prove the death penalty deters crime is equivocation because it confuses two very different types of deterrence.
That's not what equivocation
Self-defense laws-
means.
You just said one paragraph and
It
started a
is
whole new
actually.
discussion.
No, it's not.
I'm
Equivocation
saying my-
is
I'm saying my
using
thing, and then I'm done. You can-
ambiguity
after
in
Daniel- After
language.
Daniel responds, you can go. Okay, you can chill, Andrew. So self-defense
dude.
laws work because they're immediate and certain, while the death penalty is delayed and rare. You can compare them, but you can't treat them as the same kind of deterrent. Go ahead, Daniel.
Flag
Yeah,
on
so
the
so
flag.
hang on. Since you can't cowardly be like, oh, I'm going to call you out for this, but you can't respond.
I wasn't.
So-
I was actually defending something I said earlier that you.
Yeah, that's
called me out
great,
for,
but
and
here's
I
the
followed
thing,
up.
right?
Let's let Daniel go. And then
It's
you
the
can come up
term
and
or
say-
equivocation means a term or phrase which has multiple meanings. It's using ambiguity of language. You could say that I was making a false comparison or a false dichotomy.
You accused me of equivocating.
Dude, can you chill out? No, the opposite
I'm
is
sorry.
true.
No, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
You
no,
accused
that's
me
fair.
of equivocation. That
I-
means ambiguity in language.
That's what I meant to say.
No, that's ambiguity in language. How was I using ambiguity in language?
You are using. Okay, so what you're doing is you're conflating the death penalty with castle.
That's not equivocation. That would be some other fallacy. That's not that. Okay, read the definition of equivocation, please.
Yeah, let's do it.
Do it.
Equivocation.
Guys, I think you might be
The use of
fucking up.
ambiguous language.
Ryan. Oh, the use of ambiguous language. I didn't use
You're
ambiguous.
using ambiguous
What language did I use which was ambiguous?
So you're using you're conflating the two terms, right?
No, I wasn't conflating any terms.
Well, you are because you're you're using the idea of castle doctrine and self-defense laws, and you're using that as the idea.
You can say that that's a false comparison or it's not analogous. You just can't say it's equivocation.
I think I can say it. You might not like it, but I.
Well, that's because it's you're.
So I think this is actually equivocation because if you ambiguously just say,
Just
"Oh,
use the-
people die
use
in
the
both of
fallacy
these
correctly.
situations,"
There's no. Well, there's no.
then yeah, it's
Ryan,
equivocated.
there's no equivocation. You could use some other fallacy. It's just not that one.
There is. I think the thing being equivocated are these two different.
No. Like equivocation would be if you're having a trans debate, for instance, and you're talking about sex when you actually mean gender, or gender when you're actually meaning sex, because you know that these have vague meanings. So you're switching between the two. That would be equivocation, right? Me saying that a deterrent of death, right, tends to work, whether it's by the state or not by the state. You could say that that's not analogous, but I'm not equivocating about terms. We know what death means here, right? We both know what death means, right?
By trying to use the argument that self-defense and castle doctrine laws do deter crime, which I agree
They do.
with.
Yeah.
You're equivocating on the death penalty term.
No.
right?
What I was doing was drawing an analogy on deterrence itself and death, and not saying that the like term death penalty from the position of the state
guys,
is
because
going to
what he's doing is saying, hey, one of these things is death, as in this is getting killed because you're in the middle of committing a crime and someone's defending yourself, and the other is punishing someone for their crime, which is equivocating these as these same things, which are very clearly not the same thing.
It's about death.
Not because I'm confused.
Well, then there's no ambiguity in the language. Then
the ambiguity lies within the way you're using the argument about self-defense laws. Like you're using.
That's
this
not
and the ambiguity.
equivocation. That would be something else. False analogy, false dichotomy.
Well,
You
I
could use
disagree.
all
I
sorts
think
of
it falls
things.
under the umbrella. But again, this is. I mean, we can disagree on that, but I think it falls under it. You don't. Then I guess at the end of the day,
I'm just
one of us
pointing this out.
right,
Like this will
wrong.
actually be helpful for you in the future. Like
Well, unless I'm
equivocation.
right, then
Equivocation
you're-
is the most common fallacy used in a debate. Equivocation is the
and
most
there are
common.
different kinds of equivocation.
Well,
It's not just
yeah, but
one thing, right?
that's true. You can equivocate in multiple ways, but it's always under the concept of ambiguous, non-definable language, which is then used to shift back and forth between positions. That's what an equivocation is. What we were doing was giving an
was the use of ambiguous language to conceal the
Andrew
truth.
does not give
yeah,
head,
so you're
or,
switching back.
peg.
That's
Andrew doesn't
exactly
even
right.
give
So
head
you're
to
switching
your
back
right,
and
so I don't
forth
think he
generally
gets
between
pegged.
positions,
Yeah.
like you would. If I said
you're switching back and forth between two different ideas to try to argue for one idea.
no. What language was ambiguous here?
I think that you're using the ambiguity between these two different things.
What language is ambiguous that I'm using?
You're using the ambiguity lies in you using the word death penalty, or you implying that death penalty is like is described by both of these things. That's where the ambiguity is.
No, there's no ambiguity there, right?
Yes, there is
You are
ambiguity.
no.
That's the way you're using
If I'm drawing a parallel between the comparison of death being a deterrence, right? When death penalty is using death as a deterrence, we agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, then there's no ambiguity here, Ryan.
Well, I think that I still think it is. I still think it's.
You still think it is anyway,
the
even though I just
ambiguity
demonstrated it's not, bro.
Well,
You don't have to use fallacious. You don't have to use fallacies you don't understand. You don't need to do that.
Andrew,
I
wait, Ryan, I think the
correctly.
reason it's ambiguous is not just the way it's the way you're describing and saying, look, it is the exact same to punish someone by death when they're in your house and you shoot them as it is to punish someone by death by putting them through the legal system. These things are very not like
that wouldn't
exactly
be
the same.
equivocation, though. You could argue that there's some other like false analogy or something, but that's not equivocating. What language is being used, which is ambiguous?
By calling them both death penalty or punished by death, right?
No,
like
no, not if
way,
if the comparison is death as a deterrence, the state's going to issue death as a deterrence, or I'm drawing an analogy that death can be used in other ways as deterrence. If you can show me where I'm ambiguous with death, deterrence, anything like that, or using that language ambiguously, that would be
one
equivocation.
One of them is stopping a crime, and the other is a punishable thing after 30 years of going through like
that's not
no,
but the language is not ambiguous there. You would just have an issue with the comparison.
Okay, I guess it's semantics, but I really do think
well, semantics are super important. That's what equivocation is trying to do away with is semantic understandings, right? So the idea that if you're in a trans debate, for instance, this happens often, where people will equivocate in the ambiguity of the word sex or the ambiguity of the word gender in order to move between sex and gender to make their points, that would be equivocation.
But like vaguely describing killing someone in your house as the death penalty, do you not think that is ambiguous as to what you mean by that when these things are very clear?
No, not if we're talking about it in the context of deterrence of death. It's deterrence of death from you, the person. By the way, we fleshed that entire idea out, and both of you agreed. You both agreed with these ideas that death can be a deterrence inside of the house. Death can be a deterrence from the state. That's the analogy that's being used. If I was using death ambiguously or something like that, that would be equivocation.
Like you're implying that means that the death penalty itself is also a deterrent, but it doesn't follow.
Well, that may not follow, but that still wouldn't be fucking equivocation, bro. Like, don't you get it? Yeah, that's still not equivocation.
I think there's just different kinds of equivocation, and you're focused on one.
I know. There's the kind that is actually true, and then there's the kind that you fucking make up. I know.
Well, I mean,
there's two different types. The kind that there actually is, and then the kind that you fucking make up because you used it and you don't want to double down for reasons nobody understands.
You should stop being a firearm instructor. Let's be an English instructor, and let's teach everyone the meaning of words.
Gentlemen.
Andrew's doing just fine.
I want
my help.
This is true. I think you both stand your ground pretty well on your own. I want to go ahead and remind the chat over on my end that I am going to shut down the tomato side and we're moving over to the gauntlet. I've dropped the link in the chat several times. If you don't go ahead and just follow over through the link, the raid will send you regardless. So just stay tuned. I will be shutting that down here momentarily. Evan, I know you're a panel squatter, so I want to give you the opportunity to ask your question, and then we can bring somebody else up in your place since you're usually pretty quick. And Flow State, you're going to the back for 5.
All right. I think with like the problem with the death penalty itself is there's a lot of places where there's a lot of people that don't believe in the state killing people or killing people in general. So they'll go and they'll willingly make a guilty person be innocent just so that they don't get that punishment. And I feel like the problem with that is with these cases where they're so few in number and they're more willing to let them go because of personal beliefs. I feel like it'd be better to just hit them with like a lesser crime or like give them like a lobotomy or something where they'll tolerate that more, but it's still something that
no idea what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah.
No idea what you're talking about.
I've been trying to follow it, and
what's your point?
All right. The death penalty is a problem because there are like certain subsects of Christians that think the state cannot kill, or that.
How is it a problem?
Like murderers or people who would be qualified for the death penalty, they'll be released.
How is the death penalty a problem for people that actually deserve it?
I guess I don't have a problem with it personally, but I feel like it being applied locally, that's where people
you don't have a problem with it, but you're arguing it.
I just know a lot of personal family members, like they're avidly against it. to the point where they're willing to let a guilty person walk free to avoid them being killed.
They don't have the power to do that, though.
Yeah, right.
Right?
You haven't explained it. How is the death penalty a problem for people that actually deserve it because they've done serious atrocities to the public? How is that a problem?
I guess I would say it causes like some societal dissent because of it. Because
sorry.
Sorry.
I couldn't help myself.
Rachel got me giggling.
I'm lost as well, Evan. Can we start it over again?
For like the case of a serial killer, there can be a lot of fear, and killing people is bad. And when they're getting put on trial and killed because
hold on, Daniel. I just told him to start over. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
God damn it, Daniel.
I may be a little too polite when it comes to, if I hear someone talk, I stop. But when it comes to like a problem that I see is like people think murder is bad, and they see the government do it, like murdering a murderer, and it goes and it makes them outraged. And I think that the outrage against like the government is a problem, and that problem could be mitigated for punishments that are still severe.
That's what I hear. I hear.
Well, he's saying words.
You're saying it has to do with like how we handle it with the government, like our outreach to the government in terms
How
of
the fuck am I the mean one? How am I the mean one? How is it fucking Andrew Wilson so mean? He's so fucking mean. It's like, fuck you people. Like, I'm the nicest person fucking ever, dude. Like, you fucking people. Well, how am I the fucking mean one? All right, I'm getting another drink. This is ridiculous.
And a drink.
Thank you,
So,
Andrew.
Evan, I want to make sure so you're saying like that the outreach to the government is it not enough, or is it too much, or is it helping? Is it hurting?
I think the contention, like there's people that feel, I'd say the outrage from the general population about people getting, I'd say like the negative reaction to public executions, or like or just executions generally by the government. That's the problem. And
Evan,
you're saying you think that the general population probably doesn't agree with the death penalty, and we see that in the protesting and so on, or the appeals process towards a scheduled death, right? I think I'm catching what you're putting down here. So you're saying the outcries that say we don't want this should be enough for us to deter the death penalty based on the amount of protesting and people that don't agree with it, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So I think that, obviously it varies state to state, but I think in essence, those states have voted in whether they want it or not. And that's what we've seen happen. That's why it's regulated to the states and allowed to the states, because we as an entire nation couldn't necessarily come to an agreement on that overall. And I think that if you put it back to the states and let them figure it out, then that general population has voted something in, or will protest enough and lobby enough to vote it back out. So I don't know if it's necessarily an argument you're coming in with, or maybe just a thought process to that.
Yeah. I could definitely see where I thought it was an argument, but I realized that it's not as solid to probably be vocalized. So thank you all for kind of like humoring me with that. And sorry if that was...
Sarah, I have an interesting thing here. Again, I don't really have a huge stake in this, but because especially when we talk about this, I don't even necessarily agree with Ryan in the long run. But I just looked up equivocation on like Grammarly, and so like the example they give is soil is natural, natural things are good for you, so it's okay to ingest soil. AKA, if X is Y and Y is Z, then Z must be X. That's the fallacy. And I think what Ryan is saying you're doing, Andrew, is saying that castle doctrine results in death. The castle doctrine deters people, therefore death deters people. And because the death penalty is death, therefore it must be a deterrent. When it doesn't logically follow, you would have to show specifically that the death penalty deters
No,
people.
that's incorrect. So
Before,
even
gentlemen, if I may, before Evan's going to say goodbye.
Well, bye,
All right.
Evan.
Thank you,
Bye, Evan.
to everyone.
Bye,
Come on, Evan, you don't have to
Evan.
leave. Come on.
so what you're using is formal logic structure.
Evan
The,
would
the,
escape.
the fallacy here would be in ambiguity, but the second you move into if X then Y or if Y then X, et cetera, you're leaving out the ambiguity position, and that's the position which is problematic. So in this case, what's ambiguous in the language there? What is the ambiguity portion?
It's just saying like they're the same because they're both death involved, right? That's the ambiguity. Even though you can explicitly
There's no
explain
ambiguity
what
there.
both of those is, the ambiguity is saying, well, even though there's a very specific different process in both of these things, they're the same because death. That's ambiguous.
No. There's no ambiguity there unless we have a problem with what death means.
Well, okay, right. Like, would you say, does it follow then that sickness is a deterrent because you die from it? Or does sickness is just a thing that happens to someone? It has nothing to do with
I would
crime,
say that
right?
sickness would be a deterrent if, like, you did X thing and then got sick. It would probably deter you from doing
in
X
that
thing.
case, but just like the concept of
Yeah,
dying,
but see how there's
dying
no
from sickness.
but
the
there's no
concept-
equivocation there, right? We're
No,
talking
no.
about the same thing.
I'm doing an equivocation right now when I'm saying, look, if you ambiguously like say, hey, you know, like people can die from sickness, and the castle doctrine is also a thing you can die from, and the castle doctrine definitely deters people. I think that sickness is a deterrent is not the same as, hey, well, if I were to give this person AIDS if they broke into my house, that would be a deterrent, right? That's the ambiguity there. If you like,
I
specifically
actually
spell that
don't
out.
see even in that equivocation. That just wouldn't follow.
I'm not an equivocation expert. That's just what I read, but
Yeah, that just wouldn't follow. That I don't now if you were to if we had an issue in the ambiguity of what any of those terms meant, and you were using those terms in a way to move back and forth between a single position, right? That no, it means this, no, it actually means that, depending on which position it was most helpful in, then you would be equivocating.
Okay, well, that's just what I was reading online. Maybe I have the complete wrong source, but it was just
I
interesting to me.
wanted I
think it made sense.
wanted
appreciate
to
it.
hand it over to our darling Herbert, also known as Wi-Fi Gospel, who has another question.
Well, I don't know who this Wi-Fi gospel fella is you keep talking about, Sarah. My name is Herbert. I just wanted to say I love those Saw boys up in the corner. I really like your hat. You're a little bit too old for me, but I agree. I don't think there should be a death penalty for anything. I think you guys are Team PDF, and if you want to go into politics, you got my vote.
And
Have a good night,
Herbert,
everybody.
I would say that's a great
All
joke,
right.
but minus points for using the voice changer. I think you got to do the impression yourself.
True.
fail. Bye,
It's a
Herbert.
paper boy coming to bring me the good news.
Oh, you got to do the whistle. Dude. Some good news.
Yeah, there you go. That's better.
You get
Your
your
impression-
fat ass back here.
That sounds see, you got that down too good though.
Too good? Ooh,
Too
uh-oh.
good.
I can do
And
other characters that aren't
Chesterald,
pedophiles.
It was
Don't
Big
worry.
Ted says, bring back Evan Lord. He was crushing this debate. We love Evan. He's our local panel squatter, and he'll sit up here until I prompt him to ask his question. So I've learned to try to get him to get his question in quickly, just because I know he has one, but we also want to move on with other folks too. All right, Mr. Jason, I know you're another one. Question.
Yeah.
This is the
I
infamous
got a quick
Castle
question,
Doctor,
Ryan.
Jason Castle. Thank you for
That's
joining
right.
us today.
It was named after me.
Very clever.
He's
very
killed
clever.
17 thieves.
Ryan, what about if we had the death penalty? What about the if you let it up to the victim's family? Let them decide.
So actually, we didn't really get to this, but it's an interesting thing. It seems like there's a lot of evidence that like the appeals process repeatedly like re-traumatizes victims, and so you could, if you want to argue to get rid of the appeals process, you know, that's one thing, but I mean that then we kill even more innocent people. So it's kind of like it's kind of a yeah, I mean that's a trade-off. I'm
What-
not. I'm
you
not
know,
willing
Yeah,
to make.
Jason,
Ryan,
then
like,
you're
what
beholden
justice
to the people
system-
that Andrew is complaining about, where it's like, some fucking piece of shit goes in, stabs a guy 45 times. They're like, hey, he was a
Well,
good
no,
kid.
I'm
He
saying
was
if
a good
somebody's
boy,
convicted
like let
and
him
they
out
get
of the
the
death
death
penalty.
penalty,
That's probably not a good
like,
idea, right?
let the family decide if they want the person to die or send them to prison for the rest of
But
their
what
lives.
family member is going to be like, well, I was going to say the Carmelo
I
Anthony, I
would.
think he was the one guy I've heard recently who was like, you know what, I forgive this guy who stabbed my son to death, but I think most people probably aren't like that. They're probably like, this guy should fucking die for doing whatever they did. And that could include something so simple as like
Well,
stealing a candy bar. And I just don't think that should
The
happen.
courts
Well, I
usually
think if-
already take this into account as well. They usually do ask for like the opinions of the victim's family and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Before they launch sentencing, correct?
Yeah, guys, I'm
Well,
going
what
a little
about,
easy
like,
tonight. I don't want to be
discretionary
so
of the judge?
aggro. And actually, I think I'm having
Andrew,
a
I
good
think you
time.
brought
I
this
could
up
just
one time. Like, what happened if you actually
talk calmly. It's not raising my heart rate and
let it to
pissing
the-
me
like
off.
a family
I'm just
member
like,
to
wow, these
actually
people are dumb.
do the
So
actual
I think it's nicer. Let me know if you don't like this approach.
Yeah. Well, so there was a case that I read. This is why I don't ever give out my reading. I don't ever give out my people are always asking like, what's your book list? And I'm like, you don't want to fucking know. Because I read everything. In fact, one of the reasons is because I read a lot of left-wing philosophy, right? So, but
I can't even read that, Andrew. How do you do it?
Yeah, well, it's insufferable, and it's like listening to Ryan all day. But anyway, the thing is the case that was made here is like the satisfaction level for closure for people used to be way higher for two reasons, right? The first reason is that they buried their dead themselves, right? That assists with closure in a very big way, right? Especially when you prepare your own dead, and it assists you with the ideas of death and your own mortality. And it assists with kind of everything.
Red Skull.
The second
So
is
good.
that when people killed, they usually didn't outsource their killing; they had to kill themselves, and it would bring like a kind of greater idea to society of closure. So one thing that has been suggested in the past is, if it is a case the death penalty is implemented, the victim's family should be the one who are able to actually implement that. If they so choose, right? They either throw the switch or they're part of the firing squad or whatever. Now, whether or not that's a good idea, I think is very debatable. Don't get me wrong, right? This is a very debatable issue. I'm not saying it isn't, right? But I can see the case for it.
Well, yeah, too, because like, what did you think too? That you also it might actually go in the favor of Ryan, because if somebody was given that responsibility, I think there would be a lot of people that just
No. You don't have to take it. You don't have to do it. You can defer it to somebody else, right? But it would be an option if you did want to do it. You know what I mean? That would assist with closure.
I'd be curious how much, whether that actually grants closure, like whether people like who are in circumstances like that actually feel better after the fact, or if they're just like, wow, that it sucks that like I built up in my mind that like getting to that point was going to feel a lot better. And
look, you have a great point here,
no.
right? So here's the point that I think that you have that's really good. There's no way for us
I've
to
noticed
kind of
being
objectively
calm has made Andrew
look back
be
in the
so much
1600s
less
or
annoying.
1700s.
So I'm going to
and
keep doing it.
Gauge happiness metrics. They weren't doing fucking polls, you know what I mean? But we do have a lot of literature about what people were writing about and talking about from the time 1700s especially. There was tons of literature. That was one of the major forms of communication of ideas. And the way that people dealt with death seems to be a lot better, and their reconciliation with it a lot better than it is now. And that was one of the reasons, because those things weren't outsourced. You prepared your own dead and you killed your own people. That was how that worked. So
being exposed to it a lot more, I imagine.
yeah. Well, it's just like veterans in war. They'll tell you like they become desensitized over time to killing, right? Now maybe that's not good, but the idea that when people die around them, it doesn't have the same kind of emotionally fucking damaging, destroying effect on them that it might for kind of the average Joe. You could say that that's perhaps a side effect that becomes a strength for them.
Well, you can see the same side effect for people like people that grew up in Michigan, that part of their righthood as a man is usually going out and hunting with their fathers, right? When I grew up in Michigan, we were either bow hunters or we were shooting with shotguns, right?
That's because they killed all the pheasant. That's why everybody has to hunt deer. It's fucking stupid DNR imported 50,000 wild coyotes and killed all the pheasants because they're scum.
I wanted to let everyone know. That's okay. I'm interrupting you. Rob Noir is backstage. AJ's backstage.
Noir.
Powder Dusty. No, I said Noir.
Sarah, tell Rob to wait. I got to
Noir.
go fake a tweet before he comes
Rob
on.
Noir.
Noir. No. the fuck is it? I always say noir. I'm always thinking of the NOI.
That's how I pronounce it.
And Duck is still hanging backstage. So if
Yeah.
you want any of those on screen, you got to get somebody off screen. All
Hey, Sarah, you
right.
can kick me. I'm
know
done.
what
Can we hear
do.
from
Are you-
Daniel had a question
are
like I
you
want to say like
done?
30 minutes
You're
ago.
done,
We never let him
Jason?
ask it.
Yeah.
No,
All
Hey,
right,
Vibe was
Jason's
talking.
done.
Actually, he was making a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually an important point, right?
Guys, Rob's
I
back.
grew up in Michigan, in East Lansing, so I don't know where you are, Andrew, but I know you're.
This guy's gonna
as
do
well.
like a
I live in California
Grandpa
now. I've been here
Simpson
for 20 years.
fucking.
There's a
He's
definite
got a good heart.
distinction between like how men feel about rights and what should be right and what should be wrong based on what their background was. I go to the grocery store with somebody in California and they have no idea how that chicken is killed, but
Yeah.
they want to stand up for animal
They think
rights.
chocolate milk. They think chocolate milk comes from brown cows, bro.
Does it?
Shit, what about
time we see him
the
is
strawberry?
Shit.
Yeah, I can tell you this crazy thing. So, like, we actually opened a company in the Philippines, and I moved to the Philippines. I have a house there in the Philippines as well, which actually kind of goes into these rights. And unfortunately, my internet conked out right at the beginning of this conversation, so I have like 10
There
points
is
that I wanted to
no
address.
soy
but I'm
pill
just gonna
Discord,
go
and
back
there
to
will
this and
never
just keep it
be a
simple, and I'll
soy pill
readdress anything
Discord.
that comes back up. But like when I went there, I brought some of my California employees there, and we went to the grocery store, and there was no packet of chicken breasts.
Fucking A, dude. Like, I like this.
And
This
they
guy's
were just
nice, but
blown
he's just
away
so, like,
trying to figure out like
Grandpa Simpson
where
story,
the breast
dude.
came from,
And the
didn't
breast
understand
cost a
how I
nickel.
knew
And
how
5
to
nickels were
disassemble
for a
chicken.
penny back
And
then.
it seems off point, but it actually is very on point on how we actually look at our moral views about killing even a human, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to kill a human, but having killed something and knowing where your food comes, and maybe there's some vegetarians on here, maybe there's some meat eaters that have never killed something. I almost would love to say that, you know what, let's not allow anybody to eat meat unless you've actually killed something once.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know, I mean,
well, I understand what you're saying. You're talking about the idea of how it is that people actually deal with death when they're completely displaced from it. That's the case
Right.
with hunters, right? There is definitely a distinction that I would see at funerals from guys who are hunters or guys who are veterans and how they would deal with it than people who were just completely displaced from it. And it's like, but it's such a part of the world. I don't even think it's healthy that people are as displaced from death as they are. I don't even think that that's fucking good for society.
I'm
Ultimately.
cooking
I
right
think
now,
it's
guys.
terrible
One
for
sec.
society.
I would
Andrew, I
agree with
have
you
a
there, and I would
question.
even argue that
And-
that struggle going overseas and having to kill people probably are the ones that weren't hunters in the first place.
Andrew, I have a
I
question.
don't know. That might be a claim too far. that might be
Ryan get
that might be a
the
claim
death
too
penalty
far,
for that
bro.
hairdo?
I don't know.
Andrew,
Go ahead,
should-
Rachel.
Should Ryan
Go ahead,
get the death penalty for his hairdo?
Oof.
Only
I
on
did see-
Wednesday.
Mean.
commented
And-
into that a
I
little
told
bit
you she's
ago.
the fucking mean one, dude. I told you.
Evan
I never
wrote
disputed
in with
that.
Big Ken. I think he's following up from his brief appearance here. Says, I was just trying to argue from utilitarianism. Lobotomization is more accepted socially than executions, and both punishments stop criminals from reoffending. The death penalty isn't always necessary. I
Dropping
mean, I could
another
agree. I
fake
want
tweet, but this time it's an
lobotomization
apology,
after every
guys.
panel, but you know,
You know, it's
still
interesting when you guys were doing the debate, right? And it was the first thing I noticed before you guys even started was the lacking of the title, right? Or not the lacking of the title, but not the good definition of it, deterrent. And that was the first thing I was going to come in on when the open panel came on. However, you guys pretty much all conceded, yeah, we don't like the title. We should be actually talking about other things. But I think there's actually a good debate here. And I put it in chat. Like, if we actually want to determine, like, we're going to say, what can make somebody stop? And I put this in chat. Like, let's look at pedophiles, people that rape children. Would it be a deterrent?
You,
not
hang
to
on,
kill them?
dude. Be cool with the TOS language, man.
yeah.
Yeah,
sorry.
use the G. Use the G,
I'll
please.
use the
I
G.
don't think that word. Like I've like
Agree.
like Wick has like just spammed it 10 times. It has
Yeah,
not
I
been
know, but
banned.
Wick has 26 people who watch him, and nobody ever reports him. So that because he has 26
All right.
viewers
To be
I'll
fair,
watch
it's
the
50
words.
to 70 at a time. I would say.
So on the grapes.
on what on his best nights.
I don't know.
Let him get to the point.
Right. I mean, we can look at all types of deterrents. So for somebody that does that to children, we instead of killing them, I personally think a better deterrent would be chopping off their genitals and tattooing pedo on their forehead.
Yeah, but this actually
Um,
does work. So the chemical castration is extraordinarily effective when it comes to PDF files. That's not even a dispute. There's so much data which backs that. Both sides at least agree to that foundationally. Well, whether or not they want to implement it due to, you know, their various ideologies is different, but there's no doubt that, I mean, chemical castration for people who engage in that, I think it's something outrageously high, like 90 to 95% of them never reoffend. So, and that's both sexes.
But
It's
that's not
both
about
sexes.
that's not about a deterrent,
And that
Andrew.
would
That's
actually
just
go
if
more on-
you remove someone's sex drive chemically, they won't offend again, which makes perfect sense. And I actually might be for that as a way to make them not, you know, if we release them back into society, maybe they won't ever hurt again. That's great. But like, if that's a deterrent or not is a completely different question. I don't know if people are
I would
going
say
to
it's
not
not a
act on their
deterrent,
horrible sexual
but it-
crime urges just
Well,
because
that's the
they
left.
know
That's the
that'll
left
happen.
wing view. The left wing view. Well, there's the two sides to that argument. The left wing view says, well, wait a second, we don't want to implement it because then these people won't come forward for treatment because they don't want to get fucking chemically castrated, right?
Well, there's
that's
some argument there,
that's the
right?
left
No?
wing argument. The right wing argument is like, yeah, who cares? Fuck them. They diddled a kid. We're chemically castrating them, and then we could let them out in society again, and they can have some kind of life because they
Well,
never fucking reoffend.
No, Andrew, but yeah, you're looking at the outcomes, and it's like, hey, if we make it so obvious that no matter what, if you even come forward and say, hey, I've never hurt a kid, but I really don't want to be chemically castrated, can you help me? And they chemically castrate you, what that's going to do is drive all these people who would otherwise come and try to get help and
They
not
know-
hurt
yeah,
people
but-
to hide and then hurt people eventually,
See,
right?
here's
So wouldn't we
here's
want less people to be hurt?
Yeah, but here's the problem with that left wing argument, right? Is that you implement the idea of have not done thing acts.
Yeah.
So chemical castration has never been proposed for non-offending, right? So if
Okay,
somebody
if that's
says,
the case, yeah.
"Oh," if somebody says that they're attracted to, people in
Children
that
or whatever,
age
yeah.
demographic, right? That chemical castration has never been proposed anywhere I've ever looked for those people.
Sure.
It's only
Then that's-
proposed for
then
offenders.
then I'm fine with that. And here's the thing: is the problem with I think a lot of people like to virtue signal on this, right? Because it's like one of the worst things you can be is a pedophile, right? If you're gonna say like, hey, what
Good
do I
Lord,
want to
can you
accuse
just say
someone?
PDF, dude?
Excuse me, I
Please.
forgot
Yeah.
it was in terms of PDF. Whatever. I hate using that stupid self-censoring.
I do
language,
too,
I
dude.
apologize.
But I don't make the fucking
Look,
rules
it's
on
one of
these
the worst
stupid ass
things.
platforms.
But the problem
Yeah,
is
do you wanna
everyone's like,
be on
oh,
YouTube or
kill your local PDF, like do all this thing. And it's like, look, yeah, everyone thinks these people are bad. Although obviously we're going to find some fringe awful people who are like, yeah, maps or whatever. But the point is, would it be better if we just killed these people if they're one, offending, or two, just, you know, like you said, they're not offending and they're coming forward like, I want help. The problem is this rhetoric is like not necessarily causing fewer children to get harmed, as far as I can tell, and that's why people are against that. Not because it's like, oh, like those poor people, like
yeah, look,
all they did
and
was hurt
on this
kids.
we have like common ground, right? So there are men and women. One of the most common fantasies for both are grape fantasies, right? Obviously, we're not going to chemically castrate them because they have fantasies about this, right? Or they're going to their shrink in order to get help to not have those fantasies if they're having them or whatever,
Right.
Right? But it's the most common one. Well, actually, it's more common for women than men, which is fucking crazy. But it is actually like I think it's their number one. Their number one reported fantasy is forced submission. But obviously nobody's proposing chemical castration there. You haven't done anything wrong.
Right.
Obviously, the proposal is always if you have offended, right?
Yeah.
And we want to actually move you back into society where you can, like, I don't know, lift heavy things so that I don't have to. And you should, because you're a PDF, you diddled a kid, you fuck. So you get to go lift heavy shit all fucking day, and I need to know that
yeah.
you're not going to diddle kids.
Manual
I think
labor,
chemical castration sounds pretty fucking good, right? I think that sounds
Manual
great.
labor is great.
I still
And
think
here's
there is
something I want to know if
flaw
you guys
there.
know: does the chemical castration work on female offenders? Because I
Yes.
don't know if you guys have been keeping track, but we have a serious problem with
Yeah,
female
what's
teachers
up with
and
that?
underage boys.
Yeah,
What is
so
going
the
on with that?
data sample was way lower for the women who had chemical castration done to them, but it did appear to that it eliminated also a lot of their motivation. But the reoffense rate was actually surprisingly higher than it was for the men. So
That doesn't
because
surprise me.
perhaps
Because
power
I've got
control,
a
something like
question.
that.
Maybe it's like a Japan
They did
situation. You got to hit them
first.
twice or something. I don't know.
Well, let me like to get it back to the topic. at
Because that's not a
hand.
deterrent.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question.
I say
And
we-
I'll- Then I'll leave.
Never
mind.
And then I'll leave. I just want to ask a question.
Sure,
Go ahead.
go ahead. Let's do that.
Since it's like rapid fire driving in New York in this conversation, Andrew, I would trust you on writing 87 episode of South Park. I wouldn't want your ass nowhere around the law book. Reason why, I'm just being serious. Reason why is because you forget about the other part of the story. When I came up, stealing the car was called joyriding. You know what happened once they made it a felony? Carjacking. You act as if when people do things and you make a deterrent or you think you're making a deterrent, everybody who breaks in your house don't want to become a killer. That means that means you could kill them and they could kill you. But you'll just make badder criminals come in your house to kill you. Just like you used the example as the person who killed 8 people who came in his store. Now that 9th person go come in there and just blow his damn brains out, take what he want to take anyway. So what I'm trying to say is, you got to understand there's 2 sides of that sword that you.
Yeah, here's the So let me respond.
Actually
right,
good
listen to what you said. If you don't want to get shot, don't steal fucking cars. It's pretty simple. So the thing is that here's what I will tell you: 100%. This is the case, right? If inside of communities where people steal a lot of fucking cars, if they started getting shot by the average civilian in public for stealing their car, they would steal way less fucking cars. How do I know this? Because when that happens in areas where that does happen, right, you see the carjackings stop. Let me give you a great example of this. In South Africa. In South Africa, it's legal to equip your fucking vehicle with a flamethrower. No, I'm not kidding. It's an anti-theft device. Right? It's a flamethrower. It lights your fucking ass on fire when a car thief comes by. Guess what happened in the areas where they implemented flamethrower technology on their vehicles? Carjackings went down by hundreds of percent. Hundreds of percent. Now, go figure. Right? I guess you're not such a bad motherfucker when the car opens up with a flamethrower to deter you from stealing it. Right? What are you going to do? You're going to wear a flame retardant suit to steal the fucking car? Right? It's just silly, dude.
Andrew, that is a good example.
You didn't answer. You didn't answer my question. As crime, as you deterrent on one level of crime, you just make a different type of criminal. That's what you didn't answer.
How are you making a different type of criminal?
Well, he's saying your example. They would have people who carjack maybe with now flame retardant suits, or maybe you're going to have more armed people.
The criminals are going to get flame retardant suits so that they can carjack.
No. Let's don't make a joke. I gave you a good example.
Okay. Well, give me the example again. Let me make sure I respond directly to it.
Okay, in the 60s and 70s, when you stole a car, it was called joyriding. All right.
You think that's accurate?
No. Listen. Oh, well, you wasn't even around, so I can't even take. You wasn't even around. Come on.
Oh,
you probably read about it, but you wasn't around. You wasn't even around. Please, you wasn't even around.
Oh, I see. Okay? Were you around during the days of slavery? Because if not, then you can't talk about it. Then don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Then
she don't need your.
You weren't around, bro, so you can't talk about it, bro.
Easy. Don't get your underwears all tight, please. I'm not the one.
I'm just pointing. You are the one. I'm just pointing. You are the one. You are the one. You're fucking Neo, bro. You're fucking Neo, bro.
You can't answer my question.
Okay,
that's
well,
the problem.
Ask the question.
Okay, I'm saying is when they were joyriding and it was a misdemeanor, all right, and they decided to make it a felony, and when they did make it a felony, you stopped so much of the breaking in your car and stealing it at your home. But what you did open the door for is carjacking. Now you're talking about a more serious criminal now who has a gun on you. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
And so it's more easy for you to get killed now than it is for the person that you're trying to kill.
Why? Can I ask you a question? If it's joyriding, right? Why would it's criminals who wanted to steal your car, who were hardened criminals, be deterred from stealing your car because it was a lesser penalty? That makes no sense. No, you're not
listening. No, what you're not listening. I said when it was like that, the average person would do that. All right. Once they made it a felony.
Yeah, but why would those people? Why would those people
we're not talking about them
it?
people. No, we're not talking about them people anymore. We're talking about once you made it a felony. Yeah. Now you're bringing in hardened criminals now. Who would take your
why
life.
Would those criminals not have done it before, though?
No, but I'm saying because it was a sneak thing.
What?
You understand? It was a sneak. No, it was a sneak thing. Most people stole cars. They hotwired your car and stole your car and joyride. Okay? Once they made it a felony, all right? Yeah. Now you're inviting harder criminals to come in who wants to take your car.
Why would those harder criminals not have stolen your car before, though?
Because There's no value in joyriding versus taking your damn car to a chop shop.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they still have been taking your car to a chop shop even if there was a
Because
lesser
it
crime?
wasn't. No. Listen, what I'm trying to say is that what you're opening the door to. Now you brought more value to the car, so you bring it to.
How did you bring more value to the car?
Because now, when you made it a felony versus it being a misdemeanor, it brings more value to the car. Because
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if I'm following OG here.
All over this country,
dude, adjusted for inflation, if you were to take a car from the 1970s to a car now, it is true they're a bit more expensive in 2025. There's no doubt about that, but they were still expensive, and there was still a lot of value in taking them to a chop shop. What you're trying to argue, hang on, what you're trying to argue to me is, Andrew, if this was a lesser crime, the really bad people wouldn't do it, even though it was a lesser crime. But when you made it a major crime, now the really bad people do it, even though the value's exactly the same. It makes no fucking sense.
That's the way it don't make no sense in your head because you got it all twisted up. If you slow your ass down, stop smoking a cigarette, and don't take another drink, you probably can understand this shit because I'm a D student. Okay? So I see it real goddamn
I'm
simple.
an F- student. I still don't understand what the fuck you're saying.
Well, that's why you're an F- student. Okay? So but anyway.
Well, can you give me a D+ explanation so I understand
so
what
I'm
you're talking
trying to
about?
say is, like the guy that you talked about earlier, I took that over to that too. You brag about him shooting 8 people. So the 9th person comes in and just kills him. Don't even tell him it's a robbery. Just kills him. I'm just saying, when you make deterrent on certain things, you invite more harsh criminals to do certain acts.
I don't see.
Because wait. Okay.
All right,
So,
go ahead.
listen.
Well, let me ask you a question. If I'm gonna get a felony, right? If I'm getting a felony for stealing a car, well, it ain't gonna be too much different if I get a felony putting a gun to the person who hasn't jacked the car. Now, I would not like to be on the other side of that, but I'm just saying is I don't have an argument against you saying that you have the right to protect your property and anything like that. I'm not that type of person. But what I am saying is you have to look at the whole totality of what you're saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm looking at the totality, though. So let me ask you a question. Let's pretend that there's a target, a soft target, a house or something that has $1,000 in it, and hardened criminals know it has $1,000 in it, and non-hardened criminals know it has $1,000 in it. Why would it be that if you lowered the threshold for the penalty that you would be prosecuted for, that hardened criminals wouldn't still break in to get the $1,000 just like less hardened criminals? That makes no sense.
No, because a less hardened criminal wouldn't want $1,000. When I'm saying it, that less.
Why wouldn't they?
Well, I'm telling because they don't steal on that low budget, brother. And what I'm trying to say is, the higher you make the budget, or the higher you make the crime, that's the type of criminal you go bring into that house.
Okay, and then you're going to
who's willing to kill him.
Great. Okay, actually, this is
willing to kill
perfect.
you.
This is perfect. So both criminals will still be willing to do it, but what you've done is you've deterred a massive quantity of them, and all you have remaining is like the worst of the worst of the worst. So that still would be a massive deterrent, dude.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, what you're doing, let's take the alarms on the car, all right?
Okay.
What did you do when you put the alarm on? You took the average person out of stealing your car joyriding, right?
Sure.
But the real criminals came up with a scheme how not only can they steal your goddamn car, and throw your alarm right in your damn yard and ride down the street with your goddamn car.
Yeah, but they would have stolen. But they would have stolen the car even when it was joyriding. Why wouldn't they have?
Because now.
Why wouldn't they have?
Because I'm telling you, when something is so accessible, it's less value, and you know that.
It was still a car in the 1970s was still valuable enough to steal to take to a chop shop to.
Wait. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Okay.
If it's easy to steal a car, it would make it less valuable. If it's hard,
why would it make it less valuable?
Because that's just the way. Wait. It's just like the same thing. And when you buy merchandise,
I'm gonna go back to work.
Look, it's the same thing when you.
I'm really loving it.
Andrew, I think he's trying to make an argument about escalation, and like you're right to say, like, yeah, if we make it like, everyone, if you step in my doorway, will blow you away.
No.
No.
You don't get to reframe.
Wait, because I'm going to, because I think the thing he's saying.
You're reframing this shit, and you know it. Stop it. Stop it.
I promise. You won't even disagree with this, Andrew. You won't even disagree with this,
bro. Can you? I just want you to. I just want one answer to the question before you reframe it. So
right. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you tell me why it follows?
No,
that
it doesn't.
Hey,
it doesn't.
stop.
What you're about to say is true.
Stop. Let me ask the fucking question.
Okay, go ahead.
How does it follow that because
Demand.
hardened criminals
Demand.
will steal your fucking car?
Demand.
And not hardened criminals will steal your car.
Demand.
That if now not hardened criminals don't steal your car, that's not better than if both will steal your car. That makes no fucking sense.
Yes, it does. No, Andrew, I agree with you.
Wait,
OG, please. OG, please.
The super chat. And for the record, OG is getting canned. I'm just allowing the rest of the conversation to finish.
There would be more fucking demand. What do you mean? Not less. There would be more demand.
I agree. The car example
Let me
is
just
not
say this and I'll leave.
And people get support when they're in prisons. They go ahead and their citizen rate rise up because when you go to prison, you definitely have a support system that's in there. So I've seen people that go to prison like
ask the super chat if you don't mind. Thank you.
I am so confused.
Shot with the Big Ten asks OG, what if you got a wood chipper sentence for stealing a car? Is that a deterrent enough for you?
Well, then he would just be inviting the worst of the criminals who didn't mind getting wood chipped to death to steal the car, and then only they would steal the car, and that would somehow be worse than if everybody could steal the car.
No. You'll have a person who would say, no, I wouldn't steal that car. But then you have the other person who comes in and say, I would kill the person who's running that wood chipper, and then I would steal the car.
Mm-hmm. And you have people who would say, I'm gonna frame a car theft so that I can use this wood chipper. If you make it too easy to defend property, then that becomes offensive.
Andrew, but what I'm just saying,
can I please say my thing now?
What I'm just saying is, we know when we have things in demand and it's less of what you want versus you having a multitude of it, it brings a better price. And what I'm saying is, when kids was joyriding, they was just joyriding, all right? When they made it a felony, they opened the door for people to go out there actually to steal cars and carry them to Chop Shop.
Why wouldn't they take them to chop shops anyway? It makes no sense. Why wouldn't they take them anyway?
Andrew, do you not understand it had no value?
All right, wait.
Why would it have no value? What do you mean?
He's making two arguments. One is absolutely nonsensical, and that argument is if we would just allow.
That's only because you got your hat on too tight.
Do you think, OG?
He was joyriding.
If you're D+, maybe you should listen to C-. Right? The argument that OG's in effect making is if we just allowed every car to be stolen, then the value of cars would go down, which is a stupid, nonsensical argument that Andrew's connecting on. The argument that he's trying to make that makes a little more sense is if you put some form of deterrent, then the people that do it will understand that if they get punished, it'll be a severe punishment. Therefore, they're more likely to use more severe violence.
Right. It's an argument about escalation. Right?
It's just as simple. It's just as simple. And I don't know why y'all can't get it. It's just as goddamn simple. Okay.
It's not.
It is. It's simple.
It's simple.
Wait.
All right, Sarah, we're not getting anywhere with this one, Sarah. I don't know about this one.
When he said three people breaking in the house, right? He gave a guy a choice right here. I forget it, Ryan. He gave a guy a choice. If you was to break in the house,
I'm done with
and
OG.
you know there was people there with a gun, all right? Well, the average person is not going in that house.
That's an escalation argument. That doesn't make the
No. He made this as an example. And look, he made this as an example, so I was using this on example. Okay, well, cool out, bump your brakes. I hope you're not a school bus driver.
No.
Okay? What I'm saying is, the person who would go in that house
Sarah,
would be a killer.
That's an argument for escalation. You're making two separate arguments. The first argument you're making is if we
the person who go in that house would be a killer. He wouldn't have no problem.
I think I found the problem with your stupidity, and that's you're incapable of listening.
Oh my
right?
God.
So you're making two separate arguments.
Did somebody tell you that? You read it?
No, I have trouble reading, but I'm still smarter than
someone in my chat.
The first one.
On what day?
No, they already donated. Never mind.
Would you like to set up a debate with me one-on-one and find out?
You know what?
Topic of your choice?
Look, let me just put it this way.
Oh my God.
Let me just put it this way.
Okay.
Let me just put it this way. I only debate people who are equal to everybody else I teach.
Okay, so you're.
Where you fit in at? Where you fit in at?
I will tell you this: you would have to teach me because there's no world that you're my fucking equal. That's
okay.
Sure.
That's what you think.
Right.
That's
so
what you think.
Now, you shut up.
That's what you think. No, if you ask me to be quiet, I will be quiet. But you can't tell me to shut up, bro.
I will tell you to shut the fuck up.
You can say whatever you want to say, but that ain't gonna make me do it.
I know you won't do it because.
Damn right, I won't do it.
That's right.
That's right.
Because you clearly.
No, you have a problem trying to understand what I'm saying, and it's making you upset. I understand that.
How do you know that I don't understand what you're saying when you refuse to listen to me? So how would
because
you
try to explain yourself twice.
No, I did. I tried to explain myself, and you instantly cut
Twice.
me off and said I was wrong. You're
Twice.
making two arguments because
Twice.
you haven't listened either time. Even the lefties on the panel realize what
sucks
you're saying
so
is a fucking
much.
joke. There is literally
Okay,
no one
it might be a
listening.
joke to whatever you say. Whatever you say, it might be a joke.
No,
but
no,
I live
you're
in
the joke.
wait a
You're
minute,
the
but
joke.
I live in the reality of it in
No, you
California.
don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I
You
do.
don't live in
I live in the reality
Let's
of
use the
it.
example you just said.
Oh my
I
God,
said you're
dude.
making two. So breaking into the house, you're making two arguments. The first argument is an
I
argument.
only
of
use
Why
the
does
example.
Rob have to be
Please,
correct?
The first argument is an argument of escalation. You're saying if you increase the punishment, then the people that do these actions will be more hardened. Because before, if you got a slap on the wrist for breaking into someone's house, then you're not going to pull a gun to
Oh,
do it
wow.
because you
Of
take
course,
your slap on the wrist, you go back to
neo-Nazi
another house the
profile
next day.
picture
But if you say
donated
that
a
it's like the
racist
death
super
penalty to break
chat.
into someone's
Great.
house, now you're going to take a gun and make sure there's no witnesses. Right?
Please,
That's
just
part of your
please
argument.
take these people
That part
out.
of the
That's
argument
so
at least
annoying,
logically
guys.
follows through. The other part of
I
the
need a
argument you're
stim.
making, if we
I
take
need a
this
stim
example,
to
is
help me through
the
this.
shit you would steal from that house: diamonds, TVs, computers, firearms. Now it's worth less money because more people are breaking in, stealing the shit, so that the demand is lower. But if you stop people from breaking into houses, now the values of diamonds, televisions, computers, firearms, whatever you would steal from a house, shoots through the roof. That's fucking stupid.
Okay, so that's the way you explain it. And what I tried to explain, now I didn't interrupt you. What I said is, if you got valuables in that house, all right, you only deter a person who's not willing to go through the crime. But if you got real values in the house, like art pieces, diamonds and stuff like that, that person who comes in your house is willing to kill you. Not the person who just wait. Okay, let me finish. Not the person who just break your window and absolutely catch you not home or think you're not home. Who's just in there to rob your refrigerator, drink your beer, drink your booze. You're talking about two different kinds of criminals. And what I'm saying is,
Viet says, "Is it justifiable to tattoo someone full black for being racist?" I'm not going to ask that, but that is a funny hypothetical, Viet.
that's all I'm saying.
You just reiterated exactly what
My
I said,
brain
that you're
hurts.
making this deterrence argument and escalation argument. That's part one. Then you're making this absurd economic argument that no one on the world agrees with. And that's why we're laughing at you.
And that's good. And that's good.
That's
You know
not
why?
good. It's very bad. that
I'm
you're
telling you
an
why it's not good. Because with all your brain power, you ain't been able to solve it yourself.
What do you mean
And
by
I'm
pointing out that
going
it's
to
nonsense?
use I'm going to use my
Emperor
power.
Rob has not been able to solve the problem
I suppose.
of his
I'm
mic level
gonna-
being way too low. Turn your mic up, Rob.
I'm going to utilize my power to boot OG to stay, but somebody donated 20 earlier to boot him. He actually said to boot Marte, but Marte cannot be booted. He's protected for the evening, so the full 20 goes to OG Ghost. So you would require, and somebody else sent another 5, so it would require 15 more if you want a full boot, or I'm sorry, if you want OG to stay. So
Did you
OG
upgrade your equipment, Marte?
I fixed it.
He plugged it in, yeah.
Very good. Very good,
Come
man.
over and fix it. So
And
yeah.
hey guys, I do want to propose a new question to the panel based on that last debate, right? Which
Before
was something
you
I'd love to
do,
talk about what I
vibe.
called it.
Rob, I know that probably raised your blood
Or-
pressure, so I put a little apology fake tweet in the private chat for faking
Thank
the
you,
first
sir.
tweet.
And you know what? That's
And
oh, go ahead, Sarah. I'm sorry.
for my
Apologize.
apologies.
Don't speak very well.
Before we kick off, and I can hand it back to Rob, and then we'll kick over to Vibe after that. Bobby Ballbags with a big 10 said, "We was just joking."
Shit.
Yeah, what a great profile picture that guy
Casual
has, Sarah.
racism.
Very
Yeah.
absolutely
Right,
show
guys.
the like swastika Jew hater guy on your fucking stream, but don't say PDF. Ooh,
Striking it rich.
Did we
Vibe.
did we crack a joke from a famous TV show of she?
no, I meant the like the Nazi profile picture. I know the in shit thing is fine, but also
Oh,
that's one way to do it.
Yeah, you know what? I think that you fuckers, you do most of this for optics. I don't even think any of this shit offends you.
No, I
think
don't
you're full
care.
of shit.
I don't care.
I think
just think
all
it's
you
funny.
fuckers are full of
Wait,
shit.
hold on,
You don't
Andrew.
even get offended.
I don't care.
You just want people to be
I
like,
will-
I'm on your
Andrew,
side.
Andrew, I don't get offended. You're right. I will see
Gentlemen,
Kyle right now in front of everyone. I'm just saying it's
gentlemen,
funny that we can't say PDF file.
Gentlemen, I'm offended that you all rudely interrupted our super chat. Striking it rich with big 5, 1 potential problem with the prompt is the term crime. Are we only talking about street crime, or will the death penalty extend to white collar crime? Yes, I already took my L on that. I will
There's nothing wrong with the prompt.
to rock out with the L's.
Yeah, I
Wrongful
think it's a good prompt. Still.
Big Ben.
It's fine.
I hate to do it, but OG isn't first angry black man I've dropped, but I am. He got too blunt to smokes and calm his movies.
Just explicit racism. Awesome 10,
Yeah.
Ron Reed. Great 10.
Yeah, great way to spend your money, dude.
How's that blatant racism?
I think it's accurate.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the racism.
Neither am I.
Did OG say anything about smoking a blunt? He was talking about.
Yes. Actually, he did. Yes, he talked about yes.
Yeah.
In fact, yes.
Did he?
Oh,
I actually didn't hear him.
You
Did
like
he say that?
apples? How you like those fucking apples?
Wait,
Yes, he did.
What did he say? I didn't hear it.
Anything about smoking a blunt. I thought he was talking about crime and the death penalty, but like everyone else on the panel was.
And silly duck, who let you back
Oh
on
no!
the panel? You're
Bye,
ruining
Duck.
back
Welcome.
there.
Bye. Oh no! No wait, Andrew, did he actually say something about smoking blunts? I actually didn't hear it.
Black man part is also
And
racist.
backstage, I also have Ariak, Grumpelstiltskin, and Daniel McCoy waiting
Wait,
patiently.
real quick,
so-
Andrew, did he actually say something about smoking blunts? Because I did not hear that.
No, I don't know. I'm just fucking. I
Right,
have
okay.
no idea. I'm just talking.
That's what I
shit.
thought. Okay, I thought he didn't. Yeah.
I like fucking with Duck. What do you want me to do? I like fucking with that guy.
I mean, that was funny, but yeah,
It was funny. It was
that also a
objectively
racist
funny.
comment.
Fight with me. You should let him fight with me.
Oh, you want to fight
So
with
it was
OG?
so it was racist then, right? So it
Rachel?
was
Oh,
actually a racist
I would
comment,
love to
wasn't
see
it?
a
No,
Rachel Wilson.
no. It was,
I don't think it's
bro. Come on.
Saying, yeah, I mean,
Come
it
on,
was
oh,
like if he was
can't-
like,
can't
"Oh, get
describe
OG off
Ryan
here,
when
go
I-
eat
Yeah,
watermelon."
okay,
you know?
Ryan.
like,
Here, let me ask you a
Cringe
question.
embarrassing.
If someone was like, "Hey, Karen," to Rachel, why don't you go get yourself a fucking latte mocha or whatever?
That's
You wouldn't say
racist.
that was racist,
I
but
would.
saying the
I
same
would
fucking
say it was
shit,
racist,
it's a
actually.
stereotype.
That is racist, actually, just not as bad.
Ryan wouldn't say so. Ryan,
You
would
wouldn't
would
say
that be
that's
racist? Ryan, would that be racist?
I wouldn't call it racist.
Yeah,
I
of
think
course
Karen-
not, Ryan. Of course not.
Well, this is the
That's-
so I
It's never
disavow.
racist
I
when it's
disavow
white
the
people,
soy
Ryan.
left. I
Never
think it
racist
is
when it's white
racism.
people.
All right, white people can be the victims too. I'll say that.
Yeah,
Damn it.
whatever. Well, not Ryan. Not according to Ryan. That wouldn't
I
be
disavow
racist.
Ryan,
Not
all
that.
right?
That would say that's against a white person. That's totally
I
acceptable.
defend
It's
our
only
right
if
to
it's
be
towards a
racist
black guy
against
that's
white.
bad.
I think it's worse to a
downplays
black guy.
the meaning of racism if we
Yeah, I know, because there has to be systemic power and institutional power plus prejudice.
Sort of.
Otherwise, it's not real racism. It's just some kind of prejudice, which has the moral equivalency
Shut
of the
up,
exact
cracker.
same thing.
You're being too loud.
So are we going to
Dude,
go into where I think
dude.
Bob's
You
still
can't
waiting
say
for
that
his
shit
turn?
on YouTube, bro.
You
You
can say
can't say that shit.
cracker?
You can't say it on YouTube.
No
Not kidding,
way. Seriously?
No
wow.
way. You can say cracker on YouTube. It's-
bro. All right, I gotta
No, you
bail.
can't.
I gotta bail.
No, it's a stop.
I'm
saying
serious.
It.
I
Stop
gotta
saying it.
bail. I can't. You can't say that shit. You
All right,
get
I
fucking,
won't say it
it's an
anymore if
instant
that's
ban.
true, but yeah.
It is fucking true.
Okay.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Is
Well,
the
ladies-
K
You know
is
what?
the
You know
K
what?
word
And
that
by
you
the
said
way,
not?
leftists like you do this all the time. You know what the TOS is. And
I
you
swear to
TOS,
God, I
you
swear to
fucking
God, I don't
TOS
wanna
bomb
TOS
all the
myself.
fucking time.
I
You
don't want
TOS
to TOS
bomb
myself,
all the
Andrew. I
time,
would not
dude.
do that.
Are
Okay.
Karens? Is Karen also not allowed? Can we call people Karens?
Yeah, you can say Karen. That's not against the TOS. But what you guys do is you TOS bomb on purpose because
I-
you want to see right wing channels
I
get banned.
promise
People,
you I don't do
motherfuckers like
that.
you do this shit constantly.
I promise you, I would never do that because
Yeah,
it's
whatever.
also
I don't
my
fucking
revenue.
believe any of you.
Why would I?
my
Why would I?
content-
Hassan Piker got fucking banned.
wait,
It was a
wait,
famous ban for saying that fucking word, dude.
Yeah,
He
on
got
Twitch,
it was
right?
it was a famous ban, and suddenly it's like, oh, really? You can? I didn't know about. I bet you fucking tweeted about it. I bet I could go back
Go
and
find
find
it,
you
dude.
tweeting about the Hassan Piker fucking c-word controversy, but suddenly you didn't fucking know, right? You didn't know. I
seriously
didn't know.
Dude,
What
I've been
that
saying
word?
PDF file, been saying grape on these shows all the
Yeah,
time because
whatever,
I
dude.
thought it was okay. I wouldn't try to fucking bomb you for your monetary value. I actually care about that shit.
Was
so.
the tooth
Good
fund? Was the tooth fund handed
We're
over?
working on it. Andrew, I messaged Andrew about it, and he asked me how much the tooth would cost. I don't have a good answer yet because I have to go to the dentist and find out.
Oh, so
like-
you mean Andrew kept his word?
yeah, it seems like he probably will. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, isn't that crazy? Like,
I've been saying that every time people have asked me about it since I messaged you. I've been saying that. So yeah, nice try,
Daniel,
How it works.
Daniel, seriously, I don't know how much more I have to say.
how come the
this.
left wingers
Any-
didn't fix your tooth anyway? How come it's the Christian right that ends up fixing your tooth because they don't want to see you all fucked up on these panels and making a fool out of yourself?
You know, that's a good question.
We
And,
fix a lot of
you know what
things.
I think we should say to that point is, hey, leftists, if you're out there, if you're watching on Soy Pill's channel or whatever, you should come subscribe to my channel. Help me out. I'm a small creator starting to get into the game, and I think I have a lot of potential.
There is.
So,
Do you agree with me that the some of the most
with my shill, I was almost done with my grift.
Ryan? There's major left-wing streamers everywhere. How come they won't help you with your fucking tooth? You're on their panels all the time.
Brian,
That's
I'll
pretty
offer
easy.
your tooth.
That's
I didn't
pretty
know you had a
easy.
tooth
That's
problem.
easy,
How much is
right?
your
Because
tooth
the
there?
Christians are out there without government trying to help everybody.
Everybody.
And the leftists messing everything up.
Yeah,
Hey, Ryan,
those dang
just
leftists.
suck
Go on
off
Sarah's
Destiny and he'll pay for that tooth.
I'll pay for your tooth.
You can
Brian. You
probably
don't even
fit
have
it
to
right
suck
between
my
the
dick.
gaps, homie.
Lady and gentlemen, Daniel, let me elaborate this one more time. I don't know how many more times I can say this, but you cannot boot any of the original panelists. That's Ryan, that's Soy, that's Rachel, that's Marte, and I'm also including Andrew into this realm because he's here to support his lovely wife. So please pick somebody else to boot. And
No, it's
then
because
also,
we bring in major numbers and you make a bunch of money. Let's be real. Let's just be real.
well, the grift needs to pick up.
Yeah,
then.
the grift has to pick up. That's fair.
Brian, how much is your
and
tooth thing?
They're trying to bring. They're trying to bring Rob back, but I need to know. Oh, Grumple, you've got the boot. That's what they said in the chat. They're booting you
Bye,
to bring
Grumple.
back Mr. Rob, Mr. Noor. Where'd he go? Rob, are you still back there?
I think he messaged saying he had to go.
That's what his
he
wife
had to
says
go.
every night.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Robert, Switzer, and Jeremy, one of you need to pick somebody else to bring back up then. And then Wrongful Rage sends a big 10. Why are gay guys against the death penalty? They'd have died in Sodom, and you get it.
Having this on
Okay.
screen is
All
worse
right.
than us.
This is terrible. I apologize. I did not pre-read that. Usually Wrongful Rage is okay with this stuff.
I mean, I did, and it was really funny.
Every donation pretty nasty.
I'll see the last guy's 5 and add 5 for Ryan. Oh my God. I don't know how many more times I've.
Hey, you're making a lot of money on these fucking idiots, Sarah. I wouldn't complain about it.
He only believes. Yeah, that's true. He only believes in God when he's swearing on him that he didn't know about the TOS restrictions, as if that means.
Wait, Sarah, did you
something.
just call the Crucible crew idiots?
No, I'm talking about
Sarah,
anybody that's not listening to what I'm saying. If you're not listening to what I'm saying and you strategically go against it, like okay. If everybody wants to just send money to boot Ryan and Soy,
They're very
you're
smart.
more than welcome.
You're so
to
smart
spend
for
all
doing
the
it.
money
I would
you
hate. I'm
want.
seething if you send Sarah money to try to boot me. I hate it. Don't do it, please.
JD Caden with the big 5. Love Andrew and Rachel. And when I love to compose an in-depth, thoughtful, and eloquent comment, but hear me out.
Yeah, we was just boy riding in shoes.
Daniel, you know what? Daniel.
Now that one's a little.
Daniel.
Oh, is that too much for you?
No, see, I will cop to this. I will cop to this. I make racist jokes all the time, but it's the
not as
intention
much
that I
as
think
we'd
is
like.
I don't know. I think if you hung out with me, Andrew, you'd see my racism really
can't
come
do it
out
because
there.
you
Right?
didn't
The problem is that the
fuck my name
racism
up.
is the
Fuck
joke
my
is
name up.
haha black people
Fuck my
joyride.
name
You know,
up.
it's like
Maybe.
it's kind of boring racism. I like a really clever
funny
racism.
man.
You know.
I'm gonna turn you back up, Rachel,
so
for
make
some
us
reason.
laugh.
You gotta alley oop me.
went.
You gotta give me a good alley oop, Rachel, or I can't just racism off the top. I mean, I can, but it's got to be
You couldn't. Wait. How can you not? Yeah. How can you not participate? In
All right. Here we go.
shit?
All right, guys. What is the sound of a Vietnamese ghost?
What?
Who called Brandon the idiot for sending the money in?
I don't know if anyone heard
So,
my
hey,
punchline.
guys,
I did a
Yeah, you didn't
Vietnamese
like my.
accent.
Hang on. I thought that was
20
great. I had the
minutes
greatest
ago.
answer. It
What was
was.
your
It was
joke?
the machine gun noise. That was the sound of a Vietnamese
Oh.
ghost. Is a machine gun noise.
No, I did the
right?
accent. I said boo.
Oh, I thought
I
the
went over
machine gun
this-
noise was better because there was 1.5 million Vietnamese ghosts by the time we were done with them. Just pointing that out.
Based.
I
We
still
got
wanted to
'em.
open this up to the panel after the last 2v2 debate there, right? Based on Andrew's original assessment of the three houses, right? And which one would you rob? And one of the things that started spinning in my mind there, the first thing was, well, I'd go after the one of most high value with the least amount of risk. So if there was $5 million with a guy with a gun and $1,000 with a guy without the gun, depending on my criminal mind, I might go after the one with the gun. But that's actually not my point. My point that I started thinking about over that whole thing was let's look at it this way. We've got the government that has a gun, which is the death penalty, and you've got a resident that has a gun. Which one is actually more effective? So I'm a criminal. I'm going to break into your house. I don't know if you have a gun or not, but if I get away with it and if I get caught, I've got 10, 20, 30 years before I actually ever get prosecuted with the death penalty, versus when you're actually stepping in. And this kind of goes back to what you were saying, Andrew, with like South Africa and flame guns coming out of cars. When we're talking, because the discussion of this conversation is a deterrent. So is the government the better deterrent, or is giving individuals the right a better deterrent? And I mean, Soyfill and Radical, actually, I don't think Radical or Ryan, you actually said this, but I know Soy, you said it'd be great. Like, you hate somebody doesn't put their cart back in the parking lot, right? Like, it'd be great to get rid of these people. What if we didn't rely on the government anymore and we just gave the people the rights? And I'm just opening that up.
Vibe, I think it's empirically true. Wait, hold on, can I just say? Well, Vibe,
I would just say that there would be a higher
true that the Castle Doctrine
here.
is a better deterrent than the death penalty. I think you can literally look at stats on this and say, yeah, this works much better. So
I
it's
actually,
not even a question.
I said this.
Yeah, but hang on. Right, I would just say that there would be a hierarchy of deterrence. So I'll give you the olive branch and say, that the armed citizen would probably be a much better immediate deterrent than consequence of government intervention. But I think that both of them combined is best. That's the best deterrent, right? The idea that both arms, both the civilian arm and the law enforcement criminal prosecution arm, in this case, can work in unison. Both of those become deterrents. That way the average citizen is protected, can protect themselves. And even if they can't, somebody will be there to intervene and protect them. Both instances, I think, act as deterrents. You're just talking about the immediate deterrent versus an elongated one, but both of them act as a deterrent.
So to that point, though, I think that this was the contention we kept running into in the debate, was whether or not that the death penalty itself is the thing that actually serves as a deterrent, or if like a lifelong sentence without parole would be just as much of a deterrent as that long term.
It's a good line, Geo-Rock. I like it.
Death penalty, and that's kind of the thing that Rachel and Marte failed to demonstrate over and over.
No, they didn't fail to demonstrate it. They hang on. They actually gave you a very specific demonstration, which you had no argument for, so you just swapped it around. But they showed you in Singapore, when it was the case that the death penalty was implemented for trafficking, that the trafficking reduced by 60+%. What's your argument against that, dude? Life imprisonment was not doing it. That when they put in the penalty of death, it dropped by 60%. How is that not a better deterrent?
So they had they were giving life without parole right before that, and then they switched to death penalty. And
life imprisonment in Singapore, especially. There was a great movie on this.
The only factor that changed.
Hang on. There's a great movie on this. Hey, stop, Brian. I'm explaining. There was actually a great non-fictional. It's a non-fiction movie. It was great. It was about guys who got arrested in Southeast Asia for hashish. One guy ended up getting life in prison, essentially. It was, or close enough. It was 25 years, which, that's basically, most people would consider that something akin to a life sentence. And his friend who got away with it, they said that they would let this guy go if his friend came in and served the remainder of the time. That way they got both of them, right? It did act as a major deterrent. I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that the life sentence acted as a deterrent. It definitely did. Only arguing that when they said, hey, we're going to fucking kill you if you do this, that it drastically decreased by such a wide percentage that you can't defy that correlate now. It is the primary correlate. And so what is your argument against that? What is it?
Well, my argument, if Ryan.
Ryan's argument.
Oh man, okay.
I'm skeptical. That's the only thing that changed. So
you're skeptical that the second they implemented the death penalty and it dropped by 60%. Give me any other factor you can think of, bro. Any other one. Any other factor that you think contributed to that?
What if they have?
It's an argument from incredulity, an actual fallacy, by the way.
What if they put more money into drug trafficking enforcement, where they're like, hey, like there's more.
They put less money into it because they implemented the death penalty.
No, I'm just saying, are there not? Ryan is asking, is this the only thing insofar as is he able to look at the big picture and say, are they doing? That's very possible.
Some reading on it.
That's why he wants to read about it.
Bro, she cited it for you multiple times. But if let's just ask this. Let us assume for a second that she's actually telling you the truth, because she is. Just assume it for a second. Give me any other thing you can even think of that, if it correlates right on spot with this law passes, people start to die, decreases exponentially immediately upon this law passing. What else could you even, to the category of 60%, even say was close to that? What?
Didn't Soy just bring up a specific example? Like if they're
what if they literally shut down some ports? Like, this is a thing that could. I'm
Oh.
not saying this happened, by the way. I'm just saying the reason he wants to look at this is that there are potentially other things that happen.
doesn't want to solve problems. They want
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
Rachel, can you just post it?
Please just read it and let them.
Okay. So Singapore introduced the mandatory death penalty for certain drug trafficking offenses in 1975 under the Misuse of Drugs Act, with further amendments in 1990 setting specific thresholds for drugs like opium and cannabis. According to the Singapore Ministry of Home Affairs, there was a significant reduction in the amount of drugs trafficked following these laws. Specifically, in the 4 years after 1990, the average net weight of opium traffic dropped by 66%, and there was a 15 to 19 percentage point reduction in the likelihood of traffickers bringing in more than 500 grams of cannabis, suggesting some deterrent effect. A former trafficker also noted that they deliberately kept drug amounts below the capital threshold to avoid the death penalty, indicating behavioral changes due to the law.
Duh. Now, what's the refutation here, Ryan? That's what was asked. Is like, hang on. When you say, Ryan, let me just ask the question, then answer it. What is actually the argument when you say, no, life imprisonment has a better effect? Those laws for life imprisonment, especially all over Southeast Asia, were a big deal, especially because a lot of them were trying to work within the paradigm of a brand new type of United Nations, when various foreign affairs nations were really putting the microscope on Southeast Asia. What else could you possibly say to this when you had the parallel of life imprisonment to actual death, and you see that kind of percentage drop? Doesn't that refute your entire position here?
Not really. I just want to read more about it. That's all. I'm not
okay.
You're on your dog shit. You're actually dog shit. Here's the counter, Andrew. Here's the counter. Remember the way the Democrats went after the J6ers like very harshly, and they basically manipulated the words of the law just to get the harshest sentence possible?
Yes.
Would you want the government to then have the power of the death penalty to then pursue that path?
I'm not a death penalty advocate.
See?
I'd love to.
That's the counter. That's the counter,
Ryan, on this one here, right?
But by the way, hang on. Even if it's the case that you're saying that people in power can abuse what the death penalty is because they're unfair and biased fucks because they're leftist scumbags, that wouldn't actually still make a great argument for why the death penalty is bad, only why leftists are fucking bad and should never be in power. That's all that would be. But it's an argument why
the government shouldn't have power. The government shouldn't have power to execute citizens. It will be manipulated. And there will be innocents that will
yeah, but I mean, yeah, but hang on. That's going to be the case with any law enforcement activity. No matter what it is, there's going to be innocent people who get caught up, and no matter what it is that you're prosecuting, you're going to lock innocent people up. In fact, I can probably give you an example almost everybody has dealt with. Has anybody ever gotten an unjust speeding ticket? Where the cop was just a fucking dick? Yes, of course.
Well,
almost probably everybody here, or gotten some sort of unjust treatment from a government official.
Should we kill people who speed, Andrew?
What's that?
Should we kill people who speed? Like,
No,
it would
of
make
course not.
people would speed less.
But
People would speed less, right? Like, why not? Wouldn't you want to live in a world where no one speeds?
Yeah. So here, I'll respond to this.
Yeah.
If you're looking at the social deterrence for outcomes, right? Negative versus positive outcomes. Right, I would say that if people have the right to defend their businesses, the positive outcome, which would come from theft loss and the community itself feeling safe, feeling at ease, and being able to actually functionally operate in a way which made sense, that would be something that I would be trying to move society towards. If you're talking about, oh, hey, if you pull a person over and you just gun them down because they went over the fucking speed limit, that doesn't actually assist with social cohesion at all. It doesn't assist with any of these factors whatsoever.
People will stop being dangerous on the road if they think they'll die if they go over 65.
Yeah. So hang on. Do you agree with me that there is a distinction when you're talking about kind of a hierarchy of needs of people, especially when it comes to enforcement of law?
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a distinction in which laws which are executed at which times are going to have major versus minor effects based on the moral codes of the society and social order you're in. Do you agree that that's true?
Yep.
Yeah, so if you're talking about civil infractions, in this case, that's what a speeding ticket is, civil infraction. This is not in the same categorization as a theft crime or things like this. These are civil violations, rather.
Okay, but sure, but like that's legally. But Andrew,
yeah.
I think you would agree with this: is that someone who's going 80 miles an hour on the highway is much more dangerous than someone stealing a Snickers bar.
Yeah, sure,
right?
but you're talking about something which is trivially true, but the social effect and the ramification of the social effect may not be the same.
I would much rather no one sped than no one stole Snickers bars.
Yeah, but we're talking
yeah,
about
okay, but hang on.
Now.
Actually, no, you wouldn't.
Okay,
You're
so
lying. Hang on. No, he's lying. Just stop.
Go
He's
ahead.
lying.
Go
Let me
ahead.
finish.
I promise you, I'm not lying.
You're lying through your fucking teeth.
No, I promise you. Maybe you're about to say something that might change my mind, but I promise you, I'm not
whenever you
lying,
stop
dude.
talking,
Go
I'll
ahead.
refute your argument in
Go
seconds, and
ahead.
you'll
No.
agree with me.
Okay, maybe I will, but I'm not lying.
Do you agree that if it is the case, you're going to interrupt in the middle of a fucking argument?
Well,
Let me finish the
I thought
argument.
You guys were too busy talking.
Yeah,
like,
let me finish the argument with him. So,
wow, who's
if
the
it is
mod
the
here,
case-
Sarah?
if it is
Jesus,
the
just gonna
case-
doormat yourself like that?
Yeah. So if
Christ.
it is the case, dude, that Snickers bar thefts, right, led actually to a significant amount more of theft because these were not prosecuted, whereas things like speeding, for instance, these things were not deterred in the same way and they didn't have the same social ramification, then wouldn't you actually have to, by your metric, say that the Snicker bar theft was worse for the long-term
so in my
outcomes?
hypothetical, if you're saying that, if you're extending it to the idea that people not getting away with stealing Snickers bar are now going to escalate this to stealing more, then yeah, maybe I would change.
No, it's
a
not that
little
they're
bit.
escalating it to stealing more, so they're setting a normative standard that this is okay behavior.
Right. If the, yeah,
and
and
so
if it
that
was the
does
normative,
escalate.
If it was the normative that everyone was totally okay with stealing Snickers bar, I think the monetary damage to everyone would be very, very minimal. Versus, I think the deaths that would result from everyone not being prosecuted for speeding would be much worse.
Yeah, so what? That actually doesn't refute my point or argument at all.
Because I think I would prefer fewer people to die.
How does that refute my argument, dude?
Do you not understand that I'm saying I would prefer fewer people to die than fewer Snickers bar to be stolen?
Yeah, but that wouldn't be the ramification of that. If it is
everyone's
the case,
okay with speeding and no one gives a shit about the speed limit and everyone's just fucking around and there's more
like the
danger and
Autobahn,
more crashes.
You
Well,
mean like the
Autobahn?
Autobahn?
It's legal and actually it's
yeah.
actually
So
better.
you're just saying all you're doing is making a case that we should get rid of speed limits.
No, well, the
you're not
difference
making
is- well,
a
the
case
difference is
that
that
we
if
should
you-
kill
no.
people.
Well,
You're
the
making the
difference-
case that we should just get rid of speed
The difference
limits.
is in Germany is
Yeah,
they have a much
what
better
I'm
threshold for
saying
training
is-
people, but it does
That's
actually
such a
cause
bad
an
argument,
accident.
dude.
You can, if you want to just interrupt when I'm making a
Right.
salient point, I understand, but I'm telling you that in Germany they have a much higher standard of training for these people on the highways.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, you're just making an argument to get rid of speed limits, just like you're making the
I'm
argument
going
to get rid of
make
laws for Snickers
a
bars.
No, I
It's
just think
silly.
people dying is
Super
worse than
chat.
people stealing
If
Snickers
none
bar.
of
It's
you
really easy.
mind, I would very much like to read them. Airborne with the Big Ten. It is very annoying when liberals who cannot seem to control their emotions are constantly spurging out. We actually want to hear the arguments, or do you not actually have any?
I think it's very well. Can I respond to that? I think it's very curious. I don't think I've done that like almost at all. I've been very patient. I've been very quiet throughout many segments of the debate, just waiting patiently for a moment to speak and said my piece. I don't think that applies to me at all, even a little bit. Airborne. Maybe Andrew, however, has been interrupting constantly and talking over everyone throughout, like, since he got here. But I mean, whatever.
He's got
you
some
do, you do.
residuals from the jar thing. You know, he's trying to get it all out.
And Josh says to remove Teriak, and also Brandon waved his credits over to you as well, Teriak. And then making his comeback to the stage, we've got Duck. Hopefully, Duck will last.
So maybe
and,
Duck can take over
Andrew,
after I make
when
the
you
point.
were interrupting me, I was actually trying to make a point where I kind of felt like you and Soypill were kind of talking in circles, and I was kind of making the same point when it comes down to the topic of this, right? Death penalty, deterrent, right? And I agree. So before you interrupt, that we can say we can do all these deterrents that actually will deter somebody. And Soypill was making that point. However, I think what you were adding on top of that was, but we can't just blanket like do deterrents. We have to have a hierarchy of what deterrents are proper. And correct me if I'm wrong. I don't mean to strongman you on that, but I think you guys were kind of circling on that one.
I think if anything, Andrew and I would actually agree.
Are you a fucking moderator, bro?
Yeah, we're not.
What kind of question is that, dude?
Wait, that was a fun
Well,
question.
I'm trying to understand because I actually have arguments
we're not,
too that I want to insert, but I want to understand.
Well, then
Yeah,
ask
we're not
both of their
actually
arguments and where they're
circling.
spinning.
Yeah. So
I don't know what you just asked anyone. Like,
Wait,
like
Duck,
these guys just spent
that's
2
a
hours
fine
debating.
question,
Be
Duck. You
clear
don't
when
have
you ask
to
a question.
yell at him. It's a fine question. He's
Yeah.
trying to clarify.
Yeah, I thought it was
if
fine.
He and I would go on circles in this,
You're
and
being
I
too
think
nice.
Andrew,
Right.
no, I promise that was fine. Look, it's like if he's arguing that there is a hierarchy of like how severe crime should be, I agree. It's just that we vastly disagree on what that is. I think I guess Andrew doesn't actually agree with the death penalty. He says maybe there would be a world where like shooting someone for breaking your store should be better, and there's some cases where I might even agree with that. But yeah, I don't think that we should be killing everyone for anything, and I think there should be, as far as I can tell, no death penalty for most of these crimes. It doesn't seem.
The problem is that when we go to the logical conclusion, right, his arguments actually become, at least that argument did, that we should abolish speed limits, just like we should abolish any problem with people stealing Snickers bars. That would be more optimal in whatever the social order is that he's talking about. That's where your argument ended up.
Could you explain why you think I think that? Because I don't think that, but you think I think that, and I'm curious why. Like,
do I think that you think that I think that you think that?
What I'm confused
about is, do we both think that you think that I think that you think that?
What I'm saying is, I don't think this is a lie, is that I would prefer a world where we heavily enforce speed limits than we heavily enforce very petty theft on Snickers bars. I think that would be a better social cohesion. And
yeah, we're just going to end up going back to the same argument here,
that's
and I'm happy to do it.
I don't think
but
it's ridiculous.
I don't.
Now,
I don't
hold on. Can I ask
that...
a question? This is a legit question. If you're saying that the social cohesion and like the consequences of speeding is not nearly so bad as the social cohesion of people think it's okay to get away with stealing, even if it is this one specific
they're both
item.
Bad.
Right,
but the reason that then both are enforced, yeah.
Oh, if both are enforced, yeah. But why would you say
aren't both enforced?
They aren't both enforced.
So they are both enforced, yeah.
In our current society, you're saying.
Yeah. So both things bad, both things enforced because both things bad.
Right.
Got it.
No, I'm saying one is worse. I think speeding is worse than stealing a Snickers.
Yeah, but I mean, when you say worse, you're talking about the standard outcome that speeding right now, right, kills more people. Even though you have the idea that there's a utility that most people have to drive a vehicle, right? There's nothing that you can do about that. Therefore, because more people engage in activity, there's going to be more death. However, you can't really correlate this to a Snickers bar where everybody has to buy a Snickers bar or can't get to fucking work, things like this. It could be the fact that if people were stealing those in mass, that led to more death than stealing, yeah? Or than speeding, correct?
How would it lead to more death?
Okay, so if you have no swimming pool, what are do your chances go up or down of dying in a swimming pool?
How does
answer the question, bro?
Not enforcing
answer the question.
Lead to more death
answer the question.
You're not answering my question. I don't understand your question. If you have a no swimming,
okay, if you don't have a swimming pool in your backyard, do your chances of dying in a swimming pool increase or decrease?
Zero. Yeah, that's zero. You can't die.
Well,
in a swimming pool
so it decreases.
Well, it doesn't decrease. It's zero.
No, it's not zero. You could still drown in a swimming pool, couldn't you? Just not your chances of drowning in one decrease, right?
Yes, it is less likely if there's no swimming pool. I understand.
Yeah, correct. So if everybody drives, your chances of there being fatalities due to speeding is going to increase, right?
Okay.
But if everybody stole Snickers bars, there's a good chance that that would lead to an overwhelming amount of death, too. It's just that everybody doesn't have to steal Snickers bars because everybody doesn't have to eat Snickers bars, but almost everybody has to drive.
Is
you see how
the
that
idea
works?
that because there are more thefts of Snickers bar, this is going to lead to more conflict, which will lead to more death because people might try to stop
Yeah,
them?
that would logically follow, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what I was trying to ask you. You just wouldn't say it. I'm just curious. It wasn't a gotcha.
Doesn't that logically follow?
I guess, yeah, that's why I'm trying to clarify.
So,
but I still don't
don't
think that if everyone stole Snickers bars, that would cause more deaths than everyone speeding.
Yeah, and I also think it would escalate into worse things than what speeding.
Right, which is
speeding
why I said
infractions
at the
would.
very beginning.
No, it's a both and, not an either or.
It's extending this to worse things happening. Yeah,
It's
but if
both
you're asking,
and, not either or.
But the hypothetical I was asking is which of these laws would you rather enforce? And I said I'd rather make sure that everyone goes the speed
Like in a
limit
vacuum.
Yes, that's what I was
Yeah, if
talking
you're just
about.
asking within the confines of a vacuum, because almost everybody fucking drives, then sure, I could say that the civil infraction would be a more important social enforcement code than people stealing Snickers bars in a vacuum.
Yeah.
But when we take it outside, when we take it outside, hang on, but when we take it outside of a vacuum, that's obviously and clearly not the case when we're talking about the escalation of social cohesion. It becomes a problem of you being in California and you can't get your fucking face care, bro.
Right. And exactly, this is what I asked. I was like, if your argument is the people not enforcing the speeding is probably not as big as a social norm violation than people thinking it's okay to steal. That's why I was like, yeah, outside of that vacuum, I actually do agree with you that this stealing escalating is going to lead to people to doing worse things, and it's going to break down the social cohesion more than because everyone fucking speeds. Okay, cool.
Yep,
I just wanted to clarify that. I think we agreed we could have gotten through that faster if you didn't think I was trying to get you.
No, I didn't think you were trying to get me. I just thought that what you were saying didn't logically follow.
I want
Since
to
you guys are done,
invite.
I just want to say one thing real quick, if that's okay. I waited patiently, right?
At this point, you know what?
Spurgeon
Whatever.
over here, Mr. Spurgley.
Thanks, Sarah. So yeah, I know I can't stop spurging, but I just wanted to read something from a UN report that talks about the Singapore stuff. This direct quote, so you can look into this if you don't believe it. But despite the executions in Asia, there is no clear evidence of a decline in drug trafficking that could be attributed to the threat or use of the death penalty. There is no credible evidence that the death penalty deters serious crime in general more effectively than other punishments. But maybe the UN's
Ryan,
lying.
that said Asia. Why did that say Asia and not Singapore?
Yeah, because it brought up Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia as well, and it's following that explanation with despite all of this, there's still no
You're gonna
evidence.
have to send me that because it sounds like you cherry picked some bullshit that said Asia and not something that specifically addressed Singapore, which is what I.
Let me tell you how bad it is. I just pulled up the report. So this is. Hang on. So hang on. I just pulled this up.
I want the report.
Is it the case that you're looking up right now, Brian? Or Ryan, sorry. Is it the case that you're looking up the stakeholder report for the United Nations Universal Periodic Review that's going over the Singapore report? Is that what you're looking at?
I don't
Let's see.
think
because the primary funder of that
the
is
Amnesty International Public Safety.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, literally the primary funders for that, the Advocate for Human Rights Group, World Coalition Against the Death Penalty, Think Center, Anti-Death Asia Network. All of these, which are completely biased NGO think tanks, you fucking disingenuous fucking fucker.
Well, you think
disingenuous fucking
I'm
fucker, dude.
Yeah, I'm not quite as convinced that you can just dismiss these because of that. But
oh yeah, you're just not quite convinced that
that's fine.
You're not quite convinced that the external reports, which aren't funded by fucking worldwide global NGOs, the global NGOs, we should believe them, but not the unbiased reports. Great.
Can you just say you think they're lying? Can you tell me that for sure?
I have good evidence to believe that global NGOs would have great reason to be very biased in how they report data when we look at independent sources, including the countries themselves, which talk about the efficacy of these programs.
Wouldn't the countries be more incentivized to lie about it too, Andrew? I mean,
the countries themselves would be less biased. They would be less biased. If it wasn't working, they would want to change policy. That's how they stay elected.
Yeah, but if they have,
I was in the Philippines when the Duterte took over, and he's under a lot of scrutiny for his hardcore stance on drugs. And he wasn't just killing the drug lords; he was killing the users. And the rest of the world was against him. Now, I'm not actually going on reports on this, so I'll honestly say I don't have a report for this. I was living there during this time. Every citizen there was applauding, so happy.
It's very popular. It's like 95% popular.
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, in the country, it was. They just were like, I've never felt more safe in my life. Everybody, I get.
It would be popular here too. If you went to where all these flash mobs are, and you had like an emperor of the United States, let's say in this case Emperor Trump, God Emperor Trump of the United States. Let's just say, hang on, let's just say hypothetically you did, and he was like, look, when a flash mob shows up in your fucking store, you have a civil duty to open fire, right? The whole fucking world, the whole United States would be like. Fucking clapping, they'd be cheering in the street, and guess what? There wouldn't be any more fucking flash mobs, guarantee it.
I'll say that, Andrew. I'll concede this. I would not cry if people started doing that to this flash mobs.
I wouldn't be upset about it.
I would not be upset.
But it is kind of part of the point of the prompt, right? Deterrent, right? It is the deterrent when, even if it's properly or not properly implemented, and a lot of people would debate whether Duterte properly implemented that, it did deter things and it changed things. So. Yes, the death penalty,
again,
and this goes back to it.
Vibe. That's the thing that's contested by the UN report.
Well, that's where that's the whole other debate,
the death
right?
penalty
That's
itself
what
is the thing that's deterring. There's other things such as increased border security, and other cooperation with nearby nations. Like there's other stuff that the data suggests might be a stronger correlate. Or a more causal,
Ryan, that was what I was trying to say earlier, where they were talking about the immediate drop off, and the reason
it proves that it was a deterrent.
No, Vibe, it doesn't necessarily prove it. You can look at the correlate, and it's probably likely that it definitely helps. And I would say in most cases, it's probably at least to some degree does it. But I think the advocates against it would say this is very minimal for the damage and the innocents that might be killed. And the reason Ryan questioned it, Vibe, was because because, and I don't know if this is true, but yeah, it could be maybe they had tighter border security, so drugs just weren't coming over as much. They weren't necessarily having to threaten all these people with death because it's
They
like, hey, we
lost their
stopped.
drug dealers.
No, I understand. I'm not saying that's not true. I'm just saying the reason Ryan asked because there could be other factors that potentially did this, and he'd want to look and say, I can't just look at the number and a thing happened and know. Like I can look at so many things that happened terribly in this country and say, hey, look, it's the time that Ronald Reagan was president. And even though I truly do think it was him, I would specifically have to look at the policy and know for a fact that those policies are what did this, and like look at a study for that.
Yeah, so I mentioned the better border. Real quick, Mike. I'll let you go. I promise.
Really quickly. Do you think that part of border security on the death penalty? And I actually do not think they actually deter crime here.
The death penalty.
Do you think that part of border security is
the way that we do it here? No, I do not think we do it effectively, and I do not think it's a deterrent. I'm also kind of with Andrew that I don't actually believe in the death penalty either. One, because I am a Christian, but also on top of that, I don't like that the government should ever have the capability of killing its own citizens. But that's a whole other debate.
Well, I don't care about that part.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is a Christian. The death penalty is a Christian thing. Death penalty is.
I'm trying to stick to the
where would we be if the death penalty was more public, like for instance the public hangings, you know what I mean, where it was right there in front of you?
Our founders were very specific about this, that public execution created public spectacle, and that would create demand for the public spectacle. If you create demand for the public spectacle, then you would see bias in persecution, prosecution, in order to meet the demand for public execution. They were heavily relying on Rome for this idea of the Colosseum, the idea of the spectacle, where then you could create these spectacles by utilizing a mode against the citizenry to prosecute them for crimes they may not have been actually guilty of.
I'm not going to have
in
the
order
NGO
to create
right
this
now,
like public spectacle for people. They were totally against it. In
Are
fact,
you guys
that was
counting
almost
the number of
universally
SIGs he's
agreed
had?
on
Is it 12?
by both sides,
so
the Federalists
besides-
and
Jesus, man.
anti-Federalists.
So besides that, and there definitely is still bias, especially racial bias in terms of death penalty. But as I was saying about Singapore, there's the
racial
other
bias
factors
in
that were
crime.
There is also that. So better border security, regional law enforcement cooperation, and shifts in trafficking routes specifically to avoid Singapore. These are all things that also contributed to those
border security
lower rates.
W. Let's go.
No, well, according to the Singapore government, the primary thing that reduced this, and the primary correlate that we can look at, because those things that you're talking about, those were not policies. They were implemented over short periods of time and then shifted. This policy stayed in effect for almost like 60 years or something. We can track this correlate better than any of those, bro. I'm looking at the report.
The Singapore
even
from happened in the 90s, right, where they started doing death penalty.
No,
for
that
all these
she.
instances?
Well, okay.
It started before that, but
Yes.
then they introduced more reforms that actually like solidified it, and they started actually enforcing it, and that's when the big change happened.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that change was likely more attributed to these other things. And
You saw the change.
The Singapore government said it wasn't, and
Nope,
but like,
you see,
again,
you
UN
see the
reports
change
that
happening
Singapore
even
hasn't-
before
I'm
the
sorry,
90s,
well,
Ryan.
I'm not allowed to finish a single fucking sentence.
Oh, well, you are. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just correcting you. I'm like, no, this change actually did happen even before then. Like, I'm looking at the report.
I'm not saying the change did. So I'm saying the change mostly, like that's why we're pointing to the 90s when this specific policy was implemented. You're pointing to that and saying this was when the biggest change happened. So because you're trying to demonstrate that that the death penalty was the biggest cause.
That's incorrect. I'm showing that the correlate even before then was there. It's just that when it was enforced heavily, then you saw it actually have the most effect. But the correlate always stayed constant. It was always effective. It just became really effective to the point where, like, you know, your anti-death penalty watch NGO special operations group couldn't come in and be like, well, I don't, 60%'s a lot. You know, they couldn't be like, well.
What I know is that Singapore doesn't seem to have provided any credible data to make this case. So
how do you know? You haven't read any of it, you liar. You haven't read a single thing.
Looking at that report, that specific report says that.
The report, it's hundreds of fucking pages. You didn't read it, Ryan.
Wait, the one I put up is 2 pages.
No, that's the refutation. The actual report from Singapore itself, that when they go in depth, is hundreds of pages long. You didn't fucking read it.
Well, I didn't say I read fucking Singapore's report. I said I'm talking about the UN one, so don't call me
yeah,
a fucking
dude,
liar.
come on, bro.
Oh, the UN, really?
Oh, the UN. Oh, yeah, the fucking UN. Yeah, it's way more reliable than you motherfuckers.
Do you remember what the fucking?
Oh, yeah,
UN
you remember
said
what
about
they did during
Vietnam?
COVID? Yeah, they were real fucking reliable, bro.
Yeah, even that. Yeah, Ben as well. Also,
They weren't reliable. They weren't reliable.
Sends blue helmets
Significantly more
into
reliable than you
Africa
Wait, what did the
to,
UN during COVID that you didn't like?
I would like to invite either Brandon, Paige, or
They used paid fucking
well,
NGOs to come up with
somebody
false
can take
data. What
my
do you mean?
spot
Like they did
here.
with this? What are
Somebody
you
can
talking
take
about?
my spot because I'm gonna dip out now. I've been on for like 5.5 hours, so I'm gonna give Andrew and everybody else a chance. But thank you guys for having me.
Bye,
Glad to
Thank
be
you,
back.
Rachel.
It was fun.
Have a wonderful evening.
What's for dinner,
It was
by
great
the way?
meeting you, Rachel.
Dinner. I've got your dinner. That's what I'm gonna go do. Actually, it's salmon. So.
Ooh, I like salmon.
Yes.
All right, I'll be there in
a good
in
fish.
4.5 hours.
Well, I have this personal trainer. He's kind of annoying, right? But this personal trainer that I have, this fucking piece of shit, right? He's always riding my ass. He gave me this diet, and it's fucking rigorous, and it pisses me off, and I hate him a little bit more every day. But that's neither here nor there.
Did he tell you to stop smoking too, or is that not part of his regiment?
What's that?
Did he tell you to stop smoking, or is that not part of his regiment?
Well, I mean, as most bodybuilders know, that nicotine is very good for people. What do you mean?
Believe it or not, smoking doesn't affect body change or body composition as much as alcohol does. So you'd have a stronger argument for alcohol.
I just meant for the lung capacity and like getting good cardio in. But
I have great lung capacity though.
Okay.
We've had marathon runners.
Cardio doesn't really matter that much.
Run.
In fact, some of the best boxers I can point to were heavy 2-pack a day smokers. The truth is most smokers don't even die from lung cancer. Almost none of them do. They die from like heart attacks and shit like that. And then they just attribute the heart attack to smoking because if you smoked you died of any internal organ failure, it's a smoking related illness. But almost no smokers get lung cancer, just so you know.
Yeah, no, I know.
Sorry to interrupt you, Andrew. I just want to jump in really quick on you guys. I got to take off, so thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
Pleasure talking to all of you guys.
Bye.
Thanks.
See you around.
Yeah, look, I have great lung capacity. There, does that make you feel better, bro?
I want to have a breath holding contest to be fun.
I want to ask, I want to kind of bring us back on track. Brandon, did you have some thoughts to add to the panel?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Ryan specifically. 1965 approximately is when Singapore instituted the death penalty. Do you see, given the statistics, a major decline after the institution of the death penalty? And then in the 1990s, when the death penalty is less enforced, you see a drop in the rate at which people commit crimes? Like, where's the correlation here that you're trying to cite?
Wait, are you?
I'm just a little bit lost from the.
Who are you asking this question to?
Sounds like he's asking
Ryan.
Oh,
so I think there was a drop.
The death penalty was instituted in 1965 in Singapore, right? You would start to see a decline in crime, right? Overall crime, especially heavy crime, right? That the death penalty would be instituted for things like murder, rape, shit like that. So when it comes to that, right, the 1990s is when the death penalty started to be relaxed. Do you actually see that in the data that you're looking at, that there's a correlation between when it's not as much enforced?
Wait a minute.
And,
I thought
the
the 90s was
of the crime. Yeah.
So I didn't. Okay, so I'm first of all, I'm going to say I didn't dig into Singapore a ton specifically before this, so I'm kind of learning about this on the fly.
Thank you for being.
But my understanding, based on what I was
Appreciate
hearing, is that the 90s is when they started using it way more.
Way more.
Like they started like yeah,
Or
like
the
up
90s
until
the
that point
peak,
it
and
was.
then they started to loosen it up after that. I'm just trying to follow along with whatever you were quoting earlier.
he was talking about a UN report, a refutation UN report, which was set up by a bunch of
the
NGOs.
Amnesty International public statement. I posted it in the back chat. You can look into that. That's
Oh,
probably
okay,
better
I got
than
you.
asking
Yeah,
me
I'll
about
check
it.
that out. Yeah.
Just looking
I'll
through
show
that,
it
yeah.
at this point.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
there's
said he
someone
wasn't sourcing Singapore's data or government data. He was sourcing UN data,
UN.
which is
Well,
funded,
Andrew,
which is funded by
post the
NGOs.
Singapore data too, since you seem to be super familiar with it.
Marte already put it in the chat, I believe, or Rachel did.
Yeah, it's already placed in the chat. You can go ahead and check. So
where I don't see it.
Do you trust
But
Singapore
like,
data over
Ryan, are you seriously like?
American
Because you seem to be
data?
the only one that's saying that like the death penalty wouldn't be a deterrent. That like escalating
Well,
the
me and
punishment
the
wouldn't be a
UN
deterrent.
and me and the UN are saying that.
Yeah, but like you do realize that like that's not even the counter that you need to go, because the way you flip it is to say, yeah, well, technically if we replace all the airbags with machetes in cars, that would effectively eliminate all speeding, but we wouldn't do it because it's impractical.
Actually, Soy Pill tried to make this argument.
This is my argument, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
So
They
what I was
can't
saying-
win the prompt.
yeah,
The prompt
counter
is,
that I would make.
that's why Ryan's acting like an idiot at the moment, saying, "Well, technically, no, it wouldn't
At the
increase."
moment, what do you mean at the moment?
In Ryan's defense,
fair, yeah.
I mean, again, I haven't specifically looked at this UN report, and I don't know which is more credible, Singapore or an NGO. But apparently, there is at least some contestation of it. But it could
There's some
be,
contestation of every data.
right?
Almost
Yeah.
all raw data
Well,
sets are
right,
that way.
Andrew. It could be like the flat Earth debate, but you can't just dismiss it just because it's contested. You have to say, okay,
No one
which of
posted
these
the
is actually
Singapore stuff
credible?
in the back. You guys are lying about that. The Singapore data is not in the back, by the way.
Yeah, but Ryan,
I'm pretty
even just as
confident
a
earlier in
simple-
the debate they did actually post that.
Well,
right?
I mean, why don't you scroll? You can look in the private chat also. Like we both have access to
Well,
it,
how
right?
far back does the private chat go, though? Does it go to the very beginning?
Up until 9:51 p.m.
Okay, well, I was pretty confident that they did.
Andrew, when you look at like
I mean, they
CDC
didn't.
studies that say like smoking increases the likelihood of lung cancer and heart, like, do you not believe those, or you just don't think it's big enough to care?
Well, I think so. Here's the thing that's interesting, right? Especially when it comes to medical studies or sociological studies, both of them are affected the most by the replication crisis, especially medical. But sociology is even worse, right? And the reason is because of the data sets and the biases which go into these, and they can't replicate most of these studies. And what's really interesting on the anti-smoking stuff, the anti-smoking campaign, is one of the things that they left out, the anti-smokers did, is the appetite depressant aspect. So if you go back and you look at the 1950s and 60s, for instance, when people were heavy smokers, you'll also note that they were in much better shape.
Right.
One,
'cause they're,
one,
like,
one,
not eating
one-
as much, right? Because like
they were,
caffeine-
yeah, they were not eating as much because nicotine's an appetite suppressor, and smoking also assisted with calming the nerves. It was a great mental health kind of coping mechanism for a lot of people. So it is true that there's massive health ramifications. I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
There's enough scientific rigor there to point that out. But everything is a give and take. Every type of drug, taking ibuprofen is a give and take. So
You
same
can
thing
eat
with
your stomach
bodybuilders.
lining.
I've noticed that bodybuilders will take hormone replacement therapy. Oftentimes that's a give and take, or steroids can be a give and take as well.
Marte,
but
are
they
you
can end
natty?
up.
Are you natty, Marte?
I don't believe anybody in the league is natty, to be honest with you.
I
So-
appreciate the honesty, but I
Yeah,
agree
so-
with you, Andrew,
but-
but I
but-
think the cigarettes are probably more damaging than just eating less. Even though I would agree that
I think that obesity kills way more people than smoking.
It does. It's way worse. All right, I would
It
agree with
does.
that, but I don't think you
Inactivity
need
is the
cigarettes
worst
to not be
disease we have in
fat.
America right
I
now.
think
just
that hang on.
also
I think that
neither one.
cigarettes is an appetite suppressant when you look at the data.
No, it is.
It's-
That's
it's, I mean, it's
irrefutable. You're right. Yeah, yeah.
overwhelmingly an appetite suppressant, and
Yeah.
it's super helpful for people because what do people do when they get bored? They fucking eat. And so what happens when smokers get bored? What do? They fucking smoke. They don't eat.
Right.
And so what happens is,
can't we just say
especially
both are
when
bad?
women and men both heavily smoked, you actually saw that the body composition of people was way better.
Yeah.
So it's a give and take.
Right,
I'm
right,
not
but I
saying
would
that
say-
people should go smoke, bro. I'm just saying that hey, I always take things in context of how they actually apply socially.
Sure, I think you should just eat less when you self-control, or drink caffeine instead of smoking cigarettes. But that's just me.
Yeah, but caffeine though is way worse for you.
As an appetite
Oh
suppressant,
yeah,
and it's
well,
worse for you than
not only that, the caffeine, it induces headaches. It does all. It has way more negative side effects for
does
people generally than
tobacco.
smoking does on the short term.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also way
Caffeine's
more
great.
easy to OD on caffeine and get the jitters and things like that than it is to
How-
smoke too many fucking cigarettes, bro.
How do you explain the overweight people who are smokers? Because I feel like I see a lot more people who are
That they would
really
be way
hungry.
fatter.
Yeah, they would be.
They put
That's
sugar in
probably
cigarettes.
true.
Okay, that they would be way fatter. So.
They put sugar in cigarettes. That's what he don't want to tell you. They got so many other chemicals, not the same cigarettes you was smoking in the 60s.
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
What do you mean, man? Like Philip Morris always added additives. They added
I'm
worse
from
additives.
North Car- no, I know.
Philip Morris added
I
worse
understand.
additives in the past than they do now.
Okay,
Andrew,
so
I would advocate that
there's
you switch
over
to the patch,
600
the
some
nicotine
additives
patch,
in
all right?
cigarettes now.
What?
There's over 600 some additives in cigarettes.
There used to be more. They used to use industrial fucking waste in the shit, dude.
I understand you would say that.
They
and
used to
that's
lace
coming from-
fucking cigarettes
Look,
with cocaine.
this is
Like, what do
how-
you mean?
Wait a minute. Hey, this is how. This is how you when you have a
Just to be
conversation
clear,
with.
are you saying that people are fat
I
that
would
smoke
like
because
to
there's sugar in the cigarettes?
interrupt all of you because
Ooh.
Jungle F has sent a nice kind 100 and says, "Shit. You definitely should know that the Crucible crew are in a galaxy far, far away from the
Idiocy realm.
idiocy realm." Sorry, I was thinking idiocracy, idiocy realm. Keep cooking, Andrew. Unleash the federal Stand Your Ground campaign.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm not even like giving shit to coffee drinkers or something like this. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: when you mix coffee and cigarettes, oh man, it's just so great. You know, it's just fucking fantastic. It's like you know, you can't even describe. Like the thing that hurt me the most when I was trying
For
to
a
quit.
white monster in a weed pen.
Yeah, when I was
personally.
trying to quit smoking, was that morning cup of coffee without the cigarette. I didn't even want to be alive anymore without that. That was the
Have
greatest
anybody-
fucking thing ever, dude.
Have anybody ever been around a crystal head who validates their drug use?
I will acknowledge
yeah.
the coffee and the cigarette, like they absolutely 110% went hand in hand. And
Yep.
that was the hardest thing for me. Like, obviously I didn't give up coffee, but like not having the cigarette with that coffee, it was just like, so what is missing here? Something isn't right. And
By the way, when you say this stupid shit like validate the drug use, it's like, okay, well, you probably validate that you fucking eat donuts. You know, what I mean? Sugar is highly addictive, and it's fucking way worse for you, I think, than nicotine is.
Hey, you was wrong about the blunts, and you were wrong about this shit too.
I wasn't wrong about the blunts. I was making a joke, bro.
No. But I'm 66 years old. I'm faster than you. I can play any sports better than you. I can run faster than you, and you damn sure can do a couple steps better than me.
Well,
Okay?
hey, listen, when you have an entire life running the opposite direction of police officers, you tend to get very good at that shit.
You probably need to Google me before you started making that joke. You probably need to Google me before you start making that joke.
Were you born on parole?
See,
No, you probably need to Google me.
Andrew, see, you say like
It
I would get
sounds like
offended.
you born with
I'm
a white
offended
sheet
by that
over
not
your
because
head.
of the
It's like
racism, because that was such a
he's gonna
lazy
start
joke.
training
Like,
Andrew to start
black people
boxing
didn't
now.
The
crime.
thing is, like,
boxing
when
tournament.
people want to take personal shots, I think it's fine, but just don't get mad if I take them back.
You got so
No,
mad
you
when I
took a
said the
personal shot
C
at me,
word,
and
and
I
now
took
you're...
it well.
Bro, I made a joke, and it was an
And I'm making a
obvious
joke.
You're not making a fucking joke.
Yes, I am. It's just
No,
not
you
funny to
do you legitimately believe that you're
it's
better at
not-
all that stuff than me?
No, I know I am.
Then it's not a fucking joke, stupid.
It's not, but I know I am. It's a joke that you're
It's
not.
not a joke. What do you mean?
It's a joke that
What
you're
made
not.
my joke funny is that it wasn't
I
true.
know,
That's what made it
yours wasn't
funny. That's what made it
You were
good.
explaining your jokes. It's never a joke when you have to explain it.
Everyone was laughing except you.
No, I'm
I
saying
was
when
laughing
you was
at
making
you
your
gaslighting
joke,
Duck, actually.
You
It has nothing to do
explain your
with the blunt
joke.
thing.
It's not a joke.
Bro, I have to explain it to you. Everyone else was laughing.
No, you was explaining it to the panel that you was making
No,
a
just
joke.
to you. Just to you. You're still laughing. You're still fucking laughing, bro.
Hey, I said earlier, you explained your own joke.
Jay, to be fair, he didn't have to explain it to me, and I had to laugh so hard.
No,
that I
I'm not
started
talking
laughing.
about that joke. I was talking about the joke. No, look. I was talking about the joke he explained earlier.
Which one?
The blunts joke. And the joke
No,
being...
it was way before that.
What was the joke?
Oh, you're talking about the Vietnamese
No,
ghost
I'm just telling
joke.
you it wasn't funny.
You're talking about
Oh, no, the
Vietnamese
Vietnamese
ghost
joke was fucking hilarious.
Why I always get the guys with the tight hats want to come at me?
I'm not coming
Okay,
What
here,
is this,
dude.
a hot tie
Here,
hat
does
rule?
that make you feel
No, not
better?
you,
Do you
not
want to like
Andrew,
do?
I'm not
Can we do
talking
it
about
now?
you.
Like what?
Andrew,
What?
Andrew,
Does
I'm
this
not
make you
talking-
feel better that there's no
Andrew,
hat on now?
Andrew, I'm not
Okay, no tight hats, bro. Let's do this.
Hey, Andrew, I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking about all
Don't
your
be bringing
sidekicks.
hairlines into this, bro.
Hey,
Please.
I'm talking about
Please,
your sidekicks.
please,
I'm
no!
talking about your sidekicks.
Don't make it
I'm talking about
tough.
your sidekicks.
Look,
I'm
my
talking about
hat's
your
off right
sidekicks.
You know what you
got the
can't do
hat
better than
crew.
me? The hair. You
What?
can't do the hair better than me.
Yes, I can.
No way. Oh, come on, dude.
Come
No
on.
way.
Look at that
Come on, I
fade.
just
No
cut it off.
way. Come on.
And look, Ray,
Okay, at least I get to
Reyes,
talk.
you should be suing your barber.
Why?
Why? I didn't
Look at that fucking haircut.
What are you talking about?
I know you didn't pay for that. Not at all.
Rayless, I want to know, would you be...
That's just mean. You know, it's just mean spirited now. It's
No,
just
it's
mean
not.
spirited.
Now, oh,
Andrew,
now it's
I heard you-
mean-spirited.
Hey, Andrew, I heard you worse. I heard you worse. Andrews, come on now.
I'm not upset, dude. I just,
Hey, Andrew,
it's just
if you
mean spirited
Hey,
now, you
hey,
know.
hey,
Now we're
Andrew,
being
if you
mean.
left the barber looking like that, you know damn well you would probably shoot him or fire
Well, I
him.
fucked my barber, so that's
I hope your barber's a woman.
What's my wife? Yeah. So
Okay.
Oh, OG,
Please let me
OG,
know that
you
now.
got to give him some slack. All right, he admitted he's on, testosterone or HGH or something. It fucks with your hairline a little bit. He's got to look good for his career. And some people, they make a sacrifice here to make the sacrifice here. Line go down here, line go up here.
Well, you know, I'm a retired stuntman actor, so
oh shit,
I wouldn't let nobody fuck my hair up like that. Even if it was a movie role, I wouldn't let nobody fuck my hair up like that.
Right on.
He's got a good grade of hair. He just not. You need to find another barber.
It's fair.
Oh, no. I don't think you could.
Everybody's got one good hat except for you, Soy. You're.
By the way, can I just
do I have to take my
can
hat
I just
off?
point out how great it is when you know your woman's cutting your hair, right? And I can actually do what almost no guy can. I can like literally reach over and like pinch the fucking chick's ass. You know what I mean? Who's cutting my hair? I can actually do that. It's totally okay to do. That's fucking fantastic.
Hey, Andrew,
that's
reach
fantastic,
around,
right?
Hey, Andrew, reach arounds is still going on in the barbershop.
Oh my God! Maybe in the black barber shops. I don't know. Those are the undercover brothers, bro.
Under the covers, brothers.
Hey, I seen this done in salon.
And Josh Dowling in with the Big Ten. Andrew, smoking is bad for your health.
You
but
see,
Kenny-
you see why these guys, these liberals, are all fucking uptight and shit. Like this guy's cool.
When have I ever been
just kicking
uptight?
back and having a good time, dude.
When have I
Like,
ever been
you guys are
uptight?
so fucking
You're the only
uptight.
one who yelled at anyone for saying a
Well,
slur.
maybe not.
which
Maybe
is what
not
I
you,
said,
Ryan.
right?
At least, Ryan. At least.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah,
you're making
Ryan.
us libs look bad. Why can't you be a
are,
little more
Ryan.
cool with the
You just
word
can't help
retard?
yourself.
But
I'm gonna
cutting
call bad
certain
jokes.
things, oh God, but cutting certain things off and pretending to be a woman is perfectly healthy lefty logic.
Like that. It's a cringe
Thank you,
joke.
Josh.
Just blatant transphobia. Who cares, you know?
It's not transphobic.
Well,
enough.
that is a good question, though, right? So if we're going to, if we're going to shame Andrew for smoking, right, saying it's bad for your health, so on and so forth, then would the
What about
same be
people getting sex
applied?
changes or whatever? I don't
to-
think
would-
that sex
would that
changes
same
increase
question-
your likelihood of heart attacks or lung cancer, and I
No,
would agree.
you're talking about removing an appendage and damaging yourself, or
Sure.
you know,
Does it cause death or long term harm? I don't think so.
disfiguring yourself is a whole lot different.
By the way,
I would say this. I'll concede this. I'd rather chain smoke than cut off my dick, but I think it's probably healthier to cut your dick off in the long run. You probably
I don't
won't
think
die
so.
from it.
You know what? You know what's
I don't
interesting?
think so either.
When I look at it, the
Depends
stats
how
on
old
this
you
too,
are.
men who exercise regularly and smoke almost never have any negative side effects from smoking. Almost never.
It's actually true. The studies
Yeah.
show that too.
Isn't that fucking wild?
Hard-pressed to believe that, but maybe it is true.
If you look at the thing which affects Americans the most, besides obesity for death and the relationship between it, it's sedentary behavior. So sedentary
Well,
behavior.
look at us
and
all
obesity,
sitting in our
those are the two
chairs,
big ones.
killing ourselves. Isn't this awful?
Yeah, but look at
Oh, yeah,
depression
actually,
removing your penis.
Yeah, if you're talking about killing yourself, yeah. In regards to self-unaliving, that's one of the highest rates. I'm sorry, one of the rates of unalivement for men, specifically 18 to 40. Would you say that this is a good thing or a bad thing, Soyfield?
Well, is what a good thing or a bad thing? Men killing themselves? I don't
Good
think
thing or a
it's
bad thing?
good.
Yes, man. Yeah, males specifically.
No, I
Males.
think that's awful.
You
I
think
don't
he's
think
really
people
gonna
should
say
do
it's a
why,
good thing?
Yeah, wait, why? Wait, how is that even a question? Of course it's
No,
bad.
no,
What are you
I
talking
don't
about?
know. Yeah. So when it comes down, okay, great. So do you think that transitioning, cutting your penis off, right, is gonna put you at a higher rate of unaliving, self-unaliving?
So
Or
I
a
actually
lower
did
rate?
read a study recently that showed that the suicidality went down, but the actual suicide rate didn't go down. But it didn't go up either. And as far as I can tell so far, I've yet to see a study that shows that transitioning actually does do more harm post-transition. But if someone showed me that, if it was like, hey, it turns out all these people it makes it even fucking worse, they all regret it. If you could show me that, I would change my mind. But I don't think that's
Okay, I'll show you that. I can show
Rob's
that.
got me. All right.
Yeah.
Sure, post it in the private chat.
Okay.
Like the Singapore one that no one ever posted.
I will look it up and find it. It's been a while since I looked into this stuff, but according to like the actual, I forget the big trans organization that like globally puts out these studies, they argue that when it comes to gender dysphoria people that are pushed into these gender dysphoric clinics, etc., depending on the study, it's anywhere from 80% to 97% of the kids that are put through that end up identifying with their sex assigned at birth if they are not given hormone treatment. However, the numbers let me finish, Ryan. The numbers once they are given these treatments end up being something like over 90% don't transition back. Now, this means that there's one of two possibilities. Possibility one would be that unlike every other medication that we have where we can see doctors, particularly when it comes to children, overly prescribed like Ritalin for children, they are remarkably accurate and they're only prescribing these sort of puberty blockers for people that are actually the legitimate trans one. Or Marker 2 would be there is something about these hormone blockers and the medical transition that means that people are almost never able to come back from them, which would make sense because if you never go through puberty, why would you then identify with your sex assigned at puberty, particularly if you've already made that decision with your family when you were 9, 10, 11, 12 years old,
Rob, this
that
has
you
nothing to do
identify
with
as the
the higher likelihood of suicide, which is what we were
Sure it
talking
does,
about.
because if you're making people, let me finish last point, because if you're making people more trans and trans suicidalities through the roof, then yes, by giving them those treatments, you made them more likely to be trans and kill themselves.
Right, but does the study show that they were more likely to kill themselves post-transitioning, or are you just conflating the concept that when people are trans, there's a higher likelihood of wanting to commit suicide, and by not being trans before, now they become part of that 40% statistic or whatever? Like, I don't think that's what the study showed. But if it is,
so two things, that conflation, is
two more things. Can I respond to one thing you said?
Sure. I think you and Soy need to work off each other. You're almost half a debater each, so let's give you a chance.
That's adorable, Rob.
I'll gain like 400 pounds, then I'll be as big as you.
4 hours, and both of you were praising me at the end of it, but you just don't remember because you're getting old. But besides the point,
for me, it was just Tuesday.
Yeah, that's fine. But
Ryan, I have trouble believing that I ever praised you.
Yeah.
Well, go watch there's a short on my channel. It's absolutely hilarious. You should check it out. I tagged you in it. But anyway, like you dismissed this point really quickly, Rob. But like it does sound like they are actually really good at identifying who actually has gender dysphoria. Like it seems like they're accurately.
What's your proof of that? What's your proof?
What's your proof that I mean, like that's what you said is one of the cases, right? You said that's one possibility.
I said that there are two. I said there are two possibilities. We could get into the details of this. I offered one rebuttal already, which you didn't respond to. So you've given no proof. Let me finish. So let me finish. Let me finish. Now, here's what happened. I said there are two possibilities. I said that it is clear to me that the one possibility is more likely. I gave an evidence of it. I said one because we could see when it came to. Did you listen? Why did you steal, man? What do you think?
You never post any of this shit. I want to see it.
I never post. Okay, I'll post the studies. I'll find them and send them to you. But did you hear me make an argument? Yes or no?
I heard you talk
Or were you too busy going, I can't wait to say something. Please shut up. I can't wait to say something. What I said was,
5 arguments, and I respond to one specific thing.
I didn't make 5 arguments. I outlined a logical chain for the one argument I was making, which is when we put people on puberty blockers when they're children, it's more likely that they then they trans the rest of their life. And that means that the suicidality goes to the roof. I said that there are two possibilities. I said there are two possibilities. I said there are two possibilities that the doctors are remarkably accurate, and this seems to be the only medication when it comes to children where they're that accurate, or that they're doing, once you get on these drugs, it's more likely that you don't transition back. I made 2 arguments. I said the argument for my position was, if you're not going through puberty and you've already made the decision because you as a child or your family sort of glorified and pushed you into this decision, that you are not your sex assigned at birth. Let me finish.
Guys,
and that you're not your sex assigned at birth, then if you never go through puberty, you would never change that. And the other argument I made was on the other side of it, that the doctors are always right, is we could see the last time they made this, when they were talking about incredible medications being given to children, it was things for ADHD, which now almost everyone's admitting, including lawsuits that are showing that doctors were overprescribing this shit like crazy, thereby damaging children for their entire life. So do you agree that doctors overprescribed Ritalin, Adderall, etc. to children, particularly young boys? Yes or no?
I haven't seen the evidence of that one specifically, but to bring it back to the other thing.
So you don't know?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't
What's
know
your opinion? So you're completely agnostic? You have no clue?
I did not get prescribed ADHD meds when I was a kid, but I definitely needed them. Okay, so I
what does that have to do with my claim? I'm asking you in general.
I don't know the fucking.
You just have no clue. You don't know.
Is thing to say?
Okay, so I'm just asking you.
Unlike you, Rob, I'm not gonna like just jump with my gut and let my gut decide what the data is, right?
Well, I would suggest that you do that all the time. That almost everyone has a direct
actual fucking data instead of sitting here crying about it. We keep.
I just want to be clear. We came in and we talked about this. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. Can you show me a study on everything that you've said tonight? Everything. Bring it up right now. No.
You brought up all this
let me finish. The point is, was this a debate? Was this a debate that this was the topic? No. I brought up a study that I've cited in multiple debates that I've had before. The fact that I don't have it at my fingertips right now, and you're like, I demand it right now. I demand that you bring up. And as soon as I bring up, give me your source. The PDF files are bad. Source, please. Let me see the source. yours, please. Yeah, I'll get you your fucking stupid study. I will. I will bring up this study. I will bring up the study. It might not be tonight, but I'll find it and I'll present it for you so that you can see it. I've done it many times on Modern Day Debates and other places. Just because you advocate for the chopping off a boy's penis and the puberty blockage and shit, and you haven't done the research yourself.
David, I will absolutely improve my setup for a stream once I make more money and can move somewhere where I can do something like that. But at the current moment, I'm a little limited by my space. But thank you so much for the $5. APC, I don't know what the fake FD1023 is. Yeah, the horse dewormer gang and the chain smokers are talking about medicine again. All right, I'm gonna unmute this for you guys.
Right, who constantly misrepresents shit. Almost every time I Google something that you
there
talk
you
about,
go.
it's like slightly misleading. So.
Right, you don't lead with your gut. That's right. That's right. You don't lead with your gut. You at least do a cursory look into the data. Can you tell me the data? You've done a cursory look, right?
What I'm telling you is about the ADHD thing. I haven't. That's what I just told you.
No, it's not just the ADHD. You're talking about the trans issue, so you've done a cursory look. Okay, so what's the cursory look? So.
Yeah, I think they are more accurate. I think they are more accurately.
Where's your data that shows that? You took a cursory look at the data. Let's see it.
Let's find it. You're right. Okay. You can bring other people up while I pull this up. Since Rob never
let's do it. Now we're
Never
Googling.
posting this shit, but I will. I'll find the shit.
Sure. Go ahead and Google furiously a study that you've never read. Go for it. When did you read this study? You did this cursory look. Can you tell me when you read this study that you're about to pull up?
I'm not saying I've read an entire.
Are you trying to tell me and the rest of the audience right now that you're not just Googling something that you've never read and trying to find something that matches your
I could be wrong, but I want to find studies that show.
But
wait. You don't care, which is why
no. You said you've already looked into this. You said that you wouldn't just lead with your gut. You said that you already looked at all of this. That's what you said. You wouldn't just say an argument from your gut.
I never said I looked over everything and I figured it out and I know.
But you said you don't just lead from your gut. You said that you would at least do a quote cursory look. So the data you looked at, the cursory look, tell us what it was without just trying to Google something that meets your predefined notion from your gut.
My understanding, from what I recall, is that they are actually, and it also makes sense that they are actually taking a longer and more accurate assessment before they give people things like puberty blockers.
What does that have to do with any of the arguments we just talked about?
That was the art. Okay, so
no, it wasn't.
You were saying that 90% of children who go into these clinics end up not going on to puberty blockers, right? And then you said that most of the ones who do go on to puberty blockers end up staying trans, right?
Correct.
Not the conversation. Okay, so what I'm saying is that it's from what I recall, and I want to look this up because I could be fucking wrong. You don't care about whether you're wrong, right?
No, that's not true. That's not true. Your argument was, I don't just say. What do you mean you could be wrong? So what you're trying to tell us is your gut says that you're right. That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah, and I want to find out.
So wait a minute. So what you're admitting here is. Here we go. Let's finish the argument. Let's finish the argument, Ryan. Let's finish the argument, Ryan. So the argument is you have a gut feeling that you haven't researched yet, and now you're going to research to see if that gut feeling. So then, when you said, "Unlike you, I don't just have gut feelings and talk about things until I do the research," will you admit that you lied? Will you admit that you lied? Will you admit that you lied?
I have gut feelings. What I said is I'm not using my gut feelings as an absolute like you've been doing.
No. That's not what you said. You said I don't use my gut feeling without having done at least cursory looks.
Yeah, and I'm telling you that before.
Okay, so where's the cursory look? Where's the cursory?
But you keep yelling at me.
No. You said before. You said before, not after.
I want to find the data.
You said before, not after.
Rob doesn't care about the facts. Rob hates you, and
you're trying to change it.
I want you to be smart. I think learning is radical, and I'm
you lied. You lied. You did have a gut feeling, and now you're trying to post hoc justify it like almost everyone does. And you tried to make it a big deal that, oh my God, if Rob doesn't have the data in front of him right now, how could you make these fucking claims? When you're worse than me because I at least have looked at the data.
I pressured you to have it right immediately. You could have said, "Oh, I'll take a step back and I'll find the data." Like I'm about to do right now. Like that's the thing you could have done.
Yeah,
10
Ryan,
minutes ago.
we've linked.
Wouldn't have had to scream at each other.
Ryan, we've linked like three links in the back one. Here's a quote from the one that I linked. From 107,583 patients, matched cohorts demonstrated that those undergoing surgery were at significantly higher risk for depression, anxiety, self-deletion, and substance abuse disorders than those without surgery. No, because we got here from the comment that was saying that technically the trans thing was harm, and yous were, show me one study that proves harm where it's a significantly worse outcome, and we've linked you 3 in the back. So off you go on your bike. Start reading, Ryan, because you've got a lot of reading
Yeah,
apparently from
like
what's
at least
gone
for
on
this
tonight.
like most recent study. I don't know if you're cleaner 409, but I had read this one previously, and I remember that the writer of this study did come out and say, "Hey, I think they're misrepresenting the results of this insofar as they're not taking into some of these other controls that like are not like that was never the intention of the study to show these specific like, hey, here's the trans rate and this is how much it makes them self-delete." But again, that could be wrong. And here's the thing: if there is like this meta study and it comes out and it looks like on a whole, all of these people transitioning, it is just worse off for them. That would essentially be the thing for me to say, yeah, like it looks like this isn't helping. This doesn't seem to be proving that, but yeah, I don't disagree if that's the case.
I
just
have
don't
a
think it is.
question. I have an honest question. If somebody has what we deem to be a mental illness, and we believe that the fix, right, the cure for this is to like acknowledge their mental illness and kind of give them what they want. For instance, in this case, if I believe that I'm a guy and the cure is to turn me into a guy, and does that fix the mental illness though? Like, I feel like if it's something
Sarah,
that is
I understandably, obviously, I think people on the left are very reluctant to say because like mental illness does have a very big stigma. But
Hey guys, I got to get out of here. You have a wonderful evening.
Wait, Andrew, before you go, can I ask you one thing? Because last
Yeah.
time you shout out my friend, it meant a lot to him, like more than I could have possibly imagined. And now he's rebranded to the Meat Pill. I think it's a little derivative, but he's currently going through something that is like really fucking awful, like one of the worst things in his life. And if you could just say like, hey, I'll pray for you or something, like I think that would literally mean the world to him. But yeah, if you could, you don't have to.
I have a couple of qualifiers I want to ask you before I do this.
Yes.
Is your friend a homosexual?
The Meat Pill is not homosexual. He's happily married. He has one kid, and he's very conservative. He's got guns. He lives on a farm. Yeah.
Has he ever done any gay stuff with men?
This is a funny question because when he is
Bitches
able
or
to
anything.
overpower me, he's only able to overpower me if he like tries to do gay shit to me. He's like, "Oh, I'm gonna grab your fucking nipple." That's he's smaller than me.
That's not
He
fucking
could-
gay. That's
Yeah.
a legitimate fighting tactic.
He calls it gay strength. That's all I'm saying. All right.
Okay.
But no, he is not gay. He's not a
Yes,
homosexual.
well then to
and
your
he
friend,
really is.
then
a big
to your
fan.
friend, absolutely, you need to turn soy pill into not such a fucking soy pill. He's not even. The thing is, he's LARPing anyway. He's not even a fucking real leftist. He's really not even a leftist. It's just that like that's how they all want to capture the Twitch audience. You should just come to the duck side. Just come to the duck side.
All right.
Do it. Dude, like you don't even like this shit, like all the trans shit and stuff. You don't even fucking like any of this shit. You don't like any of this fucking bullshit. You hate it all. Every time I talk to you, you end up being like, "Yeah, Andrew's pretty much right about this." So I don't even know why you're on that side.
It depends if we're talking about the small minutiae. I promise you, I don't want to repeal the 19th and take us back to the Vlad the Impaler days for our crime and system.
Yeah, but
like
I mean,
that,
is
so-
that like you understand the difference between something which is rhetorical and something which is actually factual? Like when you say, Andrew wants to take us back to the 50s or he wants to take us back to Vlad the Impaler, using those things, using things of examples in history, which we then move forward and we can understand, hey, these, when we talk about tradition, those are experiments that worked. We can look through history for all sorts of experiments that worked and bring them forward. It doesn't mean I'm trying to take you back to the 50s.
Sure.
That's like all rhetorically
Andrew,
stupid, really, right?
The problem is like your ideology is so far outside the Overton window that you can just kind of blame every societal problem that exists now on the lack of not doing what you do and never actually have to prove that your thing works. And I just don't agree with like 99% of what you actually believe.
I think
But
I think
we
the
can find
fact of the
agreement
matter
in
is
some
that
cases.
I'm a great advocate for my worldview and why it does work, using good, solid historical examples and logic and reason. And I got to tell you this too. This is what drives me fucking crazy. You leftists, progressives, your way has been the way for like a blink of an eye. It's brand new. It's totally modern. It's never really been done before. And it fucking sucks, dude. Like the societies that you guys produce, they fucking suck. They're all a mass migrated
America.
fucking nightmare of intersectional fucking nonsense filled with people who don't get along, absolutely fucking loathe each other. The conflict is
world, by the way.
overwhelming. Like you just create such shit societies, and we've been doing this for literally a heartbeat.
Go hate
And
America.
somehow that's good because my GDP, as though we didn't have my GDP when it was an all-white nation. We did. We still fucking did. We were still the #1 GDP, and it's like you guys just cope and lie, and it's like it just drives me fucking crazy because your societies suck. They suck. Literally
I
suck.
think you take for granted a lot of the stuff the progressive has gotten you today, and you would actually have a lot less if you didn't have it.
Look, it's not
I just
that
wanted to shout
everything
my friend out.
progressives do.
He's having
Yeah,
a
your
hard
friend's
time.
great. I'm
Thank
just
you.
pointing out.
Yeah.
It's not the case that everything progressives have ever done is bad, right? That would be stupid to say, right? There's all sorts of little things that progressive ideology has introduced that I rather like, right? I'm not going to dispute that is the case. It's just that when we talk about society, we talk about trade-offs. Most of what they fucking produce sucks. It fucking sucks. And I wish it didn't, but the truth is that it fucking does. So I'm just going to say that. And anyway, you guys have a wonderful evening. I appreciate your time, and you guys take care. And tell your friend, like, whatever he's going through, remember to read Job, and it will pass. It'll pass. No matter how bad you fucking think it is, dude, it'll fucking pass. Because there's either one of two outcomes. If you ain't fucking dead, right, it'll be behind you at some point. So, all right, see ya.
See ya.
All right, take it easy.
So,
little masky off
second,
there.
that wasn't even like a genuine faith attempt to get Andrew to pray for your friend. That was just an attempt to further dig at his worldview. I just want to point that out.
But are you telling me I did that? No. I genuinely, my friend is a huge fan of his and loved it when he shouted out last time. That was what I was trying to do. I did not try to get into the worldview thing. That was what he did. So.
You spent about 10% about that talking about the prayer, and about 90% talking about your BS idea
He brought
on
up
his worldview.
converting me, Paige. That was him, not me.
Sarah, to answer
It's always
your question,
Andrew. It's got to be the Andrew's the bad man. Okay, whatever. I'm done.
You're the one
to
complaining
answer your
about
question,
it.
Sarah, to answer your question,
Yep.
I'm part of the untouchable fatty crew. And they know me. I'm retired. I run a house with people with mental challenges and drug addiction. And so on the macro level, when you have a person have mental problems, sometimes I have to dig in that world. It helps them along, and it keeps me from, I would say, tranquilizing them with drugs where they can be at a level, they can be at a sweet spot. So as far as cutting off, I ain't cutting off shit, so I wouldn't know anything about that.
Well, you guys don't provide trans surgeries in your recovery house?
No, we don't, because it's co-ed. Reason why it's co-ed. I know that's supposed to be a joke over my shoulder, but we co-ed.
I like that you have a real reason not to. That's
no. Reason why I say that is it's hard for women. It's really when you start putting in people in mix. That's when you start having that problem. And you have enough mental problem and drug addiction problem in the first place. So it's not recommended that if somebody came to my house, I would find them a placement. But what I'm saying is, I know that when you start dealing with mental challenges, and they changed that way back in the 70s when it comes to what we're talking about, they changed it, So, but what I'm saying is, sometimes you have to dive into that world when I'm dealing with mental people around here. And it's more easy on the medication. It's more easy on the stability of the house. And, you know how far to take it. So I wouldn't know about as far as going to that extreme, but, there's different levels to everything we look at when we start talking about mental health.
I think I look at it as, typically we would prescribe medication or even more conservative avenues of things. And I'm not saying that, for the transgenders, and that we don't touch into the conservative solutions first, but I'm asking the question based on the unalive ratings that they were talking about. If you go into it with a mental disorder of some sort and you do a dramatic change and then you come out of it still with a mental disorder, then is that not the cure then?
Right. So again, Sarah, the reason I hold the position I hold is based on the most of the evidence I've read that affirming people does seem to make them more likely to be happy and live happy lives. And if there was a bunch of an overwhelming totality of evidence to show me the exact opposite, I would support the other position. I've yet to see that. I have seen some studies. It seems like they're not nearly so credible. But
make them, does affirming schizophrenic delusions make them live a happier, more productive life?
If
So
it
you know what?
if
Definitely.
it showed, wait, hold on, Ryan. If it showed,
Yeah.
by the way, if the overwhelming studies showed that they would have a happier life if you affirmed them, I would say we should do it. I don't think that's the case. I think there's
Right.
better ways
So
to treat them.
should we affirm all delusions? Or no?
If the studies
Only
show that
some.
that is the better way to do it, then I would say that it is better to do it.
That's
yes.
nonsensical.
Here's the thing,
Why
I
is that
haven't-
nonsensical?
Studies
If it
show-
makes
Wait,
them live
yeah,
happy
but-
lives and they're not causing material harm, I'd say that's better. If
Can I engage with the question before we move on to
why
the
is
next
Mark
thing?
even wrong?
Sorry, Marte, you can go in a minute. Okay, I just want to respond to that specific thing.
No, that's
right?
all I had
I
to
mean,
say.
no problem. I mean,
Okay.
no, yeah.
Like,
sure.
first of all, it's not delusional. For like trans people aren't delusional about what their body is, right? They like the dysphoria comes from recognizing what the body they're in, and
I understand,
and that's where
David,
the distress comes from. So it's not a delusion, right? They're not like looking in the mirror and not seeing what's there. They're very clearly in touch with reality. They're recognize that's where
They're
the
seeing
distress
what's
comes
there, and they have a delusion about what ought to be, right?
Well, you can say it's a delusion. But what they're telling
so,
you is
so
that they're very
saying
unhappy
what
with what's
is,
there.
and they're
They're
saying
not,
something
not,
ought to be.
You're using the word delusion very loosely. Like if we talk about schizophrenics, they are actually like seeing things that aren't there, right? They're imagining, they're seeing, they're hearing things and seeing things that are not there in front of them.
Well,
Trans
you
people
understand
are
that
not
there can
doing
be
that. They are
paranoid
seeing what's in front of them, and that's
right.
where the distress
Okay.
comes from.
Well, you understand that there can be paranoid schizophrenics, right? Who see reality as it is, but feel as though reality is plotting against them, right? Whether it be people or some other situation, right? Like these multitude of factors all come together in their mind. Right, because they're observing reality as it is, given the same way that a
And Brendan,
transgender
let's
individual can look in the mirror.
Brendan, say hypothetically.
Hey, no problem. Hey,
Brendan,
hey, how about
Brendan, say.
hold on. Hey, I understand you want to.
What is this from?
Chime in here. What? What do you mean? What is this from?
Are you talking from experience? So you just described what paranoia is, which can be part of either
I'm
bipolar
saying
1,
that
bipolar 2,
paranoid
it can be part
schizophrenia.
of,
Yes. So paranoid schizophrenia is
part
not
of
only just
Alzheimer's.
seeing things
Okay,
that
but
aren't
let
there.
me
it
start
also-
something real quick between the two of you. Both of you are using cell phones or something, and the audio when cell phones compete, it doesn't work out very well. So if we could go one at a time, specifically with you two, especially.
So
Go ahead,
should I
Brandon.
be replying to Ryan, who I was originally replying to, or Doc?
Yeah, let's start there.
Go with Ryan or whatever.
CMQT, I'm not arguing that
Yeah,
it
Ryan,
does. I'm
so
saying if
your
the studies
pushback
showed
was
that it did, we
there's a
should do
difference
that, but it's
between
not the
gender
same. Yeah.
dysphoria and schizophrenics, because one is a delusion, schizophrenic delusion. The other one is dysphoria. They're seeing reality as it is, but they're not necessarily feeling as though reality matches up with how they feel on the inside, right? That's dysphoria.
Basically, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well,
So you
what
understand there are
rather
paranoid schizophrenics. You understand? Okay, so you understand that there are paranoid schizophrenics who don't hear or see anything that is not actually there. They see reality as it is. However, they have.
Oh, it was my bad. I was trying to fix his mic.
What's going on?
You're back in. I was trying to fix your mic. I don't know
Gotcha,
if maybe
CMQT.
it's
Thank you for clarifying. I
your
appreciate that.
Wi-Fi
Am I
or
crackling
your
again?
Bluetooth. Yeah, you're crackling a little bit. But I was
No, Georock, he's
I was
just
trying to
comparing
get-
the
No, I
two
think
schizophrenics.
it's just something with StreamYard and my phone. I don't know what it is. It happened last time.
it's your phone for sure. But like I can try to engage anyway. Like the delusion for that schizophrenic person, right? You're saying it comes from them believing that like people are out to get them, right? And that what they're doing is they're assuming things based on the reality they perceive. They're jumping to conclusions, and you're comparing this to trans by saying.
Can I speak for everyone?
I'm saying
When I say we're tired of trans people debate, all right? I'm fucking. Let's talk about something else.
Wait.
I mean, that was
I didn't think you were going to throw the word debate in there. I thought you were just going to say we're tired of trans people.
I think it's super annoying. And the issue is fucking Republicans are obsessed with trans people. That's why they keep trying to make laws about them. They keep trying to. They always bring them up in the debates. We didn't bring up trans people.
Well, I think you have to look at it this
They're
way.
obsessed
Right?
with it.
Hold
They're
on,
fucking
and I'll
ridiculous.
elaborate. Maybe I can offer some elaboration. Is when you open Pandora's box, you don't know how much further it's going to go, right? So if a person can now identify as one thing and not be another, and this and that, and we could just switch shit around all day, every day, how much further can that go, right? Because then now I can identify as just about anything, and I can try to utilize that as an argument. And so then you have your case law in your precedents and that all of these other things that are going to trickle down. And now we're seeing it override into the female sports arena because, well, I identify as this, and so now I should be able to do that,
Like
and all of these
100
things.
Well,
So
Sarah, let's common
how
ground.
much
Everyone on this panel,
further,
no
how
one
much
cares
further
about
can that
women's
go?
sports, right? Not a single person here. Can we all agree? Raise your
No,
hand if you don't give a shit. All right.
but where you would give a shit, Soy, is if you had a daughter
No, I
playing
know.
in high school sports and they
We
suddenly
could litigate
throw
this. I don't like this debate,
throw
but
a
yes,
boy
we could
into
talk
that.
about this. Yeah.
So that's why it's becoming it's expanding because Pandora's box
Thank
does
you, Viet.
exactly that. It overflows and then people start utilizing one thing that was meant to not be harmful, and then they start creating it into harmful features after the fact. They take
Right.
advantage of the
Well,
situation.
let me build a bridge to everyone on the other side of this. I believe everyone hopefully would agree with this. I don't think that we should just say, well, you said whatever you want to say, you identified it however you want, and we cannot question the implications of what that means for different sex segregated spaces, and we should look at this with a more critical lens, just on that surface level. Can you all agree with that? I think we can all agree with that, right? No?
Well, sure, but like the problem becomes like I fundamentally disagree with the application of how you and Ryan are phrasing this, where it's like people like me are obsessed with it. What happened was it
You
was
are.
shoved down our throats to the point of absurdity, and then when we point it out, you go, it'd be the equivalent if I said this, Ryan, why are you obsessed with
shoving
guns?
anything down your
Why
throat,
are
Rob.
you
You're just
obsessed with
crybaby.
guns? What was that, Ryan?
I said no one's shoving anything down your throat. You're just a crybaby. That's what I said.
No, are you obsessed with guns? Are you obsessed with guns, Ryan?
No, I
I'm
like
obsessed
guns.
with guns.
Oh, so you don't talk about gun deaths, right? You never talk about that in your show.
Do you think there's people who don't like guns who also
No, I think there's a lot of
you can
people
like guns and talk about gun death?
I think there are a lot. I think there are a lot of people that focus a lot on the amount of people that die from guns in this country, and it would be absurd to say, "Oh, you people are obsessed with guns." You would say, "Well,
Anyway,
that's
that
because
doesn't
we
change the
see."
fact that you
Let
are
me
a
fin-
crybaby. You are
Let me
crying about
finish.
trans people.
Let
You
me
are an
finish.
absolute baby,
It would
a
not
giant
change
baby.
the fact. It would not change the fact that these are harms that people are talking about that they want dealt with. Similarly, I can tell you
Rob,
what I can
can
tell
I agree
you.
with
I
you
can
on
tell
this,
you
actually?
I could tell you in a second. I could tell you what my focus is on this particular issue with the puberty blockers for children. As we see from the UK, which we're told by good lefties have a more superior health system than the United States, they actually started to ban these treatments for children because the most comprehensive study that they did showed that they analyzed something like 17 of these studies that were long-term and longitudinal, and what they realized was there's not enough evidence to show that these medications do what they're told. In effect, what they came out and saying was we should not be chemically testing on children. And I think that particularly when it comes to the left, what we see is for the delusions and the grandeur of adults, they're
Red
willing to harm
Comet.
children.
Pinata coded, so good.
During the pandemic. In order to keep adults satisfied, we now harm children. So when it comes to this particular debate of puberty blockers or medical transitions of children, I think it's fucking grotesque and it's worth speaking up. Just like I think it's worth speaking up about abortion and the fucking murder and mutilation of children, it's also worth speaking up. Now, I know as someone on the left, you don't give a fuck about them kids. You care more about suffering through your own delusions and making those kids suffer so that you can feel better for yourself.
Rob, I actually do have to say, like, I do think people here are fucking obsessed with guns, and to a ridiculous degree in which they inflate so many of, like, the suicide from gun deaths and, like, talk about guns and assault rifles in a way that is very over the top, especially for these people who don't understand what a firearm is. They think, like, semi-automatic is a bad word, and I would say that is actually very comparable to the degree to which the right overblows the trans issue, that the people here overblow the gun issue to, like, this ridiculous misunderstanding of it's not as big of a deal as they're making it. So I actually would say that the left, especially in California, is fucking obsessed with guns. So, yeah.
It's not that the trans issue's
real
overblown.
quick,
You
Rob,
understand
I'm
that
happy to move off
I'll
the trans
address.
issue.
So
I
if
just
you
want to read one thing. I just want
Go
to read
for
one
it.
thing real quick.
Go for it.
Because I actually posted a link in the chat. I know, Rob, you haven't done that because you're allergic to like sharing
Sure.
data or whatever. But I just wanted to read one quote from this because you haven't supplied anything to support anything you've said. But I'm going to read this one thing. Youth who had initiated gender-affirming hormones in early puberty had higher scores for appearance, congruence, positive affect, and life satisfaction at baseline, and lower scores for depression and anxiety at baseline than those who had initiated GAH, which gender-affirming hormones, in later puberty. So that's just
what does that have anything to? What does that have any? First off,
we were talking about whether or not they're rightly identifying the people who are going to benefit from this, and I'm showing you that these people were benefiting from it, and you haven't showed anything.
That's on a 2-year study. That's on a 2-year study, Ryan.
Let me answer
That's
this.
a short-term study. That's not a lifetime.
Let me answer
that's
this.
Not a lifetime fulfillment study.
Let me answer this. First off, what that shows is the people that it's. I believe if I remember that study specifically, it's a survey, right? And so what it did was it asked people whether or not they were happy we can see that there's much social pressure, as people that have detransitioned have admitted, that there's social pressure to say that these treatments that they did that changed their body actually were positive, and they're not going to say they're negative. Second thing I'll say about let me finish. Let me finish.
Before you move to another.
Sure, Ryan.
Yeah, do one point at a
Sure,
time.
Ryan.
I agree, Rob. Like, because you are saying a lot of things.
Sorry, I don't give a fuck what you agree to. Like, you have any opinion, or your opinion matters more than
He's
this.
here with me, okay, Rob?
He did it. He's with me. Okay, you go ahead. You guys do it together. Go for it.
Oh, damn, Rob.
Damn, white people are mean.
We try.
Whoa. That's racist. You can't say that.
Okay, Ryan, you're gonna respond to this. So was it a survey? Was it not? Go ahead.
Wait. Okay. So you're saying that it wouldn't be worth investing. You're gonna know better. I'm sorry. The thing I was gonna say is that detransition rates are really, really low, right? You agree with that? Detransition rates are really low.
Yes, it's like 1 to 5% depending on the study you look at. And
is that
how does that?
Because of like social pressure or whatever, or maybe
So
because...
I'm again. You needed to interrupt me because you had this really stellar point that literally has nothing to do with what I said.
Well,
what was the first point you made then? Maybe
the first point I made was that this seemed to be something that was like from a survey, right? Am I correct that that's what this was?
That's not the thing I was trying to respond to.
Okay.
But,
well, I said it was from a survey, and what happens is when you just survey people, you have sort of a social contagion and social pressure that people are going to say the life-changing medical decision that I made, I'm more likely to say that it was a good thing. This is superseded by the fact that the British government actually looked at all these studies and said they had low to very low credibility.
I mean, even if we approach this survey and just say as a granted that it's true, that we'll accept it as data, the survey itself, if you actually read it, says there is an increased risk of depression in people with trans ideology post transitioning surgeries. So, I mean, I don't think you're really reading that study in its full. You need to go through and read that study in its fullness.
He Googled it. That's what he did.
No, the AJM study that he linked.
Right.
It's a 2-year study. It's a short-term study, and even that one shows more depression.
I'm going to interrupt. Marte would like to make his exit if we could allow him, please. Thank you, Marte.
Hey, I'm just going to take a quick minute. I do got to go. This has been the longest time I've been going without eating. I'm supposed to eat like, every 3 hours. I'm doing the New York Pro next year. I'm going to try to represent the United States and compete. All this.
Thank you, Marte.
Good luck, Marte. Wait, Marte, what's your stack? What's your stack? What do I got to do to get big?
You're talking about legal substances and shit?
Yeah.
Pancakes. Pancakes are my favorite snack, man. So
Trend hard, as they say. Trend hard.
Yeah. Whatever they say, trend, all that stuff. So, all right. Crucible Crew is still on here. We got 2 people. It's me, myself, and Rob Noor. Welcome to the family, by the way. Also, I just want to say it's been good talking to all you guys, and I look forward to demolishing Fatty himself. This is to go let him know that he's going to get wrecked on this channel pretty soon with me and the Leprechaun. That's going to be happening, and I appreciate you guys. I'm out. Crucible Crew.
Bye, Marte. Thanks for coming.
Bye, Marte.
Thank you, Marte.
I got to get going soon. I would love to finish.
You had something. Was this a remnant of the L that you're going to go ahead and, remind me of? Or
I'm just asking if you got picked up by the Crucible Crew.
I'm his coach and trainer, so I'm automatically in there.
Oh, he's the one you were the one you were complaining about. He was like, he's making me eat all this shit.
Well, hold on real quick. Before I leave, I do want to say that I'm glad that nobody knew this because they would have pawned this off to me. You didn't train him to open the pickle jar and all this other. I'm glad.
Shit, that is on you, dude.
Wait. Is the pickle jar now part of the workout plan?
It's an olive jar that he failed. And Marte, I'm his mod on his YouTube
because
channel.
if he's going to get ready for a boxing match, I'm not going to go ahead and reveal anything else. So, yeah, if you need any training secrets or anything like that, tell him, not me, because I'm the guy that's in his corner giving all the trade secrets and stuff. So, yeah.
No, he's not the effing pro.
Well, good man.
Crapo. You're thinking of
Rob's
heel baby face.
So he's no stranger to all this. So I got you, bro.
Take it easy. I was just asking because I was going to use that as a bridge.
Hey, my brother.
Go ahead, OD. Yeah.
Tell Fatty he's toast on the.
Hey,
on
my
the
brother. You know you got one untouchables, but look here, my brother. I boxed for 22 years. We ain't never talked about no pickle jar. What is that?
Fatty's getting touched. I don't even know why. It's not even gonna be the untouchables afterwards. He's getting touched.
Hey, but I'm just saying, what did the pickle jar got to do with it?
Oh, Andrew went on a podcast and he couldn't open like an olive jar or something. That's like a
Oh, that's what it was.
Over your head.
He's trying to show up a woman.
He mustn't have his hands wrapped right. I got you.
So I thought you just stack you try and stack your W's next to Andrew's. We'll see who has the bigger pile, okay?
Look, you're his mod, all right? If you want to suck his dick, go ahead. Like
He has a wife, dude. That's deranged.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry I implied that you're a fucking dick rider. Like
Anyways, I'll leave it
This
to
is where movies go when they're destroyed.
Everybody's mess, the Crucible. So, all right, peace out, guys.
Anyway, yeah, the reason I was going to ask about the Crucible thing is because, Soypo, I'm going to hit you up about talking to Progressive Victory, who I'm super curious if they would be interested in some of the stuff I'm working on. But we'll follow up on that later. And also, someone in the chat asked if I was jealous about the Crucible, but Andrew offered me a position on Comfy way back in the day when he was trying to start his own streaming service like 4 years ago. So I would have taken it up then if I wanted to work under Andrew.
you really should take him up on the tooth thing though.
Yes,
I'm open to that. I'm trying to take him up on that. Yeah.
How much is it? I'll pay for it. If they want a leftist to pay for it, I'll help.
I don't know. I don't have dental insurance right now, so it's going to be way more than it would be once
I'm gonna head out.
not.
I'll just say put a study in there, the WPATH study that says what I said. In addition, the Lancet study that came out here.
Can you be more specific? What does it say that you said?
It says that about 80, like it depends, like 75 to 80% or higher of children that start puberty blockers end up not transitioning back. Right. It also says, I believe in there. You can look through it there, pal. It also says in there, I believe. Let me find it.
Rob,
The data's like it's something like between
you're-
5 to 20% transition back if they're not putting puberty blockers. Then the numbers become like 80 to 90% or something like that. I don't have the exact data in front of me. I posted it there. Was reading it earlier.
So you're saying it doesn't support your whole social pressure?
No, it absolutely supports the argument, because what it shows is that almost every kid grows out of this naturally, but once we start giving them medications, almost none of them end up going back to their sex assigned at birth. Given the fact that we know that trans increases your rates for depression, suicidality, etc., it seems monstrous to sort of chemically alter these kids to make them basically a sentence to be trans for the rest of their life. It seems terrible to do. In addition to that, if you want to go further, right, when it comes to detransitioners, although the percentage of detransitioners may be low, some studies have suggested that as high as 76% of detransitioners said that they were not significantly tested for mental illness before they were given puberty blockers. In fact, there have been many clinics that have gone against WPATH's own studies or own recommendations, saying that there should be a lengthy process. Many people are actually given puberty blockers within their first visit. So the idea that this is a long, arduous, drawn-out process, you would admit that there's only two likely scenarios. Either one, that the doctors are remarkably accurate at giving these, which is why almost every kid that takes them sticks with transing, or that they're being overprescribed. You would agree that's the only two
Sure,
solutions.
and I would say that first one is bolstered by the fact that the detransitioners are saying what you're saying, right? Where they're saying that they did not go through those processes as rigorously. Those are the ones who are detransitioning. So again, it makes even more sense.
No, what it seems to suggest is when people admit that this didn't work for me, they say, "Holy shit, they handed it out like candy." Or is it your argument? Let me just see. Is it your argument that those that didn't detransition would have went through a markedly different process than them?
Rob, I think the better argument is there's a social pressure on detrans people to say that it was super bad. So if anything, I don't know if I can trust them to say that they're unhappy about it because of the right-wing pressure on them.
I would say the opposite. True. There's a super amount of pressure for the people. There's all sorts of pressure for the people that did transition to not say that it was bad ever, even if they feel that way. Because are you going, like, for example, if you're Soy, do you have any children?
I don't have any children, but
Okay,
I'm going to make some women pregnant as soon as I can.
Good luck to you. But do you have
I have virile
nephews,
sperm.
nephew, niece, anything like that?
I have children like adjacent
in your life
in
that
my
you care
family.
about.
Yeah, that I
Okay,
care about,
if
yeah.
Soy, you can't make previously males pregnant.
If you
Not yet. We'll find a way.
If you recommended to them, if you listened to them and recommended to them that they go through puberty blockers and then castration, removing their penis, whatever, and then it turned out you found out 10 years down the road that was monstrous, do you think you would admit, yeah, I basically cajoled my nephew, niece, whatever, into a terrible decision that mutilated them for life? Would you admit
Rob,
it? Or would there be social pressure to not admit
Rob,
it?
actually 100%. If it came out that this was this like insane social contagion, that all these studies were fake, and it turned out that I was promoting this thing that was actually just causing demonstrable harm, I would actually admit not only one. You don't have to believe me, but I promise you, I would say, hey, you know what? You fucked up. I think this is bad. Right?
I don't believe, Cleaner, let me Cleaner, let me finish real quick because I do got to get going. I don't believe you, but even if I did believe you, the average person would not do that. There will be people, no matter how stark the evidence is, that because they force their kids into these positions will fight tooth and nail. They will never admit, because as a parent, you will never want to look your kid in the face and say, the reason you've gone through all of these troubles in your life was because I allowed doctors to mutilate you. There will be so much pressure to prevent that, and there's already pressure on the trans community and the detransitioners. There's all sorts of hate. You could read the detransitioners that talk all the time. I was on these transition boards and everyone was so loving to me. And as soon as I said, wait a minute, this was wrong for me, they get vitriol and hate that they can't believe from the very people that were their friends the day before. So your argument that we shouldn't trust the detransitioners because of right-wing pressure, I would argue that it's 10 times worse on the other side.
Rob, I would have a conversation with you, but I ain't going hunting with your ass. I'm
Rob,
you that
for
right
you?
now.
I'm a bad I gotta go, but Sarah, Soy, Ryan,
quick,
everyone.
Before you go, real quick. So what he's saying if he saw that these studies were fallacious, right? Look into a methodology called a Pfaffian methodology. This is a methodology they're using that's based on a mathematical principle of only giving you the perfect correlate for data for your outcome, which necessarily means you will only see data that supports your view.
Yeah, and that's what they, you can look it up. I don't have it in front of me, but there was a famous court decision, or not court decision, medical body decision in the UK. It started with a detransitioner that filed a court decision, and then it allowed for, the National Board of Health or whatever in the UK, that ultimately decided that they were no longer going to allow hormone blockers and stuff for children. And the reason was they did this big longitudinal study that lasted multiple years and determined that the studies that everyone cites, including, I believe, the one you cited earlier, Ryan, was very low credibility. And in fact, in some cases, it said that when you looked at the details of the study, like Cleaner did there earlier, that it'll say things like actually depression rates went up. And it does things like rely on surveys and other sorts of things that basically the UK Medical Board was like, this isn't good data, because you're just what you said there, Cleaner, in language that a redneck like me can't understand, that like these sorts of surveys are giving you the results you want, right? There is an agenda that they have. I could also provide you data if you want, Ryan, about like Ritalin and the overprescription of Ritalin, how it went up like 500%. And it was a huge cash cow for the pharmaceutical industry, right? So like that data exists as well. So it seems, I don't have it in front of me, I'm leaving now, but it seems, I put the WPATH data out there. There's a bunch of other data that suggests, even the WPATH data, you have to understand, WPATH is the group that's advocating for transitions. Right, so their data is the one. That's why I picked that data that talks about how, well, most kids grow out of it. They grow out of it, but then once we send them to the clinics and start providing purity blockers, all of a sudden they almost all stay with it. And that should raise a red flag that's like, wait a minute, we chemically alter these kids. Normally we know these kids almost all go back to normal, but the ones we chemically alter don't.
But wouldn't you not attribute that to the people who finally do the chemical alterations, the ones who really fucking want it, and they've gone through all the checks to be like, hey, psychologically, I think I really want to do this.
They don't go through all the checks.
They don't, and that's what the detrans. When I provide you evidence that shows that the people that finally break out of the bubble and are detransitioner, please let me finish. Those that break out, they say we weren't. They just gave it to us. They didn't do mental health screenings, and your argument to that is like, yeah, but they're pressured into saying that by the right way.
I was being a little fallacious for that.
But
the point is, they have to be the same people.
Because the chat only has 1 more minute left to hit that final goal. And I believe you just need to get in, 4 more super chats, I think? Yeah, 4 more super chats. And we'll keep going. If not, I'm going to become the sleepy tomato really fast.
Rob, as you're going, I just want to
ask.
say this, and this is not an argument, by the way. This is just like my personal experience. Like I live in the Bay Area, okay? There's a fuck ton of trans people here. And I know there are trans people in my family. I have friends of other trans people, and all of these people seem like relatively happy with their transition. And like, yes, this is not an argument to any of these studies. This is just to say like, my experience anecdotally with these people is that like, this isn't some like crazy, like insane, deranged group of people. They're just people that want to live their lives a certain way, and the way that they've chosen to live their lives medically or socially or whatever seems to be working out pretty well with them. And this, again, not trying to convince you with that, I just want to let you know, like, it would be a lot of evidence would have to come out, and these people would have to show like some horrible, awful thing for me to like, holy shit, they fucked up. This is awful. I've encouraged this. Like, it would have to be really, really bad, I guess.
I would just say this. I don't give a shit what adults do. You're 18, you want to chop your dick off, have at it. I think that the doctors should have to tell you to their best available knowledge what the possible side effects of all this shit is. Like, that's what I honestly feel. But other than that, hey, man, if you want to chop your arm off, have at it. I don't care. The problem I have is exclusive to the realm of the social contagion on children and giving these medications to children that do not have the mental capacity to make these decisions.
I'm sorry, Ash.
That's the problem that I have. So I will not disagree that there could be certain people out there that say I transitioned and I felt better. Maybe. There's all sorts of reasons that could be the case. For example, just as anecdotally as well, I knew a person in the debate community in college that was a white guy who was a very bad debater. And he went to a program where it was super like activist, like Black Panther-esque, like fucking militant black woman, like white people suck, blah, blah, blah. He felt super left out. You know what he did? All of a sudden he became the biggest person on the team, the most popular. He transed. And now all of a sudden this person who was looked at as this oppressor and he was this shitty white guy that no one cared, now he's the top of the stack or she's the top of the stack, right? And so there was, so when you talk to that person, they absolutely would say, of course my life got so much better once I transed. Of course it did.
But
so yeah, I'm sure that that's the case.
Popular person in the debate club, right? That's the only reason to be concerned.
Sarah,
yes, that is what I'm saying. So,
Sarah,
we'll
I think your
question. Bye, Rob.
Sarah, I think take it easy, Rob. Sarah, I think your question goes deeper.
Stay safe, Rob.
Thank you.
I think your question goes deeper than just the assignment.
Guys.
All right.
Should we be racist to
just
stop
in
the
our
transing?
community, I guess about 15 years ago, we had a lady called Rachel, who was in charge of the NAACP, who proclaimed herself to be black. And everybody thought she was.
Oh, Rachel Dolezal.
Right. So this is why I think your question goes into that line. It covers everything.
Duck. God, they hate Duck. Jesus Christ, he's a moneymaker.
Steve
I
Aker
feel so bad for him.
Can I step back from this whole conversation just for a second? Just 1 second here, right? And this is going to go back to Ryan's article that he posted, and it has results in it, which I think are really interesting. And I can land this plane in 20 seconds. I personally think that sex is binary. There's male and female. I also think that gender is binary. However, it's statistical. Males behave this way. Women. Now you're distracting these things. I could have done it. I'm almost done. Males fit in the spectrum, but not all males fit in that spectrum. Not all women fit in that spectrum. But the gender is also binary in that males and females fit in a spectrum. The results that Ryan sent actually in that sentence says these people, 60% were trans masculine, i.e., designated female at birth who identified in the masculine spectrum.
Okay.
And this is actually a statement in a document that he sent saying that there is a spectrum, saying that actually gender is also a spectrum. It's not saying that men are supposed to act like men. It's just saying that most men act in this spectrum. And society is actually the ones that generate it. Now, I'm landing the plane. It's almost done.
You should get cleaner.
That chopper's running out of gas.
Cleaner. Yeah, I was gonna say.
I didn't fit in the
Wait,
50th
Vibe. I think
the spectrum. Therefore, I'm going to convert my sex. And the problem is, society actually is enforcing that and making men that do not fit in the spectrum not feel like men. It is a disease. And if you look at the DSM-5, by the way, there's two versions of the DSM-5. There was one that came out in 2022 and one in 2013. And even they
what
kind
fucking
of
time
succeeded.
dilation 20 seconds is this, buddy? Come on,
done.
Vibe. You need cleaner
Go on.
cleaner
Let me
409.
just
He looks
take
like an
a
air traffic
moment.
controller. Let
Take
him
your
land your
comments.
plane, all right?
If everybody just would allow me real quick, we have to do a short grift break because I told the chat 26 minutes ago, you have 26 minutes, and they literally wait until there's 60 seconds left to throw everything in.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
Happy
But
birthday, David.
the
It's
point
coming up.
is
You're
that
straight.
They bought themselves more time.
Be you gay?
to allow
I guess you're in
the
my
panel to
chat.
keep
That makes you gay, as
continuing.
per
So,
the rules.
Shout out to Old Sarge Finkel with the 10. Says, does Rob Noor have data on the self-delete rate have something to do with being bullied. And that chat did stay on screen the entire time, and Rob never, I don't know if he doesn't read them or doesn't look down or what, but he was very caught up in his moment. Paige throwing her in
But can I talk to that real quick, Sarah? That super chat?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the one of the chats that Cleaner posted, I don't know which one it was, but there was like a blog or like a speech or an interview from the writer of that study who said this study does not take into account all the societal factors that may or may not contribute to this like horrible suicidality rate of trans people because of how unaccepted they are. And I think that was kind of to the point of like, yeah, you do have to account for the fact that people might be happier with the surgery, might be happier with socially identifying this way. But if everyone around them is like treating them like dog shit, that might not necessarily make the surgery enough to make them happy. But I would want to see more about that.
If they weren't treating them like dog shit, would have they ever had the surgery in the first place? Why can't you be a man who wants to wear a dress?
I think you can
be a man.
Well,
I think you can be that.
It used to be a thing.
Like I even have a different
Why
outlook on
can't you
this.
guys let Sarah grift for 2 seconds?
It's
Yeah,
okay.
we're responding to the
They
super chat.
were responding to
Responding
this
to the
super
chat.
chat, and then
Oh,
everything
Lord.
beyond that is all. I don't. I allowed it. It's good, but
All
we
right.
will continue the grift. And Paige with her big two to say this is my contribution, and
of course, you're
Almighty
Canadian. That
Nate.
explains so much.
Almighty Nate coming in to save everyone, because with this,
Ooh.
the goal didn't even matter. So everybody give a big shout out to Almighty Nate. Tomatoes
Very
in the
almighty.
chat, please, because we would all be closing down and going to bed at this point. Paige also adding in another contribution to get those numbers rolling. Vibe
yeah.
on sends a big 20, says let's keep it going. I love how
you
the
do a great
panelists
show, Sarah. They love it.
I love how
That's
I
right.
love how the panelists want to
awesome
buy their
guest
time
spot.
too.
I haven't gotten to speak yet, so I have to pay.
This
Get
is
Paige
true.
in here.
This is true.
Let her go. Let her go.
Go,
Crafty
Paige.
Hurogok with the big two, sending another round. Harry Ludwig sending 2 in as well. Enemy of NME, whatever it is, sending another 2, seeing if this works. And of course, Duck got sent to the back. Poor thing. Again, I don't think Duck's been on for more than like a total
30
of 2
seconds or
minutes.
something,
Yeah.
But hey, he's
1
making
minute
money.
and 22 seconds.
Yes,
And
Natalie,
Finkel
8
sends a big 10.
hours.
Oh man,
That's what happens
Dr.
when I have
Rob ran off
real
without
life
answering
people
my
to hang out
question
with.
that was up for 10 minutes. I just don't think he watches them or something. And Finkel says, Rob, next time, 1 word decaf. I will say, Rob has a way of
We're
going and
getting
going
close
and
to the
going, and I
longest
don't know if he
CMQ. It
or
is
not
not
during
as
the
long,
time
maybe
of
as the
talking.
Christmas Eve one. Let's see.
He's very informative, but damn, like I don't know where the breaking point is.
Well, his head is close to his lungs. He don't have a neck, so he get a lot of oxygen to his head.
He has developed the skill to speak while breathing in and out.
All right,
Natural
He's
ventriloquist.
very adamant in what he believes.
All right, let's actually shift over. Let's let Paige, because she has been here for quite a while and really hasn't been able to throw anything into the group. So, Paige, the floor is open to you.
You can make her wait a little bit longer.
Go ahead, Paige.
I'm gonna murder you in the 2v2. Anyway, going on with the panel. So I think there's been a lot of generalities in terms of the argument in terms of the unalive penalty as a deterrence this evening, particularly in the fact that it's only jurisdictionally helpful. It's not an all size fits all solution. There's also been the argument in terms of, and this might not necessarily be on the panel, but it has been in the chat, that there might be certain mental applicabilities that pertain to individuals who are faced with this, specifically individuals who don't lack the mental competency to commit the act, i.e. individuals who would be mentally declared insane. They would plead insanity at trial, and therefore they wouldn't even be subject to the death penalty in most jurisdictions. I think that the key point here, and this is what a lot of liberalistic ideology seems to argue, is that whether or not an idea is effective does not hinge on its exception. It hinges on the general applicability, and I think it is generally effective. So that's my
Well, I
position
think
on
that's
topic.
a bad argument anyway, whether or not it's effective. I think we could all grant that it's effective. You know, it would be also effective if you hit a kid with a hammer, as somebody was talking about a snicker earlier. That would be effective. So that alone cannot be the entire argument, whether it's effective or not, right? What are we trying to prove? I think this is going to go to morals. I think that it's not because it's effective. We want revenge. We want to hurt a motherfucker. I think that's what the real argument is.
Yeah, it's about what's best for society, right?
It's just as effective to lock a motherfucker away in a small room for himself. If it's to save people, just as effective. It's just as effective and arbitrary to beat someone every time he steals a candy bar. The kid who tipped a cow, beat him to death. It's very effective. It'll stop him from doing it. So mere effectivity cannot be the argument here. Cow tipping.
They wouldn't.
Knock over my cows.
No.
Can I clarify your argument, Joe? You think that the unalive penalty, the penalty which would force an individual to basically fight against their core instinct to survive, to live, would be the same efficacy as a life-term imprisonment?
No, that was not my argument.
Okay.
I said if it was protecting people on the streets, imprisonment is just as effective. And there is an argument.
So you do, so that you do agree with it. You think that the will to survive within a human being is not as effective in terms of that an individual faced with the unalive penalty or life imprisonment would view either scenario no differently.
Well, Paige, the point is like you could take every male.
I'm commenting on that now, and I'm not commenting on that now.
Just let Joe finish, so I feel.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying if there's some raving lunatic on the streets that's a threat to everybody, taking him off the street would keep people just as safe as if you locked him up. He could no longer hurt people. That was the only thing I was commenting on. And if you want to comment on the other thing, I have a comment on that too.
I would like to comment on the other thing, sir. So there's a secondary implication. So once the individual is imprisoned and they are institutionalized, there is a concern that a particularly barbaric individual might risk other lives.
Neve, what is
so you put them in solitary,
Margarita Island?
Yeah, so you never.
How is that better than letting them just unalive?
Who is saying it's better? It's just as effective. If someone thinks he has to spend the next 60 years or however old he is in one room and never see anything but his plate being slid through a chuck hole, there's some effectiveness there too.
Thank you for raising that. I'll tell you exactly why it's not as effective, Joe Cool. Because the solitary confinement option is available after incarceration, after an individual has exhibited behaviors which warrant it. It's not applicable at the stage of offense or sentencing, which would be the deterrence stage, which would be the stage in the criminal process by which this would be effective.
I don't understand. Isn't if you're telling me the penalty for doing this is death, and I'm telling you the penalty for this is in a small room, aren't we back on equal playing field? What is the difference?
Because for certain sentences, the criminal code or the penal code applicable to your jurisdiction outlines
I want to
the
become
fact
rich
that
so I can just kick people
unaliving
making
is
annoying
a
arguments,
potential
guys.
outcome.
So annoying.
They do not outline that, for instance, you might be imprisoned and put in solitary confinement. That's up to the specific correctional institution. So it's not something that's instantly obvious to the offender. The applicability of deterrence is something that is obvious to the offender, which means it needs to be prior to
I agree, the doctor. Why are you still watching this? Is it to support me? Because thank God I need it. I fucking need the support.
You're just telling me what
I do this for the people who are entertained by this absolute ridiculous shit. Who the fuck's gonna watch a 9-hour VOD?
A hypothetical here, I'm saying, if we could change a thing, we could lock a motherfucker in a small room all his life. I don't even think that's a thing. If you could grant me that, then you can grant me that someone can strike a piece of paper saying the jurisdictional shit is passed and make it federal.
That would require a legislative overhaul. Sorry.
Been here all 9 hours regular? Holy shit.
Thank you.
Let's take
You'll
this
rewatch
further
it?
step.
You guys are fucking insane.
The common person will be more scared of torture or death.
Torture, I think.
Death.
Well, it depends on the torture. I think that's highly so like for instance, if the torture is just waterboarding or death, I think most people would prefer waterboarding.
Why?
Obviously you never been waterboarded.
Yeah,
then.
waterboarding.
I actually have once.
But what I'm trying to say is
waterboarding is one of the most painful
what I'm
things
trying
I've
to say.
experienced.
What I'm trying to
Right.
wait
It's
a
pretty
minute.
bad. All right, go
What
ahead.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
say is if you look at the crime itself, when you torture somebody, you get twice as much time versus when you kill somebody. So what I'm trying to say is there's a reason for that. And what he was saying was you put that person in solitary or in solitude, whatever they call it. I'm a D student, so I get messed up on any words past 2 syllables. But what I'm trying to say is, if you understand that, to me,
You serious, Viet?
even playing
Shut the
field
fuck
again.
up. No, you weren't.
If I know,
No, and see, this is a thing that a lot of people get wrong whenever they're having this debate, right? They take out the human factor completely. And the thing is, the justice system is literally built off of understanding the human factor and the concept of hope within the person that it is trying to rehabilitate or the person that it is trying to incarcerate. So the factor of hope right there, if you are trying to rehabilitate somebody, giving them the hope that they can rehabilitate and go back out into society and be a productive member of society, is a net positive for them in their mind. And so they will strive for that. The same thing you can say to people who are on death row or people who are in jail for murder.
That did happen,
all right?
Sniper,
They have that
yes.
hope that they can get an appeal so that they can get out of jail whether or not they did the murder. And so
Yeah.
if you have someone in there who has committed multiple atrocities throughout time and continues to do this, and you keep them in there, they're going to have that appeal process available to them at all times, just like they always should because of the law. And so they will always have hope, and it will always give other criminals that are doing this action hope that they could appeal and get out of jail.
but now we're talking about something legal versus you don't know the numbers of the people who just say, get this shit over. You don't know the
True, and
numbers.
there are some. I'm not saying there aren't.
No, what I'm saying, we have a legal.
Natalie has the audacity to ask my death penalty stance as if I didn't just debate about it for 4 hours and give a whole fucking intro that she didn't watch. How fucking dare you? How dare you, Natalie? You go back in the VOD and you find my stance out. I refuse to repeat myself right now.
Is
right, there are some,
yeah. What I'm saying is human behavior and laws are made for communities, whatever, for community standards, better for the community. We got to understand this. Torture is.
My stance is that it is probably justifiable to kill a certain amount of people. However, I don't think we should because practically it costs too much money, it kills a bunch of innocent people, and it doesn't really seem to deter crime in the way that we want to. There's your summary.
When I started being a parent myself, I didn't spank my kids. I took away things that they wanted to have. And so what that did is set a totally different mindset than I had. I gave them weeks. I gave them days. So what I'm trying to say is there's no black and white in none of this. But we have to think this thing through.
I do like Joe.
For the people that laughed,
fuck, I just unmuted and said that.
About waterboarding, and they were like, waterboarding. Nobody, you haven't felt it. Would you have preferred if you were waterboarded to just die? Any of you got waterboarded and would just prefer to be dead right now?
No.
I think there's a certain amount of waterboarding that I would wish for death to release me from one of the worst things
like,
you could feel. Yes.
Did you get waterboarded?
I've never been, but it's been described to me as one of the most painful things. I don't need to experience that to believe that it is one of the worst forms of torture.
Okay, but you would prefer.
It's not painful. It's mental. It makes you think you're drowning. And
sure, one of the most distressing, like
stress,
awful ways to torture someone. Excuse me, maybe not most painful.
Painful necessarily. Yeah.
No. Grumpy, did you get waterboarded by any chance?
I've done a few things.
I got a feeling you got a waterboarding story you wanted to tell us really bad.
Yeah.
Just a quick question.
And it's Memorial Day. I'm not talking nothing about that.
Yeah. Oh, you disagree with torture? Name every torture, Emmett.
Real quick question. Would you prefer
removal of fingernails worse than death? No. Let me think. Removal of teeth worse than death? No.
I think at a certain point, once they're cutting stuff off of me, I might just wish for death.
In an unfamiliar canal worse than death?
You can think of some that are worse than death while you're over there playing torn apart with fish hooks filleted, left in the sun to bake under ants. Worse than death, probably so. You
What
can
kind of
imagine
Buffalo
those
Bill
too.
crap is that? This is
there
not
is
something that is a
But you understand
punishment.
that you could think of something modern torture that is preferable
Quite
to
simple.
death. You understand the
Simple
concept.
answer.
I don't know why you're playing around.
So let me just refocus, Joe, because you got confused there. So the component about deterrence is awareness, okay? And this is what me and Cleaner were both trying to emphasize to you, is that there's an awareness about certain penalties, right? There's nowhere, and
That's obvious. You ain't saying nothing heavy.
The quote is, Legion, like a turd in the wind. I fucking hate the Venom movies.
Please tell me where there is a knowledge about a law that guarantees that you will be fish hooked and splayed if you commit a certain crime. And like,
It
I
will
will
be
believe,
the-
I will give you the W.
I am not telling you that such a law exists. You're telling me the fucking laws on the book. That cannot be the argument. We're talking about transforming shit here. Me and you, that's what we were talking about. That locking a person in a small room, being tortured. You could, you tell a person beforehand that the same way you told them the death penalty if you do wrong, small room for the rest of your life if you do wrong. You understand that?
Confinement, sir, not splaying.
Do you understand though that now it is on par? They know the threat is there for small room. Do you understand that part?
So
I can guarantee you it's not the same.
But
Yeah.
there's
I'm
a
not
place
saying
in
it's the
Texas.
same shit.
There's a place
They
in
might-
Texas. There's a place in Texas and Arizona where the sheriff makes the person wear pink drawers. And I'm telling you, some of the
Arizona.
hardest criminals don't want to go to that goddamn jail.
So there's an exception in Texas, and we should base our entitled.
No, I'm just saying.
Paige,
I'm just saying. He
I have a
came
question
up
for
with
Paige.
something.
My chat is asking, what is Margarita Island? What is this? Can someone
Jimmy
explain it to me?
Buffett's Rainbow Margaritaville, you mean?
I don't know. I know what Margaritaville the song is, but I've been told to ask about
It was
Margarita
a
Island.
conceptual understanding.
Paige made a. She was asked the last time she was on panel. Okay, fine. If this is, tell us all the things that you would make in like your perfect world, and how would you solve this whole issue? And this issue boiled down to like
Anyone who wasn't a Christian nationalist gets
Yes.
sent to the island.
Jimmy
so
Buffett's Rainbow Margaritaville.
If
that
that island's big
includes,
enough to
like,
hold everyone, that sounds pretty lit,
gender,
honestly.
gay, all of these different
Muslims.
things. All of these
You
different
can be a
things that
Muslim and
were.
act like a Christian nationalist and not
If
go to
it's-
the island.
All of these different things that were disagreeable to Paige's worldview and that she didn't seem to like. If you were on the X list, and that X list got sent to Margarita Island, where you could just live your days out
It was a
blissfully
good island.
drunk
It was
and
nice.
stupid. But we don't. But we
Paige,
don't
would you
want
say
to
you're part
hear.
of the master race? Would you consider yourself a master race kind of person?
So I got a
If
question for
everybody
you.
there's gay, will they just have
Absolutely
a good
not.
time?
I'm a quarter German, and I do not claim that Aryan crap.
Before you go, Cleaner, because I'll let you. But
I'm finna say,
It's a
man,
good
we
one.
were getting along.
No,
you
no,
right
yeah, go
beside
ahead,
me.
go
We're
ahead.
getting along.
It's a fair one. It's a fair one. I'm not trying to approach this with any unrealistic understanding or saying anything in a monolith, right? But do you think that because of the way that us men are treated in society nowadays, that some men have a stronger push to this trans ideology? Do you think that maybe that might be pushing some of them towards that?
We back to that.
But they get treated worse by society. Like
No,
trans women get treated worse.
No, man. I mean, you know what it's like being a guy, and yeah, they get treated rough in certain areas, but in other areas they're revered. And if they have certain circles that they can stay in, they do have certain circles where they're safe. And us guys, we don't. We literally do not have any place that
Cleaner,
we're
this
safe
is a
anymore.
safe space for you. I want to let you know that.
No,
You're allowed
this
to,
is a safe space.
you can say
It
whatever
is
you need to say.
No, it's
all
not.
Safe space.
This is
No,
a
it's
this
not
is a safe
safe.
space.
Definitely not a
Jump 'em
safe
in the
space.
This is a safe
I'm
space
not
for you.
fucking
Cleaner.
stupid. This is not a safe space.
You're not stupid. I
You
would
are
never
all
say that
enemy
to you.
combatants.
No,
Every
It's
one of them.
safer here for
We're
men than it is for
friends.
trans people. Like, have you
That's
read any of
true.
the donos tonight? Like, half of them have been about how trans people are evil.
Yeah, I still wouldn't consider them allies in my cause. They would be combatants, enemy combatants. All of you could be potential enemy combatants.
I think
Even the most
you're more
friendly of
likely
you.
to die from the smoking than any of us. Don't worry, buddy.
then we
No,
could potentially
What the heck
be
is
your
your
best
what the heck
friend.
is your problem with smoking? You realize that people can smoke and be perfectly fine health wise, right?
Yeah, they can be, but it's more likely to cause you to death of heart
What is
attack
your
and
vice?
cancer.
Do you do anything that's bad for you, soy pill?
I
Do you
go
do
on these
anything
debates and listen to your
be
dipshit
sugar?
takes. Yeah, unfortunately, it's probably
Well,
bad for my
you
blood
didn't
pressure.
like you guys didn't really answer my question though. I mean, do you think that the way that we're treated does and I'm not saying that after the transition
Cleaner,
surgery
can I answer?
happens,
Can I
like,
answer?
you
Cleaner,
know,
cleaner, can I answer? I want to give you
his
some
question
credence because I actually do
before you
understand that.
ask
Look,
him a
I am
different
one of the most accepting like places for trans people, and I would say there's probably a non-zero amount of trans people that are around me that are not gender dysphoric. They genuinely just want to express themselves in a different
Yeah,
way
that's fine.
because of maybe a social pressure. I just don't give a shit. I think that's totally fine, and if they're happy doing it, I don't care. But
I'm
I will
with you
say
on that
there's some
shit.
sort of like social pressure in some way. Sure, I just whatever. Who cares?
Well, and I wasn't saying just like a general social pressure, but because of the way we men are being handled in society, like right now we do have certain things that are pushed upon us that some people would argue are oppressions in some ways when it comes to the
You
legal
said
system
that
and all kinds of
three
other things.
times. Okay, I was about to cut you off premature. You said that three times because of the way men are handled in society. I want you to specify. I think you were about to do that shit. What do you mean by that? The way
Yeah,
men are
I was
handled in society.
I was just giving some specifications, right? So, like, I mean, the judiciary process is harder on men than women. We see this all over the place. The way that women in general in social media treat men, they demonize us. They call us assholes for no reason. All men assholes for what one man does wrong.
And
In
you
a
think
lot of
that
places, they
pushes
say
us
kill
toward
all
trans
men.
behavior? Was
Yeah,
that
dude,
your
who
point?
cares? Like, is this really
My
letting this
point
get to you?
was,
Honestly, it's kind of pussy behavior to let that
no,
affect you
no, I'm
because I'm
asking you a
fucking
question.
Have you
stoic
ever
about it.
considered
All right.
I'm
estrogen to
asking
solve
you
this
a
problem?
question, right? And Ryan, you probably know. Like I approach these questions in good faith. I'm actually just asking a question. I'm not trying to like push this. I'm asking what your view is on the question so I can understand what it is that you think, right? Like, I'm not an ass about this kind of stuff. So I'm legitimately asking you, like, do you think that maybe a small portion, and I'm not saying a huge one by any means, right? But a small portion of these guys might actually be getting pushed into this because of how they're treated as men. That's
Ryan,
all.
just before you answer that, let's get something out of the way before you answer that shit. I don't care how bad a woman treat me, I ain't taking no dick. Okay, go ahead.
True.
That's a good point.
Don't let
man.
women bully you into being trans.
Good point.
Based.
I didn't lose my
I agree with you
job and
100%,
suddenly
Joe.
think I want to put on a skirt. That doesn't happen, right?
Well,
for sure.
I would have to ask the question
would-
back, right? So, and I'll turn it back over to you, Ryan. But I want to ask the question back. If you're saying if a man feels pressured into switching over to a woman because, oh well, I'm oppressed and I can't get ahead, XYZ. Well, my question back to that is that a real man who's manly and doing
To
manly
begin with.
Maybe
you know
they
what I mean,
were a
to
woman
begin
all
with.
along.
My answer
Well,
to that would be that's a man who has been emasculated and had his manhood removed by society.
but then you're here's how I look at it. Like my worth
I'm gonna look up
and
this J
value
Speed guy,
and
guys.
abilities in this world as a woman are not determined by the people around me, right? Like I
Mm-hmm.
know who I am. I am mentally stable and strong and capable of pushing through, especially
I can't
I mean,
find him.
considering my
He
YouTube
may be
career, I think
schizophrenic.
I'm okay with dealing with a lot of the crazy shit I hear in the men. I would
Oh wait.
definitely say
Oh
I
wait.
would be
Is this him?
oppressed in this man's world, but look, I'm
Guys, is
making
this
it
him?
work, right?
There you go.
I harnessed what was actually against me and I'm utilizing it to my advantage, right? So,
No
and
argument there.
He's been in some movies.
cleaner,
Okay.
I'm just a girl doing that.
If this
So,
is him, I don't
You're
know.
also not mentally ill.
This looks too young.
You're also not mentally ill, Sarah, from what I can see.
But you're saying a man who feels so oppressed by society and
wow,
is
look at this
utilizing
guy.
that as a crutch in order to want to switch sides per se and
Right.
try to be
Well,
Should I
men
ask
do
him if it's
this.
him?
Men actually self-delete because of this reason. So if they're willing to self-delete, why would they not be willing to do something like gender
Should I call him
dysphoria or
right
gender
now?
swap or whatever they want to call the whole thing, right?
Torture. I do want to try to engage with.
Oh my god, wait! I'm
And
about to
hold
make
on,
this
and
guy's
hold
day.
on, hold on. And I still
I'm gonna make this
think,
guy's day, guys. Are you ready for
still
this?
think that sounds, number one, that sounds like a mental illness or something that's
Right.
already in
I
place
agree.
and established, right?
Gender
So,
dysphoria. I agree.
but
Yeah.
Which movie do I
second
pick?
to that, I also would say that you are the weakest link, and and I think it's sad, but
Yeah, I
think
would agree there
if
too.
you're
Gotta pick a good one,
the
guys.
weakest link, then if you're gonna let people around you,
I got
push and pressure you into these situations, I don't think you were a strong person to stand on anything, anyways.
Yeah, what a
Okay,
convoluted
well, so-
way,
so-
and we don't
Wait,
care
wait!
about
I have a
names.
really cool question. This is completely irrelevant. Jay, were
Hold
you
on.
the
Oh, you
were you
better
the
let
stunt?
Ryan-
Were you
I
the
wanted
wait,
to
Jay?
let
I need.
Ryan- I wanted
Wait,
to let
really
Ryan.
quick. I have to ask. This
Yeah,
is
Ryan, go.
so much more
Hold
important.
on,
Wait,
Zoe,
I
no.
promise. Jay,
No,
Jay,
it's okay.
Jay,
I'll
were
let
you
Ryan
the
go.
were you the stunt man on
I
Black
really
Dynamite?
I really don't think what you had to say was any
Cleaner,
more
I'm asking
entertaining
Jay
or
if he was
relevant
the
or any of
stunt
that.
man on
Ryan
Black
had
Dynamite.
something
Jay,
to
were you the
say,
stunt man on Black
which was
Dynamite? Is this
paramount
true?
to what Sarah
Did I
was
find you
talking about.
online?
now. So calm down.
Jay Speed, were you the stunt man on Black Dynamite?
No, but I was Samuel Jackson and Sidney Poitier's stuntman for about 10 years.
Okay, I found the wrong website, but that's awesome, dude.
Cool.
All right, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say that, like, if we're talking about social pressures on men that cause
It
them
wasn't
to
him.
self-delete,
It was the wrong one.
I think that more likely what's happening here is that people are looking at men and telling them, "Hey, you are not living up to a certain standard of masculinity, right? Like, you are not a real man," like kind of like what Sarah just did. Like,
Sure.
and sometimes that might be for wearing a skirt
If
or
I
wearing
had
a dress
called
or
him,
whatever.
I told you, bro,
In
abort.
that case, I yield there might
Double
be people
check.
who don't actually have gender dysphoria, but like prefer to dress in these ways and are told that, like,
I thought it was
they
an old
can't be
picture
men by
sniper.
society,
Yeah.
like, for doing that.
Right.
But they're not being told that by like LGBT.
You know these
people
Hollywood
or,
fools love to
like
lie.
trans folks aren't saying like, no, you have to be a trans woman. Like it's people on your side of the aisle. who are
People
saying
like
that you're
me
not a real
who
man
are
if you do
saying,
But
yeah, you're a chick.
the
Dresses
thing
are
is,
for men.
Yeah,
the
they're
thing
calling
is,
them a
I don't even
cross-dresser
care what side of
and-
the aisle the people are that are
I
saying that to
understand-
him.
I understand
I'm
you
just
don't, but I
curious
think it's
about,
relevant, right?
you know, like you get what I'm saying though, right? Like I'm just curious about whether or not you think that is like something that is actually affecting them. This is something that I've been real curious about that I don't really see us talking about or trying to reach an understanding about. And with all the things that are going on in the world and the way that we're changing society right now and trying to change it for the better, I do
Getting
think
bored,
it's a good
guys. I wanted
idea
to talk
for
to you
us
before I
keep
go to
in
bed.
mind that those guys that are near putting lead in their own head and changing their gender and things like this because of social pressures, they're weak right now. Yes, that's true. And maybe they're not the strongest link, but you know what? We've all had moments of weakness of some kind or another, and we need to help those guys, not just let them go
I
through with
dig it. I
insanity.
think we'd even agree with you on that.
On
Yeah,
that
yeah,
part,
100%.
but the problem I have with that is I'm sitting up here and thinking about me in my best moments going at it.
Ash, would you pay for the $500 tier? Just
all of a
give me
sudden,
money on Patreon. You know, I'd appreciate it,
things
but
ain't going so
no
well
one's
for
gonna
me in
do
the
it.
court system, you know,
Yeah.
and I end up on a park bench. I ain't sitting
Man
down
of
there
Pillow,
imagining nobody
engage
going
with
there
this. I want to talk to
behind my
chat.
door
I want to
while
talk to
was going in front
chat.
of somebody else's door. You understand what I'm saying?
Sarah,
Like,
I have
that-
to
that
have
is
to
not
go,
even
Sarah.
going
I
through
just want to say my
mind.
goodbye. Can you hear me? I gotta go, guys. I appreciate all your time,
Hey, you
Sarah.
take it
Thank you
easy,
so much.
Soap Hill.
Nice
That's
to
what
meet
you
you,
call
Jay
yourself?
Speed. It was really cool. Nice to meet you all. It's been a cool.
getting
Joe,
that raid.
cool. You have like the
Stay safe,
coolest
Soy.
setup.
Stay
you,
safe, man.
You stay safe as well.
Stay
Make sure
Soy
those
safe.
planes don't crash. All right, like because you
Appreciate
look
you,
like the air
Spectre.
traffic
This was a lot of
controller. It's
fun.
pretty awesome.
Thank
But yeah,
you
it's
for
been
being my
great, and I
partner
guess
in
I'll see you next week, Sarah. I am coming on again. I'm like, you know what? I've been streaming for 9 hours, by the way, so I apparently does not deter me.
Appreciate
Okay?
you popping
So,
up
yeah.
then.
Thanks, guys.
You're doing
Appreciate it.
great.
Have a good one.
Send your soy
Bye,
pillars over to
Soy.
me.
Have a great
Yes.
night. We'll